be.
Woo! Very excited for this one. All right, I have to say, I'm very excited as well to keep track of Smithy and how he deals with Rainover, because one of the most impressive things is how Smithy has been able to do with very hyped up junglers and keep his lane safe. He focuses a lot on Scuttle Crabs. Scuttle Crabs is going to be one of the stats I'm trying to keep track of for this opening match.
Scuttle stats indeed, as the teams are out onto Summoner's Rift for our first game of the NALCS Summer Finals. Immortals going to move out here on the blue side. We'll see what CLG maybe have prepared. Rainover just scuttling down the mid lane there. Looks like they'll fan out for now.
And he actually goes with the Ignite. He was hovering the TP, then the Ghost, finally going with the Kill Summoner spell here, so even more potential to snowball in that mid lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about when CLG make the switches for mid lane control rather than mid lane roam and trying to affect the other lanes. Huhi on this champion goes for those kills, and we've seen him do it.
Yeah, and that's something that CLG have actually struggled with, is Huhi taking resources for himself instead of giving them away, and they've been working on that, and this is a champion that I think plays to that new strength that they're trying to develop on Counter Logic Gaming.
All that being said, I would not be surprised if Darshan uses the first Stand United to the bottom lane. Jin Braum has a lot of kill potential. One of the other things that I was looking for in the level 1, whenever I see Jin Braum, there's so much threat in level 1. You can have creative level 1 invades and try and get an early advantage. Looks like both of these teams, though, a little bit trepid in game number 1 of this series. Don't want to throw out anything crazy, and it is just going to be fairly standard starts here, as both junglers do start up on the top side as well. Very well could converge at the bottom lane Scuttle Crabs.
CLG certainly known for that creativity, but we will keep it calm for now. We heard it from the desk. Immortals, in particular, are a team that can ride a pretty big wave of momentum, but standard starts here for the dual lanes. They'll take their camps at probably around the same time. And I guess we'll have to watch, as always, for Rainover and Smithy. Where is that early jungle pressure going? We've heard it on this patch. It's usually going bottom lane.
Very well could be. As you see there, them taking those jungle camps. When you are taking a jungle camp with your duo, have your AD take a couple of hits early, because she's going to heal off of the last hits of the jungle champions, as well as the lifesteal that you're going to get through lane and your Doran's Blade.
And with Trundle, it's not a problem at all. Take those last few hits, the passive, healing him up right afterwards. Hasn't even had to use any of his stacks yet.
The AD is already at level 2. Total just trying to get some shots in. Does have a bit of a range advantage here.
Yeah, Ashe also has a pretty good level 1 shove advantage over most other AD carries with the volley there, and they've taken control of the minion wave, you can see, pushing it up in, and they're going to make Jin CS under turret. Thankfully for Jin, he's actually pretty good at it. Very high base damages here. Afro and Adrian actually making the first moves up to help their junglers. This is the preemptive work that the supports are doing in conjunction with the junglers, fighting over that Scuttle Crab we mentioned.
Exactly, and we've been seeing this more and more, where the supports will start roaming towards those buffs really early on, just to try and get some control over them, because if while Turtle and Adrian continue to shove, they could possibly contest this buff and put some Smithy behind.
Exactly. One of the extra things that pushes pressure on any sort of jungle objective or move that you want to make is, where are your lanes at this moment? Are they shoving up? Because if they are, then you get, of course, the earlier collapse from your teammates, and that can turn the fight. Meanwhile,
yeah, Pobelter and Huhi actually going to go face-to-face for a bit. Pobelter looking good so far in the lane, but we have seen Huhi really turn it on with the Syndra, and he will have threat here in the lane. Pobelter, though, as always, wants to be very consistent, very stable, and just kind of farm things up here. As we do check in with our top lane, Huhi and Darshan trading early blows, and Minina, as expected, is kind of winning those early trades as well.
Yeah, like we talked about, that slight edge that Nar's going to have over him. You know, early on, Darshan is just looking to farm and try and scale up to level 6.
And Rainover just trying to get some wards here in the jungle, knows that the blue side is where you'll have your Rek'Sai around this time. But in that mid lane, Pobelter, just going back to that, this matchup, the Syndra versus the Karma has a lot of tools to shut her down. She's low mobility, has a way to actually catch up to her, to root her, to have that gank assistance, but then also can save her teammates, because she's going to be building a sizable amount of AP here. It'll be actually hard to execute some people because of Pobelter.
And as we see right now, Smithy just going over that ward that Rainover placed, so they know that they have a few seconds, but they can't stay too long.
Darshan went back in. He actually has Smithy just behind him, but looks like Rainover's going to escape for now. Repel should get at least a safety. Huni was trying to play aggressive. Darshan did TP back to lane, but no gank there from Reignover.
And I like that exchange for any jungler. You're just going to help out your lane because you're trading your health for a laner's health. Where the laner has to be in constant combat with an enemy champion, you can just go back into the jungle and farm now as Reignover, at least very easy for her to clear out the rest of the camps. Meanwhile, Darshan got a chunk out that's going to make him chug this potion and helps a little bit with Huni's complaining phase.
And also, Reignover doesn't get punished by it because Xmithie's on that side of the map, not going to be counter jungling or getting any type of advantage over him. So you know where both junglers are, so your bottom lane gets to play aggressive and however they want in that moment, which is something you usually trade for showing yourself top side.
Ooh, maybe pressure here. Huni actually going to get flashed under by Xmithie. Does burn his flash to get away, though.
Yeah, that may have looked like a little bit early flash to a lot of people, but the threat of a taunt flash from Shen is always there, and you have to respect the extra distance added onto the taunt of the flash every time you know that the Shen does have flash, because so many people will wait too long for the taunt to start halfway through, and even though it's half a screen away, the flash comes in and you don't have enough time to react there. So good gank there from Xmithie. Does actually trade flashes, and it might make Huni play a little bit more cautiously. Maybe we'll see, that is determined by the wards that they put down.
Yeah, and we had seen it previously. When Huni doesn't have his flash and he gets camped, the attention that other teams put on him is very high. Darshan still has that taunt flash available to him, so a repeat gank would not be out of the question for CLG.
Plus, you always, as we say, want to get the Shen up to the level 6 point where you can start affecting other lanes. So as a jungler, if you put time into the top lane, you get, returns on that. Pay it forward. Your top laner will take your ganks and then go to gank other lanes.
Well, Huni did TP back to lane, so just a trade there of summoners. They'll be slightly desynced. Pobelta damage in the mid lane from Huhi as the stun and the pun. Lord Brock actually burnt the ulti. Hey, that's that! Huhi solo kills him!
I mean, we set it up for him, but look at that. He comes up with a huge plays by himself. He solo kill here in Toronto.
He lands everything, blows the flash, ignite, and Pobelter through the shield as well. Not enough to stay alive.
Turtle in trouble. Not good news as Afro's going to stun him down. Stixay moves in, and there's a second kill for CLG.
And Counter Logic Gaming off to a lead in Game 1 against Immortals.
Let's take a look at the reactions from Immortals because they lost a lot of pressure, but Reignover went for an immediate counter jungle. All right, first we'll take a look at the replay here. Huhi, really good job moving around that sphere to get the stun. That Pobelter did not respect the spheres that are on the ground. They're previously from Syndra, and a really good job there from Huhi, knowing the damage that he can output at this level, taking that critical ignite summoner for this reason, and he's rewarded for it right at level 6.
And even went for the flash auto just in case another shield would possibly come out or anything could possibly save Pobelter.
That does mean that he has to play a little bit more cautiously now, and they're going to have to rely on maybe some more wards. Here's Reignover, as I said. He went for a counter jungle immediately before we even started that replay. So he took away 2 camps here, basically. Most of the Raptors left one small one there, and comes away with the red. That's the small thing that you're going to pay for, those extra moves and gank down bottom.
Well, nice bit of damage control there from Reignover, and no conversion from CLG other than the kills. Means the objectives will stay neutral for now. Huni still farming up, looking pretty good. Actually has a nice CS lead here versus Darshan. He's going to get this wave pushed towards the turret.
And that's a lot of the reason why Immortals actually aren't down significantly in gold is because of the extra CS that they have had, where they are winning slightly in those lanes.
Trades do continue here as Huni trying to be a nuisance as always.
And speaking of being a nuisance, right here at the bottom side of the map, Xmithie invades and Turtle.
Ooh, not again. Turtle, there's the
shots.
one snipe. There's the second. Knocker's not there, but there's Stixay with another.
The bottom lane level 6 kill potential that we talked about comes to fruition here. First for CLG, and now they're invading on Reignover.
We're not done, perhaps. Reignover tagged in by concussive blows as Afro gets him with the Q, but CLG do have to retreat. Looking a little dangerous.
This also gives CLG priority on this red buff and bottom turret, and now you have to choose as Immortals which one you defend. But it looks like it is going to be giving up a little bit of both. Some damage there on that bottom turret.
Afro going to move his way back down. Stixay does get the chip damage, and Xmithie steals the buff. But again, good presence here from CLG to play to the strong side of the map and try and get Stixay ahead. But no conversions on the objectives just yet. I mean, the map is still very close.
You have so many more options and have so much more. Oh, here we go, though. Invade again.
Knock up there from the Umbara. Reignover's going to flash out. CLG do not follow. And no ult from Stixay means that they probably have to give that up.
And they're able to do this and have this type of confidence because they know Huni's TP is down and Darshan has his stand united. This Shen is actually a great pick against the way Immortals love to play because it makes them play towards bottom side of the map where they don't have the tendency to want to go.
Exactly. There are so many things going in favor of CLG's bottom lane right now. You mentioned the Shen, also the solo kill in mid lane. This is what we talk about when we say teams have been looking to learn to play around mid lane, and it's taken CLG a long time. But they used the mid lane pressure to also go for these consecutive invades. Smithy didn't even have to spend his presence mid. He was bottom for the first gank. Then they get to invade. Then they get to go for the second gank down bottom. And now they still have Stand United in their back pocket.
Well, we're about to crest 10 minutes, so let's take stock of the current state of the game. In fact, let's check out the fan vote instead. Ooh. IMT just ahead of CLG. That Canada buff from Turtle really helping out.
Turtle's Canada buff confirmed more important than Hot Shots.
I mean, that's the battle, right? Hotshot's buff is actually compensating a little bit here because Immortals, we're talking about 17 and 1, or 17 and 2, 1, sorry, 17 and 1 in spring, 16 and 2, same roster, right, coming in. And honestly, CLG didn't win a single match against TSM, the strongest team, versus what was supposed to be the second strongest team coming in here. There's a lot in Immortals' favor from what you would think coming in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, think back to spring split. Immortals had the same thing where it was such a great regular season, then a collapse in the first round of the playoffs. Yet, they still pulled it together. This is a team with composure. These are all veteran players on the Immortals lineup, and they have been in this position before, and last time they were victorious.
You can see game nice and even. As a result, CS pretty much clean across the board, except Darshan's a bit behind. Kills up, of course, for CLG as Adrian may be going a bit aggressive. Afro puts up the Unbreakable and Stick stays safe to continue farming up their minions. CLG, they had about 1,000 gold up. They're kind of floating between 800 and 1,000 gold ahead here, but really early on, that's not a big lead.
Yeah, I have to say the important thing right now is still the floating first gold on the turret. Because when the first turret does fall, so many things happen at once. It's late into the game, so you're getting a lot more map control. Also, the obvious extra 400 gold that was just added to it, but it's a bit bigger of a snowball now than it was previously. We'll have to wait till we get to that chapter of the book, though.
Like I was saying, CLG, good pressure early on, but no conversion, as we do have a pause here.
Yeah, it's just an audio pause here for CLG at the moment, and we'll get that cleaned up as quickly as possible. But man, this game off to a very quick start for those guys. They've got to be really happy. As you said, we heard on the analyst desk, CLG are very much the underdogs coming into this, and Immortals, a little bit of a rocky early opening for them.
Yeah, there's always, you can't count Immortals out. Even coming into the semifinals against Cloud9, that was a big upset because they were expected to come out with a victory based on their record and how they were performing. But, oh man, coming into this, again, third place match, that has to weigh on them a little bit because you don't want to come in and go, man, we just can't play in playoffs. What's happening? And their ultimate goal is Worlds. Both these teams want to go to Worlds, and Immortals, if they win this, that's their better chance of going higher seed in the North American Regional Qualifier and a possibility of actually skipping Cloud9, who beat them.
Well, I mean, bigger picture here as well, even just in the game, as again, we are looking to resolve the issue ASAP. Immortals, we talk about it, they come into playoffs, they're the hot favorites for the most part. This was the first time in this year that they weren't coming into the summer. TSM were barely above them. And what did they change? They had a rough play against TSM in their semifinal, come here again, lose a heartbreaker there to C9. And we talked about it. They went back into the third, fourth place match against Liquid and just changed a whole bunch of stuff. Huni playing Nah. I don't know where his Nah's been all year, let alone just in the playoffs.
It's funny that you use that as an example of like, oh, my mind is blown. The top laner's playing Nar. But it's because, Huni has such a diverse champion pool, and he's got all these counter picks that he's famously used. He had the Kennen success on that. Everyone's banning Rumble against him. He's the only top laner where Rumble is a mandatory ban against this team. There's a lot of versatility that they can have there, but they also change up so much stuff and so often.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. When I was looking at the bans from Immortals versus Cloud9, Immortals had only 5 unique champions banned against them. They were kind of figured out a little bit by Cloud9, whereas Immortals, every time they lost, they would switch up so much and ban 10 unique champions, twice as many as Cloud9, and they really went through so many different champions as well. Huni played a unique champion every single game of that series for a total of 5. That is honestly just crazy that they keep changing things up, and it's just maybe a little bit of panic, but maybe also they're just trying to figure out what they need to do to win.
Well, right back in the game, so no problems there. Is Huni going to get taunted up by Darshan? He's Mega Gnar right now, but now pop back into Mini. Darshan, I will say, is actually timing these trades quite well.
Yeah, went right for the transformation back into Mini Gnar and used the Spirit's Refuge there to dodge some autos as well to get that trade in. But CLG is a big move mid here to try and pressure this turret. You know, first turret doesn't have to be bottom. It could very well be mid.
And remember, CLG, they're always looking for that first turret. Here comes the arrow from Turtle.
Turtle looks for someone, he nails it, Smithy! But Immortals not able to follow up. CLG, will they continue the siege? Sort of pulling back a bit now.
That's the thing you always have to watch out for. Yes, first turret is so big and it is a bit more swingy now, but it can be used as a bait so often, especially with all the utility coming from bottom lanes, like the Ash Arrow here. Immortals' first attempt, though, goes unsuccessful, and that cooldown early on is significant. You know, haven't built up Essence Reaver or any of that type of stuff for Ash yet, so the first arrow there being a non-event is actually a pretty big issue.
Especially since Huhi doesn't have something like a cleanse. If you were able to time that arrow with the gank from Reignover, you could stop the snowball from coming through, because you can see Huhi just has so much pressure in this lane right now. He has that solo kill and he has the CS advantage.
Yeah, Syndra, while it is a strong lane champion, you know, you can get those solo kills at level 6, very vulnerable. Does not have her own escape, and there is an Elise on the field, so all those things could add up to make him play more cautiously. Now there's one less threat to worry about. CLG transition down to bottom, and they do get the first turret goal.
Darshan back in the top lane though. And Stixxay just reloaded the gun in
It's
time.
a bait.
Smithy's here. It is certainly a bait. Darshan looks to go back in again, but Huni's got Mega. Scoops Smithy away. Another TP's in from Pobelta. Reignover's here as well to turn things around. Smithy tunnels his way to safety. Huni is still going to chase. He's tanking up the turret, but Darshan now might be able to keep them away.
Oh, here comes Huni.
Gives him a shield, but that's a kill. Darshan's down. Smithy's low, and there's the double for Reignover. Huni comes in, but he cannot convert. Reignover barely gonna live.
They're standing united in the fountain.
Here comes Afro.
Oh no, Afro right from bottom lane. Pobelta looking to get stunned with Immortals. Could they turn it around? Huhi looks for one, finds Huni. Afro low, but he's not going down. Even Stixxay and Adrian are going at it, and Adrian's winning right now. Stixxay, reload the gun. He needs to shoot another.
He's got flash and heal, but he's not going to go for
Not
it.
enough mana for the W. Can't snare him anyways because his attack is timed out, but what an amount of chaos there up on the top side. Let's look at Reignover. Our Smithy's actually bottom now for Turtle.
Yeah, Turtle was pushing the entire time, so he has to use the Void Rush to get down here and clear this minion wave out so he doesn't lose his turret.
So many Rek'Sai games for Reignover. I associate the champion.
I know, it's the same thing, right?
Certainly is. The Stixxay are going to go back to base. CLG starting to open up the map, and all of a sudden, we talked about it. That one turret goes down and just chaos descends.
And this is big for CLG. The kills that they end up getting are on their carries, Stixxay, and you end up seeing that Huhi picks up one as well.
So look at here, we're talking about, oh yeah, they're baiting right now. Darshan is backing off now because he knows that there is a teleport available, and Reignover roams up mid. So Smithy actually caught onto the disengage a little bit late there, and then he decides to go back under the turret saying, hey, stand united me under the turret, maybe we can use this turret to try and fend them off. They just collapse on Darshan, kill him first, and then finish off Smithy. This is where it gets dicey though, because look at Afromu in the river, that Braum running up the river. He's been running a long time, finally makes it here, and they are gonna be able to clean up one with this, but that's the only amount of kills here for CLG as the Stixxay and Adrian ultimate battle there between AD and support turned out into just a flashbang burn.
Somewhat essentially, though, CLG do hold on to that top lane turret. So we'll see if they can leverage that. In fact, they're going to make it 2. Huhi, with a bit of help from Darshan, able to take 2 structures to 0. And all of a sudden, that gold is actually adding up very quickly. They got the first turret gold. They're able to get the one in mid lane as well. And all of a sudden, CLG have so much room.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to defend that top side turret, and now they're putting their dual lane towards that top side, just means that they're trying to hang on to it just a little bit longer, clear those minion waves out, and actually match Immortals, who now have the one-on-one in the bottom side of the map. That's a long lane for Huni.
And this is that kind of macro play CLG have always been able to lean on there along with their team play. Looking very clean here against Immortals.
Yeah, one thing they have not always been able to rely on, though, is victory in the early game. And this is what is surprising to a lot of people watching this. CLG get a solo kill mid lane for first blood, and then Smithy, with a bunch of repeats ganks bottom, is having a bigger impact in this game as far as snowballing the early game for them than Reignover had, even though Reignover got 2 kills.
Yeah, and apparently the strategy is shut down Huni. It's not happening. You're just not giving him any opportunities, though, and you're having fights away from him. So CLG, with this early lead, are able to actually have the potential to snowball here. And I love that Immortals, looking at their Cloud9 games, they had only one lead out of those 5 games. And coming into this, again, not another game lead.
I like the idea. It's kind of go wide. It's like, all right, win everything else and leave Huni and
Avoid
Darshan
him.
alone. I mean, they've got the Shen, they've definitely got options, but Huni is building a very significant lead. Frozen Mallet already done. Seriously, there. Darshan burns TP again, and Huni's just working on the turret.
Yeah, that's the secret strats of Shen. Go elsewhere and fight the rest of the team. But honestly, I have to say, Huhi here is the big story. He's also got 184 CS now, ahead of the 10 per minute mark. Got that solo kill added on the other one with the roam, and there's a lot of control coming out of this mid lane. You can see they're trying to work off that by going for deep wards as well as routing around Pobelter.
And you can see that he's already 1,300 gold up here. Huhi is doing work in this mid lane.
And now it's going to collapse onto the side lane. All this mid lane control leaking over into the other sides as they move up for a 4-man. The minions got cleared out though, so this might be dicey. Darshan could stand united up there, but turret defense is a bit easier now than it used to be.
Huni did burn his ultimate, so won't have that option. I think was just about to turn back and decided to harass down a bit. Darshan could make it, but Hui's actually looking for a pick. He ults Rain over. Damage is good. Q lands. Is that enough?
No.
Not quite. Rain over. Barely lives.
No hit on the scout of the week either. Here comes the curtain call.
Adrian is getting destroyed. Hui wraps around the turret for one. Smith, he takes out Turtle, and the IMT bottom lane evaporates as CLG gonna look for another turret.
Yeah, you have the option of the stand united, and they saw Pobelter went back mid to try and put pressure on that mid turret. CLG said, all right, time to get that last outer turret, and they stick to their plan and their rotations. It works out.
This is one thing that's so good about CLG is they stay proactive when they do get those early leads, even though they're rare. Aframu has been one of the best in-game leaders that we have ever seen here in North America, and he's keeping the team constantly looking to increase their lead and look for the next move.
And something that CLG hasn't had him on this split is melee supports. He's been playing things like Nami. He was very slow to adapt to what the Korean meta was, where you had those melees, the Trundle coming back out, the Tahm Kench, the Braum as well, and now he has a playmaker in his hands again. That's not Bard.
Well, CLG off to a really nice start now. 3 turrets to nothing, 6 kills to 2. And approaching 5,000 gold in the lead here at 19 minutes. We talk about the CLG late game and teamwork, but you said it, Kobe, the early game's looking great. Stixxay has double damage items. Hui is outputting a mass amount of damage, and sure, Darshan sort of floating that lane and saying, yeah, I am losing, but I can still help because that's Shen's thing, and it's working out so far for CLG.
Definitely can say that again. For Immortals, though, to try and look at it from Immortals' side, anytime there is a big difference like this, just have to try and overload one area. Look for that Ash Arrow to catch someone from CLG off guard, and they're trying to look for Darshan since he would be able to stand united on anyone else that they look for off guard, but he just backs off. Immortals do get that turret gold, which they definitely need, though.
And now they're going to the source of the global, shoving in the top side, and now, can they get out of this? Because Aframu might have inside track, but no, it looks like they're actually going to loop around here on the mid lane, and possibly, look, here comes an arrow.
Yeah, maybe arrow. No one?
Stixxay?
Goes wide that time. Oh, hello!
Yeah, that's who he was aiming
Boom!
for.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's what he wanted, that's what he got. Perfect aim from Wild Turtle.
Well, I have to say, Turtle has hit all of the arrows that he
correct.
shot.
This is true.
They just haven't been able to capitalize.
It's the team's fault, man. Just not there in time to initiate 5 screens away. CLG are going to start our first Drake of the match. It is the Cloud Drake. It's a little late for this one, but CLG, they might as well take it. Building up that map pressure now. Oh, never mind, map pressure, Rain over.
Oh, Rain over?
Hubi got a huge stun to start that off, and Afro's going to chase it in. Kagasi blows in, Darshan flashes forward, look to return and doesn't get it. Shields going to keep him alive as Huni with the wraparound takes out Stixxay.
They left the Jhin in the back here, and Huni finds his kill. That's where Immortal's strengths lie, and now they're trying to chase down for more, but it's very dangerous.
Huni actually looking aggressive maybe around the turret.
And he's low on mana too. He's their big wave clear that's left here. They might have to cede this middle turret to Immortals and back off.
Mininar awfully annoying. Immortals still trying to poke them off, and they are going to take this mid outer.
What a risky play for Immortals, going for that pick while Stand United is available, but they played it really well. Backing off of Huhi as the Stand United was coming in, waiting out the duration, and then kiting as long as they could until Huni arrives there on the Gnar, and he's able to find the Jhin in the back line. Stixxay being left all by himself.
And it looks like as soon as the engage came out, the cocoon was returned so that he couldn't get blown up. And hey, you can't see him, but hey, actually soaks the last shot too to the face and takes barely any damage from it.
The problem with being the sniper in the back lines, right? Everyone's like, oh yeah, he's just firing there. He's got to be fine all the way there in the back lines. But Huni finds his way, and pretty big comeback here for Immortals, I have to say. Even though they've got more steps ahead of them to make that comeback convert, that was a much-needed mid-game move.
Couldn't whip the pistol out fast enough, maybe, to take out Huni, as Immortals do, in fact, cleave that gold lead pretty well in two. Pobelta going to get himself the blue buff, and they'll continue playing forward. And again, 3 turrets to 2 now as Immortals open up much-needed space for themselves on this kind of top half of the map. The next Drake will be in Inferno. We're minutes away from that one now, so definitely some patience here for the two teams. They do look to continue farming through the mid-game. But again, with the Shen, with the sidelines, with how aggressive Immortals have been looking to play, both teams need to tread very carefully here.
Yeah, and you can see CLG on this bottom side of the map trying to ward it up, trying to push Huni away. And he arrives on the bottom side of the map, and they know there isn't an answer on the top side yet. A little bit too far, and Darshan will just hang out here.
Yeah, I think it is still a bit difficult for Immortals to take a team fight, as Ashe is still really powering up, whereas Jin is spiking. Uh-oh.
What'd you say, Kobe? Never mind. Huni gonna get it turned around.
He got him.
They snipes him. Another bullet's gonna ride in. One more shot. Hits Pobelta, but it does not get him. Pobelta, awfully low, like Smithy's gonna chase him out of the tower and does take him down. Darshan arrives. Wild Turtle gonna eat a taunt. Puts up the W. Turtle's gonna get crushed.
They're going to get an ace.
They're going for it. They're going straight under the turrets. Adrian is the only one left alive. CLG dive for it, but they can't quite get it.
Not quite there at the end, but oh my god, Stixay with the clay pigeon play there onto Huni. Tries to jump away and gets shot down, and that's CLG taking a 5,000 gold lead.
And these are those consistent, proactive moves from CLG. They again turn all their attention towards objective on the bottom side and don't hesitate, going immediately for that kill. They recognize they have the numbers advantage, plus the extra global of the Shen coming in with Stand United, and man, they just run straight through the turret. All right, Huni getting aggressive here on the outside. Stixay lands the snare. They immediately all in with the double ultimates from Huhi and Stixay, and then all bullets hitting there. Plus Stand United means that Smithy's going for that dive.
Yeah, Rainover repelled right then, and the bullet went through and still hit Pobelter for the crit and allowed him to die, and then they just dived there. Yep.
I didn't notice Stixay died to that last turret shot, but that's a little unlucky. Flash burned as well.
I mean, might have cost them an extra tower or two. They did take the bottom tier too, but certainly maybe a little high for there for Stixay. He does get himself executed. CLG though, still with a nice little siege. And you said it, feels like this is their time to really force fights, and Immortals' aggression did cost them quite a bit there.
Right, and it's because they have so much burst damage here. The Jin had the completed flat armor penetration, plus the Syndra right now on her 2.5 item spike. You saw how much the ultimate did there. Pretty much taking any countermeasures that Huni could try and take out of the window as he got snared up and bursted down immediately. Now CLG just returning to try and clean up the minions before they prep for the next move. And it's something you always have to do as well. Do your homework first. Try and push out your minion waves before you go for another one of those fights.
CLG are getting Baron control now. Scuttle control, you're talking about it, Kobe? CLG actually have had a pretty dominant hold on Vision in this game, and they've been able to get it on the bottom side and the top side of the jungle and wherever they want.
I thought it was the blue buff for a second. It was actually just Dick Smithy. Does get wrapped up there. Pretty tanky early on the Rek'Sai here. We did see on the bottom lane earlier, though, as Huni and Darshan still going head-to-head. Huni with a big lead and those two kind of split-pushing style items. You can see that Darshan can kind of hold, but kind of eventually Huni's going to win that 1v1, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, Darshan just has to turtle at his turret and clear out the minions, right? You know, maybe Huni can get in one auto on the turret, but whenever he goes that close, then he's in taunt range, and that makes it very dangerous for him to ever try and push this turret down aggressively, even though he may have, you know, some small advantage in the 1 versus 1. All Darshan has to do is hold the line.
Yep. And that's how they're planning on shutting him down, is just keeping him occupied and making sure he can't do what he wants to do.
Another taunt. Huni and Darshan will trade back, but no one in the area, so it's just a bluff from Darshan.
And at this point, Shen actually does a sizable amount of damage to the Gnar that has no resistances under his belt and flat HP. Because the percent HP that he's going to be doing with his Q, it actually adds up quite quickly.
Definitely want to get that pass through on the sword to get it increased as well. And we'll take a look at the other side of the split push, which is going to do most of the work.
Oh, that's a stun landing in. Pobelter gets blown up. Hui now unstoppable as he's going to get CC'd up. Darshan looking to protect him. It's actually enough in the Spirit's Refuge. Hui lives. Stixay still firing shots under the turret, and CLG, they're going under the tier 2. Adrian, stunned up by the Braum, is going to go down. Stixay a little low as Xmithy tanks just enough for CLG to get that kill. Huni wants it though. Dustblade proccing. He's going to go back in for it. Huni playing very, very aggressive.
Yeah, he got there late. There wasn't a good TP point for him. He ends up TPing behind the fight, or right in front of his, or behind his own lines, and he had to just walk up, and it was too late, but Huni really wanted to do something.
Yeah, with the extra second added on to teleport, it takes a long time as well, and didn't even use it there. Now it's going to be the Drake. Uh-oh, actually, now he's going to use the teleport, and Wild Turtle's arrow on cooldown, so they don't have an arrow for this.
This is bold, but Immortals are going to perform the pincer. Who can they peel for? Pobelter TP'd in as well. CLG maybe getting cut in two. As well, he's going to move in. Hui blows up Wild Turtle this time, and CLG just going crazy. Pobelter the next to get stunned. CLG just had too much damage. Huni going to get himself
But he almost had
down.
Mega.
Going back in, can he make the play? Wallop's there, but Xmithy's just too tanky.
He's got flash.
Cuts up one, he goes in. Big Nar ultimate. Wallop follows in as well. Huni able to barely turn it around, but Hui's going to live on a sliver of health. And now Adrian's stunned up. Huni, that was everything he had, and it's just not enough.
And Immortals throw themselves at CLG, but they come out on top just barely.
Immortals felt like they had to make a huge play to get back into this game, and that's the style they like. Keep throwing out those plays, but CLG are able to hold calm after taking the Drake. The big crucial moment is when Hui turns on Turtle Hill. Turtle tries to get in there for an auto, but Hui has the ultimate back up and available on Syndra, and AD Carry has no chance there.
You're absolutely right about the TP from Huni. He still had it. It comes through, and him and Pobelter on the bottom side of the fight. Pobelter wasn't locked for the world, but Huni still had his summoners available, still had his Gnar available, and just converted over.
That would have been one of the most magnificent 1v5 moments if he could turn that around for Immortals to get it. But CLG do rally there, and they are able to hold in the post-Drake fight. Now they have an extremely large lead that they should try and continue to pressure into Immortals territory.
And you can see that on Huni's face as well. This has to be a very frustrating game for him. He can't kill anyone.
We're going again though. Xmithy and Darshan with the tag team. Adrian knocked up there, and Stixay, huge crit. As Trundle's going to barely live with his ulti on Huni, who wants it again. He's got the ulti.
Transformed.
Prepping it up, but CLG know they're going to kite back and try and time out the Gnar bar. CLG disengaged successfully. No kill, but no worries there for CLG. Oh my god, Huni, you're crazy! They got Hui, that might be enough. Darshan taunts him. He needs to wear off the Mega. They're stunning him as best they can. Darshan maybe going to give himself away. Darshan low though. Pobelter looking what he can. And there's a kill back for Immortals. Now they're going to keep chasing their way in. Stun misses in for Hui, but Immortals, they want more. Afro trying to protect his team. He does save it. As Xmithy going to go back in. Huni goes down there to Xmithy. As CLG turn it on again. Turtle lands Stixay going nuts. Turtle does it, but Stixay. Oh my god, he sniped everyone!
Oh my goodness! CLG are not backing down from Immortals' consistent attempts here. And Immortals are going for these fights down over 7,000 gold and making them look incredibly close here. They tried to re-engage because they saw Stixay show himself in the top lane. So they know they have to throw everything at it. They Ash Arrow and go for the re-engage. But man, what a close call there.
And these skirmishes has got to be your dream, Pastry. So many fights coming out here. There's more kills than there are minutes in this game. And it's all because these brawls. Immortal are just trying to get CLG down in the gutter to fight with them and play their style. But CLG at the same time, they're already there. They're already trying to play that, pick them off. And now Huni shows up. Now, he doesn't care that some of his members are half HP. He just got here. He's ready to fight.
Yeah, he's got Mega Gnar ready, so he wants to force this. They know that they don't have too many options, but inside jungle corridors where he can Mega Gnar against the wall would be one of them.
Yeah.
Now they see Stixay shows himself in minions on top lane right now. That's why they go for the Ash Arrow onto Hui, and they're going to try and force this engage because they have the numbers, and that's the only way that they can win where they see fights. Immediately take down Darshan, but the counter kill from Hui, and now the CLG members start to collapse and arrive.
Yeah.
Afro shield.
And Xmithy had back, and then he Void Rushed back in, and Oh, wait,
Well, no.
we can't get done with
Don't
it.
even worry, Huni gonna get stunned up again, but he's pretty tanky. Nas Darshan away, but Huni managed to go legendary to get that killer. Adrian also gonna get himself chased down. The taunt's gonna miss, but they've got plenty to follow in. There's the double for the Syndra. 11-0-9. Huni's Syndra showing up here in game one.
This is Immortals style League of Legends here. They continue to force. Now CLG have complete control over this Baron though. Reignover does have flash. Maybe there's some kind of magical hero play, but they're not going to actually take that much of a risk. And CLG will grab the Baron to try and push with.
And the crazy thing is this is Immortals style League of Legends, but they were excluding Huni from it because CLG were having action away from him. They're like, what is Immortals like when Huni isn't here? When we have the threat of a Shen coming down, and they played the first 30 minutes like that, and now Huni's finally getting some of the action, but it might be too little too late. 9,000 gold lead, and Baron, CLG, look at this.
Yeah, we're approaching real issues here for Immortals as far as CLG's lead is concerned.
Oh, he hit it!
They actually sniped Huni. Stand United going to shield him up, but Huni can chase in. Needs a little more, but Darshan going to escort the Syndra out. And CLG, as always, United in the junglers. They want to go for more. That's Reignover's flash forced away.
Darshan's teleported to try and push quicker. What?
What?
Maybe he was trying to teleport to cut someone off?
Maybe, but not successful there for CLG. Darshan now done both globals. There's the Baron buff pressure. Maybe getting them a little too keen to try and get this game one.
That definitely was a little bit messy there from CLG, and they have pretty much all the advantages that you could want at this stage in the game. Immortals are doing a good job of delaying Counter Logic Gaming and buying themselves some more time.
I'm going to clear out the wave there. CLG looking to prep the rest of the map here. Drake is up in 5 seconds. Good to see him here in the Canada Center. And looks like CLG will take this one down as well. They've had good control so far. One Inferno. This will be their second cloud. Immortals know it is not the right time to defend. CLG going to keep applying pressure.
And we've been talking about how Immortals, they're doing a good job of staving off the pressure and making sure that the game doesn't end just yet. And the longer that CLG takes to close this out, the more powerful that Immortals get to try and match them. What happens when Puhi gets hit by a cocoon and blown up? That's why Immortals like these fights, because they know that they're so mechanically good in them that it takes one fight mid-late game for them to win the game.
Yeah, towards the late game, not only does Ashe go really well, Turtle's finally getting into the crit build and starting to come together for him. He's still a full item behind, but on the tank lines, Trundle rises so much in priority here towards the late game. Well, we're not going to get to that because opening up here.
Oh my God! That's 1,400 health just dissolves in front of Reignover's eyes. As CLG will take their 6th turret of the game, and they're not done.
Well, everybody's concerned with Puhi blowing them up with magic resistance, so they don't have any armor against the armor pen build.
CLG just breaks straight through the middle here. IMT just can't really do too much. They might look for another one. Huni actually caught out CLG. They spot the flank, and that's the Mini-Nuff flashing out. Huni going to be tied for a while. CLG, they have not slowed the pace.
Oh, now they just have to defend.
Yeah, they did get the turret down though, so inhibitor turret is down for Immortals, and this defense is still going to be very difficult for them. Even though they're getting a pretty good chunk here, chunk onto the enemy mage is the most valuable because they can't
no! Well, Turtle snacks a couple, but it's just the tanky members that actually ulti onto Huni. A stick stay! Where did Reignover even go?
to the fountain.
Yeah! The Express, the Fountain Express there from Stix A. As Reignover gets delivered straight back into the death chamber. 40 seconds, he's down. CLG with the power play, gonna push in mid 5v4.
A lot of them are half HP though.
Oh,
They get
Wild
Turtle.
Turtle, not a good time as Smithy gonna flash in for it. Pobelter actually does snipe Afro. So it's a 4v4 for a little while here.
If they hang around, Immortals might have a chance to get back in this. Look at Huni!
Trying to snipe Huni will get protected by the Stand United. Oh! Pobelter melts as Stix A is destroying people. And CLG gonna push in, try and take out, I think, Immortals, the inhibitor. It'll be collateral here, and it does finally fall.
A 1,400 crit. Absolutely insane. Oh, again!
Woo! Can't cast it anymore.
The,
It's happening too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 2 carry composition from Counter Logic Gaming,
Nice
but
carries.
the 2 carries have 22 kills between them.
They got the first 4 kills and started to snowball, and they said, you know what, it's time to go. That's all we need. And again!
It's always go time here. Reignover, the tankiest member, is going to move in for it. CLG is going to pressure into the turret. Stix A now starting to crit the structures down as well. They will break in the top half. And Adrian, yeah, you better book it. CLG going to take a second inhibitor here. Just just what to do for Immortals. They're trying everything they can. But CLG's defense looking on point as always, and they are happy to match Immortals blow for blow.
Huni has TP. They're trying to chase them down. Stall long enough that the TP can come through.
See if the miracle's here. Adrian already caught off to the side. Those sticks there again. Charges up the cannon.
Oh, he canceled it.
That's not good news for CLG. They're actually a little low here. Immortals might have something here, but Hui goes in for the stun. Smithy and his GA will be popped. And that's just going to be wasted cooldowns here. CLG get a little sloppy retreating, and Immortals punished.
It's kind of the best they could hope for, though, on CLG's side, because they went in, they got that second inhibitor. They could have lost much more, but they lose Smithy and his GA.
Yeah, CLG are looking at Elder Dragon coming up next, plus Baron's coming up in almost a little less than 2 minutes. Immortals right now just have to clean out their base. They're pretty much on minion duty as 2 lines of super minions are coming in. So Immortals, they just need to turtle right now and not go outside onto the map. They can't afford to get picked off by Jin Bullets and Shen Stand United coming in again. Try and farm up until that last fight is inevitable and throw everything that they have at it.
Pressure's still cascading here, though, as Baron is up in a minute 20. CLG can look to threaten for yet another big neutral, and even Elder Dragon will be up in a minute 45 if that's something they're also entertaining. Right now, Immortals are just playing janitor duty in their top and mid lanes as CLG pretty much full to the brim as far as items go. It's an embarrassment here as the watch this one again.
Arrow comes through, it hits Afro move, and he's just defending here. They pick up Reignover, 1478. These crits are actually going to be quite absurd with this Jin build because he already has the Infinity Edge too.
Yeah, Stixay with the last bullets as well as the last shot of the curtain call has been finding those executions. Got that one on Reignover, also got the one on Pobelter, and he plus Hui with the Syndra ultimate have really been claiming a lot of Immortals.
Yeah, and none of them are really building any armor. The only armor item in sight is a Chain Vest right now on Huni because of the fact now it's Glacial Shroud as well for Adrian, but it's because they're just so afraid of Huki's damage and being the one that he picks to blow up. So they itemize towards that first. And now they have this armor pen who's basically doing true damage.
I mean, the armor
these guys
can't really help them right now. Will help as it stacks up, but CLG is a little too far ahead. Poor Minion gets the Reignover treatment as it just evaporates. And CLG looking to push him for this last inhibitor turret. Immortals are running out of base to defend.
Yep, I'm sure they'd buy more items if they could. They are down 10,000 gold, and CLG are trying to move in here. They have Darshan split pushing up top, and that he's just trying to usher that super minion line of minions up to the Nexus turret, because if you leave those alone, they'll take it by themselves.
Yeah, and when you think about Karma as wave clear, not amazing against these super minions because she has a decent amount of cooldown, but she only has 2 damaging abilities in her kit. She's not like a normal mage.
Swing and a miss for Huni. Darshan manages to slip out from under that ulti. That pulls the trigger for CLG. Reignover not going to get snared up there. Adrian maybe considering to turn it around, but Immortals do regroup under the turret.
It's still going on. Darshan is trying to get out of this.
He's out, but he took a lot of damage for it. Huni with a nice little play there does chase the Shen out.
He got the Standing Knight too, and this is right before Elder Dragon comes up.
Yeah, strong defense of the base here. Strong defense of the base here for Immortals, and they are able to hold. But the problem is that those neutrals just came up, and those are the things that CLG want to draw Immortals away from their base with. Because if you draw them out onto the map, all you have to do is keep them out there, and the minions will do that work for you. Elder Dragon's going to be the one that they use. They've got wards everywhere, so I don't even think Immortals can go over there.
Exactly. They're going to try to go for the Baron and try to blow that up.
This could be, it's an interesting move because if you go by Baron, you're threatening that, hey, we're crazy enough to burn Baron down and try and use Baron-empowered recalls to get back to our base and trade those for you. The only thing is that's a huge risk in itself if you decide to do that because you're corralling yourself into a small area, plus it does a lot of damage, but they're doing it, and they're going to pull CLG off. Can they burn it down in time?
They're racing the minions as well. Nexus turret almost down, but Immortal, the Baron actually does fall down.
Can they get the 3 calls off? They need to
Huni's almost Mega Gnar. He's trying to flank right now. He's going to try to go for a game-winning play.
Immortals, this is it. If you want your miracle, it has maybe arrived, but CLG going to chase him back away. Huni doesn't quite connect for the flank. Immortals are chasing him, but Stixay's melting him. Huni, that's the ulti, but I don't think that's quite enough. His GA is going to pop, and CLG, I think they have to back away here. Immortals actually maybe turning it around. Darshan flashes into the backlines, and the damage seems to be there. Hui looking in, flashes forward, gets the ulti down, but he doesn't blow anyone up. Smithy still taking a lot of damage.
This is a crazy fight as Adrian gonna get himself started. CLG, they just power their way through.
Oh, Pobelter! Almost CLG again by the skin of their teeth. Everybody has flashing health bars.
That's why it's such a risky play. You got the Baron, but you have to also be able to get off those recalls to defend your base. Right now, Darshan is going to finish the game as the rest of the team is going to finish Rainover, but he takes Huhi with him.
That's the only death of this game as Rainover gets a little bit of sweet justice back. But CLG are going to look to try and close it out. Darshan on a one-man mission right now. There's Afro and Xmithy to help him out as CLG stand firm and look to take game number 1. Huni's up in 5 seconds. Best of luck.
They don't have that much damage, though. These are all of their non-carries.
They have a lot of time here,
Yeah.
and it's only going to be Adrian coming up first. Oh, no, who?
Yeah, Huni's here.
Huni's there.
The W is actually enough.
There's
Darshan taunts him. I think that's enough.
Yeah.
CLG going to look for the Nexus. They will take it. As CLG claim game number 1.
And they play it the way Immortals want to play it, but they exclude Huni, they make it a frustrating match for them, and they come out on top. CLG taking game 1.
It's all about the big changes for CLG. They played around mid lane. Huhi took a level 6 kill champion with Ignite, and he got the kill. Solo kill, first blood. Also, the Smithy ganks down bottom to get bottom snowballing. They know that this is a 2-carry team. Both of the 2 carries had success early, and that's why the Immortals strategy of forcing those fights constantly wasn't able to prevail, because the carries there from CLG got too powerful too early.
And I think it's just such a great draft here as well, having the Shen to pull attention away. You know Darshan's not going to be the carry of this team, but Huni wants to be the carry of Immortals, and since lane swaps are kind of out of the question, right, you can't have somebody on the opposite side of the map. You can't really have that until later on, but that was already too late. Solo kills had already come out. Rainover wasn't focusing Huhi early on, trying to help out in that top lane.
We just knew adaptation was going to be so crucial here as these teams move into the series, and I think they've both made some changes, but it really does just feel like at least after game 1, Immortals taken steps and CLG have just taken strides.
Right, and this is a best of 5, so it's all about composure and how you can handle yourself from game to game. Adapt for the next one. Immortals should not be caught off guard again. I don't think we'll see Pobelter getting solo killed again, but you know, you never know.
I think we might see a Shen ban as well, because that just seemed like it was really frustrating for the team of Immortals. Shut down everything they really wanted to do early on, and also pull the pressure away from where they want to have it.
Well, with game 1 complete, let's hand it back to Riv and the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast, and I think we could all like to say we're speechless, and we can't say much, but that wouldn't do the game any justice. So upward, onward, moving through. The top lane had a little bit of action, but the first thing sparked off in the mid lane with a solo kill, something nobody was expecting.
What a game, honestly. Yeah, first of all, I love that game.
If every game is like that, oh
There's
my
so much
God.
action, but yeah, you did not expect the level 6 Syndra taking Ignite and actually solo killing Pobelter, a defensive support like Karma. He didn't respect it and snowballed so well. Who he played out of his mind.
Yeah, it's really frustrating because I was praising how Pobelter is, you know, so stable, and then instantly he in the first game just kind of gets blown
He heard
up.
you.
Massacres.
Yeah, and Karma is actually like a decent pick into Syndra. There aren't a ton that do really well in lane, and I think he just kind of disrespected the level 6 power spike of it and got blown up. And when you look at how that game should play from Immortal's side, they should have a ton of a pressure mid because he took Ignite instead of Cleanse. You have Ash Arrow, Elise Cocoon.
Right.
You can just kind of flash on it and set up all these plays. And the fact that they died at level 6, cut that off, and then CLG roam mid a couple times, took that turret really early, and it just kind of blew up some of the early game plan that Immortals could have had.
And a lot of this game really was on the back of these solo lanes and stuff, talking about, you know, Immortals plan, obviously they're supposed to be able to get ahead in the mid lane. They're supposed to be able to kind of dominate in top lane as well with this Gnar into Shen, you know, build up this split push advantage. And it was not really going to plan at all. Darshan was able to kind of weather the storm, although he maybe made some early mistakes in lane and got a little bit behind in farm. He was always super relevant for the team. And the fact that 6A and Huhe got this fed was just ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean, Huhe ends the game 7,000 gold up over Pobelter.
A little crazy.
Well, I really like CLG's adaptation because in the beginning, they're looking to camp top lane. Xmithy with repeated ganks, he even burns his own flash so that Darshan can survive the laning phase after the mistakes with the TP usage. But afterwards, they see that Immortals makes some mistakes in the mid lane, gets punished, makes a mistake bottom, immediately, okay, drop the plan top side. Let's make sure we punish mid lane and go bottom side and use that advantage to just completely seal the game.
And that bottom side brings us into our first replay here around 22:45 when we saw CLG taking advantage of everything they were able to snowball up to here and really capitalizing on Immortal mistakes.
So this is one of the few mistakes that you're going to see Huni make this game, because he played extremely well, but here he just gets caught out and blown up. The comp from CLG just has so much burst damage, and they're able to blow him up at the start of the fight, and from there, it's kind of easy to run through the rest of the team with this Jin just sniping from the back line.
Yeah, and while all of them are actually within your screen, the times that they're fighting, it's ultimately like a 1v4 every single time that an Immortals member is getting caught out.
Another thing was massive was because Huhi was so fed, everyone's building MR, no one was able to actually sit there and build armor for Stixay, who had, like 10 kills at that point as well. He has all this flat armor pen, no one's itemized for it, and there was multiple times where he's like critting even Huhi for like 1,500 and stuff. It was just disgusting.
I mean, that's what's kind of crazy is the fact that like this game went so well for CLG in terms of like we have 2 carries and both of them are huge, and then the fights were still surprisingly scrappy. Like Immortals initiated a lot of them, and they weren't like clean, like 4 for 0s, CLG stomping. Well, that's kind of scary.
It did feel like the Huni and Reignover show regardless. Like
Absolutely.
they were doing so much. Even that fight bottom, like 2v5ing the entire team, stalling out for a Baron. But it was disappointing for the rest of Immortals. You have the tools to engage and maybe mess up Syndra with the Trundle, with the Ashe arrow, and we never saw, except one time towards like 30 minutes in, where we saw an actual arrow onto a mid laner that is not only immobile, but not taking cleanse. And it was a bit disappointing to see them not pull the trigger as many times as they could, especially with an Essence Reaver build from the Ashe, which we criticized, and I don't think we even saw armor pen towards the end of the game.
And Isaac, you said a few times that this is gonna move us into our next replay around the Baron at 29:25. That one of those fights for Immortals could have easily closed that gold gap immediately.
Yeah, I mean, some of these fights were exceptionally close, and this was one that definitely was very, very close. There's a lot of aggression coming out from CLG. They're trying to take over the blue side jungle, and it does result in them kind of having to bail out in a very, very close fight.
Yeah, you saw that they already used the Jin ult. They're trying to retreat, but this is what makes Immortals so good is they're so sticky. They just play team fight so well, and you can always just watch Huni and see what he does. He had that one team fight where he blocked the last bullet to keep his team alive, and here we finally see that Ashe arrow get onto the Syndra, and this is a fight that's able to go slightly in Immortals' way, but they're just so far behind.
It's one of the most exciting fights I actually have seen in a while. I mean, everything came down to the wire at here, because you see that Jin is just barely trying to make it through the tri-brush into this fight, because it is a 3v4 right now, and they commit so much stress trying to get him, but Huhi just stays alive.
And just look at the health bars right now. Imagine if Huhi goes down at the very start of this fight, how different it looks. This is Immortal smashing that fight if he dies in that arrow, but Darshan sacrificing his life to save Huhi means that they actually end up barely living through that, because one thing going differently, if Huhi dies at the start of that fight, Immortals actually destroy that fight, perhaps take Baron there, the game turns around completely. So although they were ahead, Immortals really did not back down as far as they see an advantage, they see that a team fight that they think they can take, and they go for it. And you saw that as well when they rush down Baron. They're willing to take risks, and they're calculated risks, right? If they think, hey, this is a 30% chance, but that's the best chance we're going to get to win the game, then they're going to take it and they're going to commit to it.
And I think that's the thing moving forward, like I was saying, like the game went so well for CLG, and a number of these fights were really, really close. And I want to see what happens when Immortals doesn't fall behind and lose all their outer turrets in the first 20 minutes or something like that, where it is this closer game moving into the team fight phase.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if Ashe, like he didn't have a Last Whisper in the entire game, right? Like he was never even able to finish that against a team that was stacking so much armor, and even just that one item alone completely changes the dynamic of these team fights, because Shen can no longer just ignore this guy.
Or if they just didn't get run over and you have more isolated time with Gnar on the top side.
You see Immortals on your screen now. Huni, relaxing, stretching it out, understands that a lot of those plays he made were really 99%. One more percent, the team would have had the ace. They would have went through. We saw the fights at Dragon where he had everybody at a sliver of health. And I'm sure he, has that moment of almost blaming himself. A lot of times it talks about Huni has tunneled on a pick. Huni did this. It wasn't that he tunneled on a pick, but he wasn't coming up with those results that could have been Huni's high highs that we were talking about. So we saw the low lows.
And I think it's too early for a player to kind of put that emphasis on themselves. It's like, okay, it was my fault for the game. Just shrug it off. Make sure that you look forward to the next game. And particularly the next game, one of the things that we didn't touch on is the draft. They went with the Elise instead of the Gragas. There's a reason why it's so stale of Rek'Sai versus Gragas, because these two junglers are incredibly potent right now. They offer such a wide variety of plays during a team fighting, whereas Elise, as you saw, can't really do anything in the team fight. She's just sitting there getting crit for 1,500, whereas Gragas could have easily just turned these fights around.
To be fair, though, it is something that Reignover has obviously shown he likes a lot. He played it last week as well. Didn't work out always, but has a lot of playmaking ability, has the ability to be probably the best jungler at diving, I think, as far as top lane, and we know they love to do that.
All right, well, there are more games to be played in this series, and we have been tracking our 4 top NALCS teams to see who has been most visible fans by looking at number of players repping their team with a summoner icon. Fans entered the contest by playing match-made games while wearing any of the CLG, Immortals, Cloud9, or TSM summoner icons over the last several days. Let's take a look at some of the results, and we can see quite a few TSM players out there on the Rift throughout the past few weeks.
Not the most surprising graph to look at, I'd say.
No.
Like, oh, TSM's #1 in fan support.
I didn't even notice at first that TSM wasn't because it's Coke spilling the entire
Yeah, you thought that was just a graphic.
Yeah, I feel like anyone who goes to the LCS studio, watches the games, hears the crowds, you just have to listen to the chants. You know those guys have an insane fan base, and they're definitely going to be showing up tomorrow.
Absolutely. One lucky winner from each group is going to be selected for a special fan prize package for them and their friends. For more details, head on over to lolesports.com. Now we're hitting B for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The NALCS Finals continues live from Toronto right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Counter Logic Gaming! It's the group that never says die, Immortals!
Darshan now might be able to keep them away. Okay,
Good
landed, gives them a shield, but that's the kill. Darshan's down. Xmithie's low, and there's the double for Rainover.
I stunned them.
Yep, I'm watching. I'm ulti, I'm ulti.
Watch these. I'm on Elliot. I started.
Oh, that's a stun landing. If Pavelta gets blown up, who now unstoppable as he's going to get CC'd up. Darshan looking to protect him. It's actually enough.
I got that. I have W. I stunned them. Come. I have W. Stun him. Auto. I can't do anything. I'm on that. Nice, you got it. Come.
If they hang around, Immortals might have a chance to get back in this. Look at
Trying
Hootie!
to snipe Hootie. Will get protected by the statue. Pavelta melts his sticks and is destroying people. A CLG claims game #1.
Nori's coming, Nori's coming.
God, he's putting all the moves for Hotzer. And Nori nukes Hotzer.
Nori just dunked Hotzer right there.
CP, kill. Nice.
Woo! Let's fucking go!
Kill that base. Kill it. Oh shit, he can't end. Can you end?
Oh my god. The Nexus is falling! Phoenix 1 have done it! They have defeated TSM!
And welcome back to Toronto as you remember some of the amazing moments from the summer. And it's only about to get better as CLG upset Immortals for game number 1. Gonna stop some of the early momentum, and Huhi just went off.
Yeah, that's one of his best performances ever, I have to say. That's the second highest gold per minute he's ever earned, the second highest damage per minute he's ever put out, over 1,000 by the way. Really strong performance on that Syndra, starting out with a solo kill and not stopping.
Absolutely, and it's a very risky champion as well to be playing low mobility, doesn't take a second mobility summoner, and he was able to still come out on top, got set up kind of early on, and then they snowballed and actually played around him. And it's what CLG has been trying to do for the second half of the split, and if we're seeing it now as Worlds comes around, it might be exactly what they need to make it there.
That's the thing. Yes, CLG played that really well, but Immortals need to do a better job of getting to those low mobility backline carries. Both Jin and Syndra are very vulnerable champions, and they were not pressured.
Well, we're back into the draft for game number 2. Instead of actually swapped sides, if I recall correctly. So CLG now on the blue, Immortals on the red, Rumble, Tom Kent, Bard, and Siva. That's a blind guess. It is nah. Band's going to stay pretty consistent there, but Immortals do respect the power of that top laner.
Yeah, I actually would be, surprised if they do change up a whole bunch. I think that Immortals feel like a lot of the fixes are in-game fixes rather than champion select fixes.
And this is actually a little interesting as well because the Gnar previously was not banned, was picked by Huni, bans it away. I'm wondering what they're thinking is such a big threat here because Shen, GP, both still on the table, and Vladimir as well.
Wow.
Oh, actually, yeah. A couple of last second switches there. The GP does finally find himself though. The threat there is just too much for the cross map. I have to say that Shen you keep bringing up though, it is definitely still an option for CLG. Maybe Immortals actually save their counter pick for Huni because they typically put a lot of emphasis on getting the counter pick for the top lane, and maybe he'll go with something a little bit more offensive even to try and get those solo kills. Something with dive pressure.
And we'll keep it simple to start things off perhaps here. CLG hover the rack side and they will lock it in. Rainova continually being denied that champion, but Xmithie showed he's also no slouch on the champion last game.
Yeah.
Don't show anything right now, just taking it away. The Sivir is something that was left up, and it's Turtle's most played AD carry, and they are going to go with Vladimir and Sivir. Great combination here, and a great pickup for Wild Turtle especially.
Yeah, something we were discussing about why Sivir is so good with Immortals and against Immortals, because yes, she does enable the Huni and Turtle playstyle where they're diving and running at them, playing extremely offensively. But if Sivir's on the other team, then it also, removes one of those disengage options from the AD carry position. So Immortals early round pick it here, no surprise. Also, the Vladimir has been very, very high priority. So maybe Huni decides to play something else like the Malzahar into it, or the Cassiopeia has been something that has had success as well versus Vlad.
Yeah, if you can get him on the Cassiopeia, very big there. And especially since, they want to take the Vladimir so early on, because if it goes over to Huhi, Pobelter hasn't played Cassiopeia yet, so he might have the counter pick up for something that they had left up.
Yeah, and it definitely would fill into the same role that Huhi played last time. Really high damage champion. And looking at this front line, again, CLG are picking up the Shen. They are going with the super beefy front line, so it's going to be Stixxay and Huhi dealing deeps.
And I absolutely love this. Aphromoo, again, melee support, back onto the Alistar, and this is the engaged champion, again, trying to make some plays here. The team captain of CounterLogic Gaming, back in the driver's seat, not playing those range supports.
Well, Rainova going to change his tune actually this game as Graves and Trundle are the next few picks there for Immortals. Elise, he's a great Elise player, but he couldn't quite get the team fights going maybe. I guess Rainova's going to change that here with the big Gragas pick.
Yeah, I definitely think Gragas is much better to have alongside that Vladimir, have the disengage. If you have the Elise, not really that great of a synergy, and here you get to split the team up and actually have some early pressure as well with the body slam.
Plus, they have been able to save possible counter pick here. A couple of flexes in there for Immortals, but Huni will get the last laugh.
Most likely, at least, is CLG actually kind of figuring out how to round out this draft as well. We kind of saw Kalista. It's a very old counter to Sivir. Maybe Kog'Maw comes in here for Stixxay. Hasn't played it too much here. And of course, he does need a champion. We're kind of expecting MOUZ or Cassio, but CLG are running out of time to actually lock these picks in. How do they finish this draft?
Not with Teemo and Kog'Maw.
There we go.
Oh,
what?
There's the Malzahar that we were looking for, and Stixxay has been one of the guys, the few guys, to go back to the Kalista. So many AD carries have completely given up on the champion. However, she brings a tremendous amount of objective control, as well as the ability to make early plays. After moves on the Alistar, they can go for dives repeatedly.
Yeah. High damage as well when you reach those 2 item spikes. Doesn't really rely too much on the crit, but still able to actually throw Afromu in there and have their playmaker have some type of fallback in case it doesn't work out, but also more attempts to go for those plays.
It really does look like CLG are going for another early game here. They're going to try and get early and mid-game win and hope that they don't stall out for the Sivir and Vladimir to be at their completed items.
There we go. Immortals playing games with us a bit. Adrian hovering through some of his favorite girls, I suppose, with Jano and Soraka. But there's the Echo locked in for top lane.
That was
probably.
So when I said, maybe Huni goes something more offensive that can dive, Echo's great at diving in the top lane, especially if he does get that early advantage. So that is something that, yes, can threaten the Shen up to his turret, but then also can threaten Shen under the turret. And we'll see if Immortals actually do go for that strategy, or if they try and actually wait it out and hope, build up the Sivir for the late game.
And having that Echo is something that he's played a couple of times, but it was usually always AP, one-time tank during the split, near the very beginning. And he was an early adopter of the Echo, and it was very surprising that he was not picking it up in the Cloud9 series. They were letting it go through. So seeing Huni back on things like Gnar and Echo is definitely a little bit of a change of pace here for Immortals, showing that, you know what, they know that they messed up a little bit before with how they were allocating damage, and they're trying to correct that.
And this is actually a little bit scary for me for the Immortals side of view, because Immortals don't have a whole bunch of point-and-click lockdowns for this Kalista. Yes, Echo, it can be a great team fighter if you're really good with him and you get that great timing on the W. That can be dodged. The Gragas ultimate, that can be dodged. The Vladimir can even be kited. There are a lot of moves here where CLG have possibilities of outplaying this dive, but Immortals have shown that they can play extremely precise compositions.
Well, we're certainly feeling the electricity of the crowd here in Toronto, and want to know how you at home are marking the occasion. Connect with us on Twitter at @LevelEsports using the hashtag LOCKEDIN and share photos from your very own LCS viewing party. Show us how you LCS, and we'll feature some of your favorite photos live on the air as we move ourselves onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2. CLG up 1, Immortals, can they answer back?
Well, we're going to see in the early game, because CLG don't want to wait around. Vladimir did get the Ghost, so it's going to be a bit harder to kite. Vladimir with Ghost and Sivir on his team, plus Trundle Pillars, might provide enough for Immortals to pin down that backline.
Yeah, they're just trying to get both Huni and Pobelter into that backline. If they're able to do that, they might be able to find success on Immortals' side. But for CLG, no, they are actually in a pretty good spot. Not a lot of point and clicks for Stixxay, like you said, but a lot of this CC on Immortals, it's kind of limited, and they would want to use it on Huhi to interrupt the ultimate during a fight.
Plus, CLG also have what they have typically put the most emphasis on is cross-map plays. They have the extra teleport, plus they obviously still have the Shen stand united. This is something throughout the organization's history. They put a lot of emphasis on this cross-map control and constant pressure.
Well, we had a big game from Stixxay and Huhi there in game 1. Stixxay going to be pretty empowered here on the Kalista. Got the Shen to help him out, but we'll see what Hui's Malzahar can do against Pobelter, who now, and I think, a bit more of an offensive champion for him. I feel like Immortals have effectively shifted power sort of back to where they want it to be on Summoner's Rift. So we'll see if that adaptation for them is enough to win in game 2, or if CLG and their newfound aggression maybe comes up trumps here.
Yeah, I'm always a little bit confused when teams go for the Karma mid in matchups where she is a little bit vulnerable but does have some tools to survive, because even if you survive the matchup, are you really a big threat to the rest of the map? Well, if Vladimir survives the matchup, he's a huge threat to everybody else on the map, and Pobelter has the tools with his champion to actually run away with the game and have that late game scaling.
Well, early on, just trading melees here. There were changes to Malzahar's why he's not 100% pick ban anymore. Most of those were focused on nerfing that passive, the shield that you just saw got knocked off. But the early exhaust!
That is so aggressive, actually. If it's Stixay actually eating a lot of damage as a result, Adrian going to get some spears popped in, pulls them out. Decent trade for CLG, but I think IMT won out. What is going on?
I actually do really like that Immortals trade there, because Adrian soaking up a lot of the damage on the Trundle, does get to heal a lot more as all the minions die around him. Still has his double Targons, and they were able to push CLG back off the minion wave a little bit, allowing Sivir to gain control, so that once Sivir does gain control of the minion wave, doesn't really let go, and they're going to try and shove him under the turret. Thankfully for CLG, for Stixay, Kalista is very easy to last hit under turret due to Ren.
And right now, CLG are actually calling Smithy over. He just went over an Immortals ward, though. They're pinging that he should actually wrap around, but because they back off, they know he's spotted.
Yeah, look at those 2 wards right there. Those are the same 2 that the supports placed last game, and we get another good sighting of those. Scuttle Crab going over to Smithy.
And now, Rainover goes to the blue, counter jungles the Rek'Sai right now to try and actually 3-buff him.
Cool. Could be a nice move there from Immortals early game, as Rainover working on it so far. Be able to take it pretty comfortably for himself. Huni pushing up, and Pobelter does have pressure there as well. So pretty straightforward stuff. There's a nice little move there coming out from Gragas.
Yep, this is how Rainover usually earns those little advantages. Okay, up here, going to just stop the recall. But Rainover is on that top side, and they know that Smithy was just bottom side, so that's why Huni's staying around a little bit after his recall was interrupted. Now he knows the minion wave is also going to push towards his turret, so he doesn't have to worry about the freeze, and they'll just back off with that counter jungling being successful from Rainover.
I have to say, I've been pretty impressed with Darshan's Shen so far. Certainly working out the Spirit's Refuge first 3-hit passive thing.
And Darshan hasn't had the best of splits. Dropped out of the top 3 top laners in terms of all-star voting, and was really kind of somebody who was overlooked because his performances weren't great. And if he's able to adopt this Shen and doesn't have to play that type of carry role on CLG, it gives him a little bit more wiggle room, and he has been looking quite good on this champion.
Yeah, all of CLG have, kind of stumbled after MSI, and they've been working very hard over the season to get back to where they were. Stixay going to work very hard to get back to his turret. And Adrian going to do enough to delay him there, as Aphromoo does return to lane and even the numbers.
Yeah, he was warding out, so good vision there from CLG, making sure the bottom side stays safe. And they've kind of done a decent job pushing the lane back in after the early trades. There'll be a lot of push and pull, it feels like, in this particular lane. And Stixay, if he can get ahead on Callisto, you usually stay ahead. Huni and Darshan still fighting. Dodge out of the parallel convergence is good news there for the Shen, but Huni trying to keep the wave in his favor this time around.
Little caveat here is that Pobelter was able to gain control of that mid lane, shoved it up into the turret so that he could get the first recall. Has had time to purchase and get back to lane in time for the melees to hit his turret. So he will keep that CS lead and try and increase it here versus Huhi in the mid lane. Completely different from game number 1. This time around, Pobelter earning his place on the squad.
Up already 12 CS. It'll bounce back a little bit there, but Huni pretty much did the exact same thing, got the corrupting potion because he was getting chunked out, and Darshan had to blow his TP to get back to lane to make sure that it wasn't frozen on him. So TP advantage right now for Huni, but level 6 comes out for Shen pretty shortly.
And I think that's been one of the nice things for Darshan. Kind of has a bit of a pillow to soften the blow there in top lane as far as TPs go. You can see Hui and Pobelter, though, just the difference that game 1 was from so many games we've seen already. And even in this game, Pobelter, he just feels so much more confident and just a bit more proactive on the Vladimir in lane.
Plus, now he's level 6 on Vladimir. So much healing from the Emo Plague, as well as every extra level in the queue. He's going to approach that sustained monster in the mid lane very quickly, and Smithy approaches Huni.
Knock up there. It's actually level 6 now for the Echo. Might even fancy a fight. Rainover here. Huni is buying time. He ults himself. Decent damage to Rainover. Needs to make it in. Darshan spots him and taunts himself to safety, but it's not safe enough. That flash just gets him out from under it.
Yep, Huni now with the double summoner lead over Darshan in the top lane, but they're going to look to even it.
Flash up Boris. Huni bit off a little too much. He does live, but he's forced to flash.
Strike that. Other flash burn on the top lane as well. And Huni does burn it and get out with his life.
He does have teleport, so he'll be able to get back pretty quickly if he wants to. Don't know if there are quite too many minions that he could be able to push, but it'll just depend on if he wants lane pressure or not, or if he wants the ability to match the cross-map play that Shen could make.
All right, so that means we will keep our eyes on this bottom lane as Kalista also is approaching level 6 now. And remember the playmaking possibilities with this champion, plus Afromu being on Alistar, one of his most famous supports. Definitely a little bit reduced probability of making those turret dives happen with slightly less reduction to damage there on the early levels of Alistar's ultimate, but you can have the Alistar just WQ in there to start it off and then use Kalista ultimate to take away the turret aggro later.
You can see some first items here on kind of both these teams. BF sold up for Sivir early versus those early boots for Stixxay, clearly favoring a lot of that mobility.
Yeah, speaking of early items, Spirit Visage is something Vladimir wants to build pretty much regardless of matchup. But into this one is going to rush up to that one pretty quickly as Pobelter is even increasing that CS lead. Here we go down bottom though.
Smithy finds him.
Yeah, in trouble perhaps. Afro gets the knock up in. Smithy still chasing through. Adrian's going to get exhausted. Needs to flash. Does get out over the wall, but Smithy gets exhausted as he follows. Pobelter looking for it. Smithy going to get crushed out. Damage is there, and he's first blood. The Wild Turtle.
Too greedy from Smithy. He didn't have his flash and goes over and gets caught in the top lane. They're brawling as well.
Typical. Rek'Sai tunnel vision is built into the champion.
Oh no, the Sheen from Huni starting to do some work. Darshan gonna keep it safe. Really scrapping there in the top lane, but Huni barely edges him out.
Too early on the joke. Top lane action is still going on. They're just trading though. Nobody goes down, and Darshan still does have Stand United. Did not burn it in that last incursion. I was thinking maybe that would get a little bit, more of an all commitment from the rest of the squad, but just first blood here going over to Immortals.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually just brawling in the top lane at this time. So Stand United coming out, trying to back off, see if it happens. And who he TPs as well to try and get Turtle, but not able to get in range. And then Smithy,
Yep, put your head down and try and go for that first blood. However, good collapse from Immortals. And remember, we talked about mid lane control last game. Mid lane control this game obviously is in Pobelter's favor. He makes the first roam with Vladimir, burns that ghost, gets there for the first blood participation, plus the cash went over to Turtle, so that's where Immortals want it, and he'll be ramping up even quicker.
Looks like a blue buff steal's gonna go awry here for Rainover. Eats the ulti out there from Malzahar, and see ya, Sunshine! That's Hui with a kill.
Oh, both jugglers invading a little bit too deep, and they give another first kill. Hui did actually grab that first, that blue as well.
Yeah, apparently both junglers have gone a little bit too far when the enemy team is actually trying to get their blue buff. Pobelter, Rainover, on that side of the map previously, and now, boom! Ends up like, hey, we want to hand off blue buff.
Whoa, you can't 1v1 Kalista there, especially as Sivir. Very difficult to spell shield the Rend. You kind of have to guess it, and Stixxay is going to have that chase down potential. You talked about the early upgrade there to the Berserker Greaves pastry. Any sort of alone time there, there's no reason for Turtle to ever take a 1v1. So if he does, Stixxay needs to know that there are extra people lying in the background.
Certainly both being careful there. Looks like CLG's dual lane trying to deny what CS they can. That little caster creep's not quite doing enough work. As Huni pushes in, good cancel on the recalls. Darshan gonna have to delay that back for a little while longer. You can see just how aggressive Huni wants to be. Curious to see what item he goes for, but it's just bashing him with the Sheen right now.
Exactly. Huni is just trying to go all in on this early aggression. The Dark Seal had the Corrupting Potion as his second item, and then went for the Sheen because magic resistance is built, do a little bit more physical damage during that time, and just be incredibly aggressive on it. So he's trying to carve out an early advantage for himself, and you can see by the CS, he has done that a little bit so far.
Generally true for Immortals. Actually, in this game, Huni does ultimate himself back to lane, and that looks like Trinity Force, I think.
Yeah, Trinity Force Echo.
All right, very cute from Huni. Lee sees his way back to a minion. You can see Pobelter as well. They're also ahead as CLG will collapse on the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, it's a great thing to do on that top side. Use the ultimate after you back. You get Corrupting Potion charges as well, so he'll be able to stay in the lane, not have to blow his TP. CLG on the opposite side, haven't been spotted out just yet. They're probably going to get this Drake with no problem.
Yep, and there's the Drake going over to CLG. Darshan continuing to be harassed by Huni as Pobelter maybe looking at a dive here. No, that's Smithy, never mind. Maybe he wants to cover the lane. Pobelter, though, he's doing just fine. His Spirit Visage is already finished, and you said it. There's just nothing to really worry about at this point for Vlad. He's so strong when he hits those first 1 or 2 items.
Yeah, Spirit Visage completed is it's glory time right now for Pobelter. He can do whatever he wants in the mid lane. He can continuously shove the Malzahar under turret as well, it looks like, as he's continually pressuring Hui. The battles right now are just over minion waves to see who will be able to move first. And there is the teleport from Darshan used to get back to lane because he has Stand United ready to answer anything across map that Huni decides to go for.
And Huni actually cleans up the wave pretty cleanly as well. It's a cannon minion wave too, so it takes a little bit longer for Darshan to get through it.
Does have a Cinder, pops the Refuge there, but actually taking quite a lot of damage. Ping's level 9, so he's going to be okay here as he's relatively tanky, but Huni is kind of growing a bit of a lead here. Pobelta's actually going a pretty big one in mid lane there, 25 ahead. And bottom lane is even, which I think is good news for Immortals. CLG just haven't quite found the same pressure they did in game 1.
And a lot of it, you know, Stixxay has a ton of money in his bank right now, 2,280 he's sitting on, so this is going to be a very big recall for him. Complete that Blade of the Ruin King and really come into his own with the extra kill pressure there with the dual lane. Maybe now is the breakpoint for CLG to make the call to use Stand United on bottom lane and try and make something happen. Because remember, Hui also has teleport from the mid lane. While Pobelta can ghost and try and roam from mid lane quickly, it's not going to be as quick as the teleport coming in.
But blue buff going to get assaulted here from CLG as Stixxay did finally spend his big stack of cash and as a Rune and Hurricane built up. I imagine the build for Kalista hasn't changed too much since we last saw her.
You know, there's always the possibility Blade of the Ruin King did get nerfed. It's one of the reasons that she started to see less play as well.
True.
You don't rush it, first item as much anymore.
Darshan and Huni still battling away. Darshan, good use again of the W, but Huni happy to trade back and forth. There's the drive resonance going to proc in. So Huni just chasing around, and he's not even quite at his first point of strength yet. As again, they'll just bash their heads together. Huni winning most of these trades though. Darshan going back in though, maybe not. Spoke too soon. Huni again wants to trade in. He's got the ulti, so it's pretty safe. And
oh no!
He's got a wall, but he's actually back with the wrong way. He has to keep running. Slows him down. Ulti's way to safety. Can he trick his way out? Darshan might have won the 1v1 here. Slows him down. Huni's gonna flash. And there's no help. He TP's away, and it's just enough to get him out.
I think we have different definitions of safety. Huni living on the edge there. That was very risky for him, and now he's summonerless from the top lane. Before I was saying maybe now is why CLG will try and make a play on bottom lane. Definitely now they should make a play on bottom lane. Infernal Drake is coming up. They'll probably wait for that to spawn. Then they can reap more rewards from a play on bottom lane, but they need to time those summoners from Hui because those are very important, and now Darshan will have priority.
Yeah, absolutely important here, especially since that, like you said, bottom lane, they're really focusing that down. They have so much playmaking potential too from CLG in that bottom lane with the Kalista Alistar. And we saw while that fight was going on, Hui roamed down bot to try and get a play to actually be executed on, but still wasn't able to find anything. It's a much slower game now than the previous one. They aren't bashing their heads against each other, and it seems like Immortals are just trying to scale, whereas CLG are looking for those opportune moments where they can make those plays.
And here, you know, 15 minutes in, CLG do have a Drake to their name. I think the next Infernal will likely be a big point to look at, but these teams are playing it a little quieter than it was in the first one. It is dead even, more or less here, and that's probably got to be good news for Immortals. They kind of got ahead of themselves there in game number 1. Have to feel confident moving into that mid and late game that they can kind of take over that game.
Yeah, I think a big contributing factor to that as well is that both junglers went for, you know, aggressive offensive early moves and got slapped for it, both dying, and that kind of, you know, reduces the amount of
let's just farm.
Future, yeah. All right, we're cool. Cool down. As you can see, the lanes are been continually trading very, very often, and the action there has not died down. It's just the junglers less likely to fully commit to those invades. Nobody's really been able to get deep vision down either, and that makes you a lot more cautious.
And we've been seeing that these lanes, in terms of pressure, can just turn on a dime. When you decide to push, you can push very hard. Everybody is pretty even right now, to the point that, yeah, if Sivir wants to push up, go ahead. If, you know, Kalista says, okay, we want to invade your jungle, go ahead, they push up. And everybody's kind of allowing each other to do that at those moments. And that deep vision, like you said, is not coming out because of these types of opportunities that, well, the other team is recognizing.
Darshan again, nice trade onto Huni. I feel like Huni's got a big stack of money to try and spend here, and Infernal Drake's up in 50 seconds. He's going to have to get that in ASAP.
This is what we've all been waiting for. Stand United is level 2 now, level 11 for both top laners. So they are very ready to join. Curious to see what Immortals and Huni decide to do. Is he going to walk down? So he uses his ultimate up to the top side. Now, yes, that is a cool move to try and get some control of the lane. However, you don't have it for the actual fight.
And now he has Trinity Force in the lane, though, so that's what he's trying to do, is press this advantage that he has right now before Darshan gets to back. But like you said, kind of difficult to actually show up to that fight.
The other thing you have to worry about at this point in the game, if one team is committing fully to an Infernal Drake, First Blood is still on the table for the turret. So if that turret goes down, which it will because it's a Trinity Force Echo up there left alone, then you are giving up a lot for that early Infernal Drake.
Uh-oh, Pobelta gonna get stained up there by Aprimil. Stixade just gonna keep moving in. Pobelta, though, pretty tanky. He's gonna live through the first round at about 60% health. Isn't too bad. They actually moved their duel into the mid lane as well to try and pressure that central section of the map to open up space for this Infernal. And Darshan is just taking a beating.
Yeah, and this physical damage from Huni. Oh, he gets the stun!
Oh, that's the good news there. Darshan gonna try and get himself out of the way. Huni does pick up the kill. Phase dives onto his face.
Up. Paz comes out here, and it looks like it might be Darshan.
It is on CLG's side. We'll wait until we get some information from the refs. But regardless, that solo kill there from Huni is huge. We've spent the last 2 minutes building up this possible Drake fight, possible first turret gold going down in exchange for it. However, now, big resource removed from CLG as Darshan is dead for 33 more seconds.
Yeah, and because of that, he would get that first turret gold. He would get it solo as well on Huni, which is another 650 gold into his pockets. It's a big lead to have in that lane that you know he wants to just barrel straight through.
Plus, he's got his teleport coming up soon, so he might even be able to answer to another objective on the other side of the map. This is a very big turning point in the game.
I was gonna say, the tension in this game, given what we've built up to, is pretty insane. And this next Drake, it feels like a lot of the game does ride on it. Teams are still very close in gold. The models are up, but it's less than 1,000 gold. Doesn't mean too much here as we're moving into this crucial section of the mid game. Kind of everyone's, hitting 1 to 2 items. Everyone's getting to those first early points of power. It does feel like in a lot of these quieter games, the two teams just kind of smack themselves together and eventually have a big mid game team fight. We're about to hit that point, and Immortals, a crucial kill there right before a very untimely pause.
Yeah, I went back to look at it. Darshan was minion blocked by 4 minions on his side and was trying to get out, and that's why he got stunned, because he didn't realize soon enough that he had to start attacking those minions, and that's why he ended up dying there. So it's a pathing issue that's currently paused for, and we'll see what ends up happening.
Well, certainly curious to hear how that develops, but we'll have to find out shortly.
Yeah, regardless, in the current state of the game, there are a couple wards down as well worth going over for Immortals, as they are definitely setting up for this as well. They weren't counting on a solo kill from Huni, but they were laying the groundwork for a possible Drake fight here. You can see in the jungle on CLG's side, the fairly deep red wards there are from Reignover by the Raptor Pit, as well as the red buff, so they could see the preparation and get a bead on the early moves of Smithy.
Spirit staying high as well. As a note, players are allowed to talk during this particular pause. The referees have ruled that, so don't worry too much there. Teams just making sure they, keep morale high, keep the conversation flowing, and of course focus on what we've already highlighted as a very pivotal point in this game.
And we're going to actually get a replay in a second.
Try and check that one out.
Yeah, see exactly what happened there. Get the review.
Got to say, I love the flag right behind Turtle's chair. It was great to see him walk in there. Clearly very proud, and it's been a great crowd so far. Turtle wearing the flag with pride. We'll see if he can win one for the home team, I guess.
Yeah, this has been such a big moment, leading up to Toronto for Turtle. When he first heard about it, he was so excited to come here and play in front of all of you, his countrymen.
I have to say, I'm just genuinely happy. We're back to the metric system. It was a weird move.
I thought you were just saying.
It was a weird move to the US. I'm like, everything's different. Country's on the wrong side. It's weird. I'm used to water being on the right, not the left. Coast changed. So Toronto definitely feeling like it's aligned the right way. You guys have been awesome so far. It's been great to see Toronto.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible city. Just walking around. Oh, it's one of those things you think Canada would be a little bit colder, but nope, summertime.
Certainly not right now, because things heating up. You can hear the crowd there.
I believe that's Let's Go Turtle. Maybe?
I mean, Turtle and Toronto,
saying Kobe.
Maybe
it's Turtle.
And again, just having a quick look on the inventories right now in this particular game.
Yep. Getting the ready checks as well for the players before they get back in this game.
Might be good to go here. We'll find out shortly. And again, we've talked it up. It's a big Drake to get as well. Infernal's always one you want to have, especially when the teams have been playing it close and do have some good scaling here in these big carries from the bottom and mid lanes. CLG certainly good together. We'll see how they navigate what's a tricky situation, because Huni, he's kind of had the lead he wanted this game here that he couldn't get in game number 1.
Yep, definitely looking at what the bottom lane for CLG will be able to do here, as it is going to rely a lot on their playmaking abilities.
Well, we're back in. Let's go. Drake is up. Immortals not quite running to the area just yet.
And Darshan actually up in only 15 more seconds, and he does have teleport, but the first turret probably will go down.
So this is it right here. Minion blocked, can't move. It's a normal thing in the game. Talks about pathing issue, and he can't get out of it fast enough, and that's why he gets stunned there. And he wasn't able to get out. Yep, used his E to get between everything. So he went through the minions' hitboxes and then ended up on the other side of them.
And then back to the regular game. That first turret did go down, and here goes Pobelter.
United looking good. Pobelter getting in a bit of trouble. Raynova going to block them with a body slam. Afro low, but the Stixay's going to ram them all to pieces. Ulti's not enough from Raynova to try and save it, and CLG have Darshan swoop in to try and clean this up. Huni running out where he can. He did make it down. Turtle, he's awfully low. Does die in front of Stixay. Gets himself a triple kill.
CLG do execute the game plan here with the composition that they are running. They do play all those strengths we lined up before the action on the top lane. However, Immortals, Huni made that work count. He got the solo kill, and he also got the first turret blood. So a big amount of gold did go over to Immortals before this, and they're still ahead in gold, even though CLG eventually are able to capitalize on the bottom focus and the Shen stand united. Immortals do take some first.
Exactly. That's why they're still up in gold, the 600, even after the triple kill here. And they're just waiting for Pobelter. They end up trying to pick him off, but it's hard to pick off of Vladimir. Then everybody comes down here.
Right. They go in first for a chunk on Pobelter, and then Pobelter actually goes for the full dive, which is just what they wanted. Stand United comes in. There's the Kalista ultimate right into the Pulverize as well from Alistar. So they locked up Pobelter and took him down first.
And then Huni completed his TP, tried to jump on Aphromu, who he locks up Huni and makes sure that he can't get down a parallel convergence, can't get down a stun and try to turn the fight.
And the final kill locked up because Darshan gets that taunt onto Turtle, and CLG were able to clean up some extra gold for themselves, plus that Infernal Drake. Now Huni's at it again.
I mean, this is Huni. He's got a Tiamat here as Raynova's going to join in. TP in from the mid lane, but CLG's top laner already in a bit of bother. Huni not going to get out of the way. A nice box there as Darshan has to keep cutting it around.
Rayseeker up!
Xmithy's here as well. Oh! Get him, Huni. Sniped by Xmithy as Darshan going to turn it on its head. Xmithy grabs a double knockup, and CLG can do no wrong.
Also, look at that last deep. I see some Tiamat procs there from Huni as he's whacking around on Echo. He's going to build maybe a Titanic Hydra or something. We'll check in on that build later because CLG just made another huge play there as Smithy able to arrive, and Darshan even walks away from the whole thing.
And CLG get the turret as well and get themselves a gold lead over Immortals at 21 minutes. Right now, CLG are performing these dives correctly. They are actually playing as a full unit, as a team, and they're utilizing their multiple teleports in the roams, whereas Pobelter, opposite side of the map, Vladimir in the bottom lane can't join this fight ever.
Look at this. Okay, so Darshan even missed his taunt, and so Huni wants to, well, never mind, another 1v1, baby!
Pobelter going to get rendered slow is there, but Darshan needs to keep chasing. He does ghost his way under the tier 2 turret. He will be safe, but CLG are not pumping any brakes.
Yeah, but right on the side, Turtle found somebody as well, and looks like not going to happen. Adrian able to dissuade Smithy.
I have to say, though, CLG, again, they're going to still focus on the objectives. The turret is very low here. They can stick around and clean that one up as well to add another one. So both side turrets taken from by CLG in the last two plays for them. Pretty big momentum. We said this is going to be one of those early and mid-game spiking compositions. They're playing really well to their strength. This is one of the best things for CLG. They've had a lot of focus in-game that follows up on their out-of-game preparation.
And they were waiting for those power spikes to come through, and they didn't pull the trigger too early. They waited for it. You see Rylai's Crystal Scepter, double items here for Huhi and Stixay, and that's when they're saying, okay, it's time to fight. It's time to actually go after this Vladimir. It's time to actually have these teamfights come to fruition, and they've gotten turrets off of it. They've gotten so much map control. And CLG, they've been actually having that map control because they've been shutting down Rainover too.
It is a bit of a surprising thing to see. 2 games in a row, CLG with an early advantage over Immortals. Immortals are the team that a lot of the pro players currently in the North American LCS credit with teaching them how to play quick early games and play quick aggressive games. This is a style that, Immortals as a squad, that's just why they had so much success early on and in the normal season of the LCS.
Yeah, they've established a lot of the meta of the top teams. TSM credits them very heavily for, having these calls where they just go in. I think it was, it sucks to lose, but it sucks even more to lose slowly. And that's been the philosophy of the top 2 teams. But Immortals find themselves in this 3rd place match and down a game and down in gold in game 2 versus CLG because they haven't been able to actually have that type of early aggression that they want.
And it feels like CLG have actually taken up that mantle.
Yeah, that's true.
This was a relatively quiet early and mid game, and CLG are just playing to Immortals' same strength here. They're happy to fight over and over again. They don't have much of a lead, but CLG, they're going to play with it.
Yeah, and even though they are, fighting constantly now, it really is a disciplined choice as you build your strategy around this spike and then playing to it, making that call to pull the trigger on the bottom side of the map and on the top side of the map consecutively. Now, let's see what Immortals can do about it, because Immortals do have Sivir starting to ramp up now. He's got the 2 items. The dream trio of items for Turtle would be to add the Infinity Edge next, and they're looking to try and weather the storm and get to that point, not let CLG run away with this game too quickly.
And CLG can run away with the game, especially with Stixxay, because how are you going to catch this guy later on in the game? It's up to Rainover, and Rainover has been moderately shut down in his jungle so far. Look at this.
Oh, Belter. Malzahar ulti not enough, but he pulls out from under Afro's headbutt. Gonna stay safe for now. Vladimir, pretty resilient champion, but CLG trying to knock down this turret.
Yeah, if he can get over to some minions or to a jungle camp to heal up, then it's great for Immortals, because the ultimate is down from Malzahar, from Huhi, and that's one of the biggest teamfight tools that they do have. So now that Belter has been able to leech a little bit up, they're backing off, relieving some of the pressure.
Heal on the blue here as well. The Huni grabs it, which I think is where they wanted it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Belter, though, just going to return down. Huni going to go back. We'll see what mystery keeps he's building here with the items in just a second. But again, Immortals, certainly a close game here. And Drake up in 20 seconds. It will be Cloud number 2. CLG looking to grab it and maintain that discipline. But Immortals could just bust it open with one big fight.
It will be interesting to see how Immortals handle this, because they do have the opportunity to 1-3-1, especially with Huni going with that extra Tiamat. The wave clear is even quicker for him on the Echo, and then he can drop back into Fog of War. As of right now, though, fighting over the mid pass.
Yeah, the problem, though, for Immortals 1-3-1 is that they don't have that second teleport on Belter, and if it was answered by Huhi and Darshan, they would be able to get to a fight if it broke out much sooner. So Belter, he was left out of a previous fight.
Is that profound? It actually is someone. He knocks him back in. But the dragon goes over. Belter actually steals it. And now he's going to move his way back in. Afromu going to get it turned around as Turtle picks one up. Now Huhi, exhausted, getting chased as Huni, just trying to track down Stixxay. Shuts him down. Is Rainover going to get ulted in by Huhi. But Huni, he is never done. And he'll chase down Huhi. Going to get himself towered up. Just Immortals turn the switch.
Immortals off to the races. Belter steals the Drake and gets to the back line. Takes down Stixxay. And they're going to be able to get the turrets afterwards.
And what did they take off of this? They have a minion wave on the top side on a tier 2 right now. Huni's heading right over there to get even more.
Well, that's Huni, very greedy, but it might pay off here for Immortals. That high pressure that they've always been known for reaps very big rewards, and Huni is a monster. He's going to take out this turret. Immortals 3rd of the game, and CLG are really starting to fall behind now.
And he just picked up this Tiamat for wave clear to try and get a little bit of a faster push on these side lanes so that he can pull off moves like this, push the wave up, show up to these fights, then have it pushing it later on. And that seems to be the logic behind it. And it's also a great item that Huni likes to do damage with.
Let's take a look at the setup for this fight, because Hui's actually in the middle of the mid lane, and Belter does get it with the flash there. Alistar actually, or his Smithy was extremely low, so he got chunked out. He wasn't able to participate at all. Really good job there by Immortals, jumping in very quickly on that dragon fight. And CLG very separated. You see there, we zoom out so far, you can see who he's fighting one versus 3 there. He pops the Malzahar ultimate. Wow. Smithy, yes, head scratcher there.
Yeah.
Smithy trying to take down that red buff. And CLG give quite a sizable chunk back to Immortals, who, remember, still have this gold lead.
Afro also loses his ultimate, trying to go back in onto Wild Turtle. I think Stixxay was scratching his head because he's not quite sure how he lost to Drake with Kalista on his team.
Yes, the Rend, you know, you wanted that to go off, but loses it over to Pobelter for the Cloud Drake. But also, he didn't really have a ton of peel. Afremu didn't have his ultimate up, and he got chunked out, pulled him in, and Afremu threw himself back in to try and actually buy some time for Stixxay, but they both ended up dying anyway.
Yeah, they didn't have the coordination there. Definitely broke for Counter Logic Gaming, and Immortals went right in. Very decisive team fight for them. And very much luck that they were able to get that dragon. Sometimes when you have too many things and you're trying to coordinate a Kalista Rend with a smite, then you do it a little early and they don't match up. And Pobelter got in there, flashed at the perfect time, able to steal it. Plus the team fight victory is such a huge morale boost, and they were already ahead in gold, and now they're feeling very confident.
And the interesting thing here is these teams, their goal are on the people that they really want them to be on. Huni has 3 kills, you have 3 kills on Turtle, another damage dealer. You would maybe want a little bit more on Pobelter, but you look over CLG, their 2 damage dealers just have everything.
Yeah, I mean, they only have 6 kills. You can't have 3 on Huni, 3 on Turtle, and 3 on Pobelter. You better go earn those first.
2 on everybody? I don't know. Spread them out, you know? Redistribute.
Well, Wild Turtle does have that QSF and the Infinity Edge is coming on the way, so the fact that Huni and Pobelter are looking good and Immortals have even more to play to as the game goes on means that they are sitting pretty despite the lead not being super massive. Darshan trying to fend it off here. Is Pobelter going to get himself ganked? Ran out here for Stixxay, but Pobelter, yeah, doesn't care too much.
Yep, that's why. I mean, they are going with that 1-through-1 we're talking about with the Vladimir and the Echo. Split pushing, he absorbs 2 people to the top lane, and Immortals get a turret out of it.
Yep, Huni able to shove the bottom lane up to the Shen, up to under the turret, and then able to threaten this as well. So not able to defend that middle turret because you could get dove if you were CLG.
Next Drake is a mountain, but it'll be 4 or 5 minutes or so until that one's up. Let's see if Immortals actually look to take it in again. CLG still are playing around what they know, which is these objectives, and they're trying to get farm into the relevant places. Stixxay doing okay there. He also reasonably defensive with the Riley second, but still a strong team fighting item. CLG, kind of like Immortals were before that Drake fight, are kind of one team fight away, but Immortals are a team that usually when they get a lead, do not let it go.
Yeah, and you can see they even itemized 2 QSS already for Immortals, making sure that he doesn't have anything that he could really do against those 2 members and he'd be able to get out of those CCs. But it's also quite good against a Shen taunt as well.
We will see if the front line of CLG can keep this Vladimir off of Stixxay and off of that back line, because CLG definitely need to have Stixxay getting a lot of those spears in for the team fight victory.
And after overtime, just chucking them in. CLG do take down a Scuttlecrab. Baron, which could be the next order of business, at least from the next 10 minutes or so, is kind of an objective the teams can look to play for, but that Drake is up in 1:10, so a little off on my estimate earlier. And Immortals still have plenty of towers up as that.
Oh, Turtle!
Is in Turtle! Oh my god, he barely lives. He flashes out the Ren. He is not enough. Immortals, can they turn it around? Adrian, no QSS is going to wait a little bit of damage out from the ultimate.
Force the flash, but can they get an objective after it? Darshan does have Stand United, but he's on him? Huni.
It's the nightmare match.
Yeah. Oh, here they go, re-engage.
Stixxay wants Adrian. Afro going to go in for a talent out time for CLG. Stixxay takes one out as Reignover going to re-engage for Pobelter, doing damage, but he gets exhausted after the Hemo play. CLG, are they really diving in again? Stands United onto Darshan, but Reignover shuts that down. Huni lands his way in, but Stixxay is still alive. Wall of Thunder's working overtime as CLG are standing ground again.
Definitely limping away here for Immortals. Can they leech enough off of the Raptor camp? Everyone fighting for the health that you can gain back. Reignover claims the big one, and they're going to try and hold the turret.
Yeah, if Huni backs, though, he will have something available, but no, he doesn't go back for a TP play. Instead, sticks around because they don't want to lose this turret, but the defense might be in vain.
Darshan again, Great Spirits, Refugees soaking so much damage. Ulti to Reignover, Darshan barely creeps away. There's the kill, AD carries going nuts. It's still the Wild Turtle goes berserk.
It worked, that's the turtle. He gave the turtle. Yeah, he should be alive still, he's fine, but not optimal. But I have to say, the Huni right there, he got locked up before he could get his ultimate off on Echo and almost went down. Turns out, Turtle is the sole survivor.
Look at the Canada buff as Turtle going to push his way forward. Adrian finally here to help him out. And Immortals may break mid here with Turtle's triple kill.
And it's got to feel great. 6-1 in 3 for Wild Turtle on home turf.
Canada's own gets the inhibitor kill as well for Immortals as CLG start to respawn.
He had gotten the Infinity Edge before that fight had started and got multiple crits across people. And Pobelter, big part of that fight as well, staying alive for as long as he could. His pool actually kills some people, and he has the Tides of Blood while he's in it, and that's when the dive goes through. Here comes Huhi, uses the ultimate onto Rainover, so he's locked up. Everybody groups. Pobelter flash in, uses Tides of Blood. This actually does percent of your own HP damage, and he's able to distract them. Everybody is waiting for that Vladimir to pop up, so Wild Turtle gets tons of crits.
Oh, we're back to a Baron fight here. It's at 3,000 HP and dropping.
CLG went a little desperate. Huni going to get ulted up by Malzahar, but I don't think that's where they want to be. CLG needs to line up battle lines, but Huni going to break them in two. Malzahar already going to fall, and Turtle going to look to play clean up again. Parallel convergence is great, and IMT just zoning him out of the fight. Rek'Sai goes down as Turtle picks up one. Immortals still fighting forward as Pobelter soaks up so much. Darshan makes his way back in, and 6A is trying to kite with a lifeline for more, but Darshan finally falls down. Aphromu's going to go down as well, and Immortals, another ace on CLG.
And it's a clean ace as well for Immortals.
Oh my goodness, they're running for the second inhibitor turret as well. Immortals are looking to end this one.
They have a minion wave as well, and they're gonna push. It's already got a super minion.
Just like that, so quick. Back-to-back teamfight victories, and they are going to the Nexus.
Immortals gonna take this one down. We got a series. Immortals prove that when push comes to shove, this team shoves hard. And that man on your screen, Wild Turtle, feels like sometimes he's overshadowed by the stars on his team. Pobelter's had a great season. Huni always looks good, and Rainover is a monster. But not here in Toronto. Turtle proves, when I go up, I go big.
8-1 and 5 for Wild Turtle. A fight at the opportune timing as well for his items to come through. And then his team really backing him up there in those fights. Pobelter took a lot of that aggression.
They really showed why the Vladimir Sivir combo is so feared and very rarely gets through Champion Select.
Gets him off the Karma, back into a bit of comfort there with the Vladimir. And what a ridiculous game from Immortals. CLG were fighting again, and it felt like it was going to be the same story, but Immortals prove again that, hang on, we're actually still pretty good at team fighting as well, and they take it straight to CLG.
And we talked about in the first game, Immortals style. They don't care if they're behind. They're going to keep trying to win these team fights, and when they do, they can end the game off of them. We saw 2 back-to-back. Game didn't look like it was going to end just yet, but immediately, all it takes is 10 kills later, I guess.
Well, we have a series now at the Dust Stand at 1-1, so let's send it back to Riv and the analysts.
Thank you, guys. And looking at this one, definitely turned itself on its head after a few minutes. In comparison, I was writing something down, 620, 650, 824, 945 in the first game. This one was much slower. We saw Xmithy go down 8 minutes, and then 925, and then nothing popped off until 19 minutes. And we were talking about how Immortals loves to play fast, but they took this one slow.
Well, it's got to do with the draft. I mean, when you give away Vladimir and Sivir, all you got to do, wait 20 minutes, you win every fight. And that's what happened. The early game, I'd say, went a little bit of CLG's way, barring some unfortunate mistakes that happened. But ultimately, Vlad, Sivir, our time, and then you just win a fight.
I honestly don't understand what the draft was from CLG, because you see that Immortals banned Sivir Vlad in game 1, and then game 2 they just hand him over first rotation red side to Immortals again. And I understand they want to counterpick the Sivir with the Callista, but you can take the Vlad first, and then you don't give him this ridiculous combo, which is just what kind of tore them apart in a number of these team fights.
It did, but to be fair, I mean, the game was pretty darn well for CLG, and I think a lot of the credit actually has to go to Huni. I think Huni actually got a lot of work done. If you look at the amount of damage he was able to put out in these fights, he was a split push monster. He got ahead of Darshan with the kill. He takes first blood turret gold, and that really propelled him into the situation where he's taking objectives off the map consistently for the team, and he was able to be a big playmaker in these. And he actually did almost double the damage that Pobelter did, about double the damage of this Vladimir. So a lot of it was actually on the Echo, and I think had he not shown up so big, I think that CLG actually could have done pretty well here.
I do think you have to give Huni a lot of props for his play in the laning phase, but when you look at a number of the team fights, it's off the back of Pobelter getting like huge ults or a massive E combo off. The one at Dragon was a great example.
It brings us to our first replay here, 25-20 in, and I remember you saying Pobelter just went ham.
And he's going to be coming in from the blue side, ghosting into this fight where Afram is going for a little bit of a greedy engage. He shouldn't be trying to blow everything onto the Gragas after you've secured the Dragon. But Pobelter, watch what he does. Flashes in right away, and as soon as his 3-man ultimate is going to come in, the fight is won.
I mean, to me, though, yes, this is a great play from Pobelter, but it's capitalizing on really poor play from CLG.
Yeah,
this was an awful fight from CLG. Aframu walks up with no ultimate. He just wanders into the bush. He initiates on someone that's basically 0-3. It's not even an important target. And then they blow Malzahar on the 0-3 Gragas as well. And it's like then the carries get run rampant. So, to me, this was much more of a CLG mistake than something to do where Pobelter really like crushed on the Vladimir. Right. And I think that this was the key fight in the game where CLG was doing so well. Stix8 got a really good start off that bot lane fight, and I think had this not gone so poorly, had they not kind of overextended and chosen this poor fight, I think the game could have looked massively different.
And I've been in this situation so much where you're doing so well, and then you have your plan set out. We're going to go for the Dragon. I mean, because the game is in your hands, you feel like you can do anything, and you feel like you can go and get that pick on the Gragas, where it's just a vast mistake, and it gets punished immediately.
Right, and I think it is true that was a big mistake by this CLG team, but there's not as many mids that can punish you so hard as the Vladimir, and like, oh, we over-engaged and now we're all clumped up running away. Vladimir thrives there because he's able to jump on top of you and just sit on your team as you're trying to run away. He gets the puddle down, hit his pool, and you're just like, all right, well, we'll get slowed and get a ton of AoE damage.
And this one was much different for Counterlogic Gaming coming through, continuously trying to find that Vladimir, get kills in the bot lane. Pobelter would walk away, chuckle to himself. Again at the top, again in mid, and that brings us then to our 31-30, the ace that happens, and it just showed Immortals was slowly growing the snowball.
And this is another very aggressive play here from CLG, and it was the slimmest of margins that makes this go wrong. As Darshan sees an opportunity, he taunts forward onto Huhi, but Huhi's able to get out. He doesn't die off right away, and that is critical because then they're able to pile in.
I do think it's a mistake also to blow the Vladimir ult onto Reignover. You could have held that, or the Malzahar ult. Right, because then it allows Pobelter to go free into your team.
Which was both the fights, right? And that's why Malzahar is usually considered a pretty good matchup into Vladimir, because you have the silence, because you have this hard lockdown. If you can kill off Vladimir before he can get the pool off, before he can get the Zonians off and stuff, you can't get those multiple rotations of spells. It's a pretty big deal.
I think that fight towards the end was just 3K down for CLG. You have the objective, and it's reminiscent of the Dragon one. You have the objective. You've secured what you're looking for. They keep pushing for more in a position where they're unable to capitalize. As you saw, it's so hard for Rexa to actually do anything if she's not burrowed form. And you can see how quickly they snowballed this game out of control. It's, I believe, under 10 minutes since they got the lead back, and game's over.
Right. I mean, you hear a 33-minute game, you usually think destruction, but it's like, nope, that was close until 30 minutes, and then boom, over.
It was really close, and both those fights were ridiculously close. It's like one more auto, someone dies. There was the mid lane fight as well, where Vladimir gets out with like 1 tick of health with Malzahar on.
Yeah, the whole game was a number of those close fights, and it always seems like Immortals comes out on top. And game one was also pretty close like that, except they were down too much gold.
Well, going into this game, moving forward, it is IMT that picks red, so they stay on red. We were talking about the pick bans. It seems like they really favor that last counter pick.
Well, they might be thinking maybe CLG is going to give us Vladimir and Sivir for free once again. Unlikely, but I do want to see Immortals have a better answer for Shen. In their previous series against Cloud9, 5 times they banned Shen. Never let Impact have it a single time. Here, you let it go through twice, and before they took over this game, they were struggling with Shen because they keep making plays towards the dual lane. Vladimir, Pobelter going for a solo 1v2, gets Shen ulted, and that's where the lead came from CLG. So we're seeing a lot of mistakes happening, and if Huni had not gotten that solo kill onto Shen, this might have been a wildly different game.
The thing that concerns me, though, is what is Immortals going to drop for that ban? I think you want the Bard, the GP, and the Gnar, because otherwise Darshan's just going to first pick the Gnar, and you're going to have to counter pick with Echo or something like that. And I think it's hard to really get a bad matchup for Darshan on the red side. I think that's what's kind of concerning for me.
Isaac, any changes you'd like to see coming into game 3, or are we good to go?
I think it's tough. I honestly think that although comps matter a lot, it comes down to the team's play. Game 1, CLG was the one coming out on top with the slimmest of margins. In game 2, it was Immortals coming out on top in these really close fights. So I just want to see more good play, more good games.
Let's see it already. One of these teams will take the series lead when we come back from break. Don't go anywhere. The third place match continues live from Toronto right after this.
Game number 2, CLG up 1, Immortals, can they answer back? It looks like a blue buff steal's gonna go right here for Rainover. Eats the ulti out there from Malzahar, and see ya, Sunshine. That's Hui with the kill. CLG have Darshan swoop in to try and clean this up. Huni running out where he can. He did make it down. Turtle, he's awfully low. Does die in front of Stixay. Gets himself a triple kill.
That's right, baby. That's right.
Nash.
I ulted him. He's dead.
Marzar is ulting me. Another one.
Listen, ulti. Listen, no flash. I'm getting Mal.
Marzar low ulti.
I got it.
Yeah, nice.
Finally falls down. Afromu's gonna go down as well. And Immortals, another ace on CLG. And it's a clean ace as well. Immortals prove that when push comes to shove, this team shoves hard.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. Risk the fall, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
And welcome back, everyone, to the NALCS third place finals match. We're 1-1 now as CLG are tied with Immortals in this series, and the game felt like it was developing into Stixay versus Huni, and then it was the battle of AD carries. Total and Stixay traded so much there.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these AD carries showed up a lot on their shoulders, though, and at the end of the day, it was Wild Turtle who had a little bit more behind him in the team, but man, did Stixay play his heart out in that game. Afro move, of course, you saw it during the break, kind of bolstering his spirits in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the stats here, literally 1 damage per minute separated those two. I really have to say, though, having, taking Kalista in the current meta is so rare, and being able to perform with it like that, CLG actually playing around it was very surprising, and looked like it was going to work if not for Huni.
Yeah, and Huni in the top lane, getting that solo kill, being able to snowball, had even more gold in his pocket, and he was showing up to these fights. He was getting those kills, and he was honestly the highest kill participation on the Immortals squad, which is very impressive because normally he's that guy who's just split pushing. He even got a Titanic Hydra to help himself split push in that game.
And I think as well, the idea that adaptation is very key for these teams moving through the best of 5. Immortals did show us that they can adapt in draft, can adapt in play, and it showed so much there. That Vladimir pick, it's really obvious, but after the turn from Karma, it almost looked like a stroke of genius.
Exactly, and also it showed that Immortals also can recover from a loss and bounce right back and actually give another punch to CLG, because that was a loss that you are behind almost the entire game, and you have to be able to stick it out, get through it, and then bring it in the next game.
As we said, best of 5, and we are looking like we can go to the distance here. Currently 1-1, all tied up as we head right back into the ban phase here. A lot of similar faces finding themselves. Sivir not going to be in this game, though.
Yeah. CLG tried it, they're like, we'll see what happens. Like, didn't really like that. Immortals did take red side this game, and we're done with the bans here. Rek'Sai first pick for CLG once again.
Yeah, only change in the bans was that the Karma was dropped for the Sivir here to take it away from Immortals. And the first pick Rek'Sai,
wow.
Pretty standard, but oh my god.
And right away, Immortals show that the reason they pick Rek'Sai is to get 2 priority picks. It's not to get a counter pick on a solo lane. Both solo lanes shown very clearly here. Go ahead and counter pick the Vlad if you want. And same thing for Echo here, not really anything they're scared of from Darshan.
Certainly saw maybe some of the shortcomings with Malzahar after a lot of the changes. Still a good champion, but struggles to compete maybe as the game moves on. We'll see what he has in store for the counter pick.
I really would like to see him, go for that Cassiopeia, go for the super high late game damage from the back line, possible kill threat as well in that lane. They do have the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and with the Sivir off the table as well, you don't have as many tools available to the other team to run her down and get to her, because she's mostly going to kite back.
Plus, she's a pretty good versus the Vladimir and Echo, both of them forward-facing as they try and get into that medium range to the back line.
Back to the Jhin, though, perhaps for CLG, as Darshan going to keep it consistent. 3 Shen games in a row now, but Stixxay went off in game 1 on Jhin. He's going to take it for another spin here in game 3.
Yeah, looks like that same strategy here for CLG. Play away from Huni and see if they can make stuff happen on the other side of the map. Jhin is going to spike pretty early there with the flat armor and penetration builds. See if they can get those early kills rolling like they did in game number 1.
And right now, the Gragas was probably going to go through. Yes, it does for Rain over here, because it's just the better of the two between him and Elise left to actually go and defend Vladimir. But that's interesting. The Ezreal for Wild Turtle, kind of an old one for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, for the Gragas that you touch on, I also specifically like it against the Jhin. Very good at punishing the low mobility AD carries. Plus, once the ultimate is popped, he's very easy to stop that as well. And as you say, Turtle with the Ezreal, little bit lower priority here, but very mobile, can take care of himself.
And we saw Turtle do a lot of work here. We'll see what happens with the rest of IMT's draft in just a second, as it looks like Adrian's champion's just kind of going to complete that side. CLG, though, need to finish the rest of their draft, and we'll see what Kuhi in particular has in store for the mid lane.
Yeah, and one of the things that Immortals didn't want to actually pick Ashe for is because you haven't seen the support yet, and there's already a lot of things that would get on a low mobility AD carry, and so, they could have picked an Alistar. They could have actually had something that dives on you, and speaking of dive, the Cassidy come through. We've seen it before as well into the Vladimir as a supposed counter pick here. I believe it was from Huhi himself, and it didn't work out exactly the way he wanted it to, and it's quite surprising he doesn't go for the Cassiopeia, but he thinks this one fits the comp a little bit better.
Yeah, Huhi has dabbled in the Kassadin. Definitely more rare in North America than it is in Europe, where a lot of the mid laners really liking the current state of the champion. We'll see if Huhi can get control of that mid lane, because the main weakness everyone always points out for Kassadin is definitely going to be that wave clear. CLG do not want to fall behind early. They're going to have to make sure that Rainover doesn't snowball.
And a pretty spectacular last pick here potentially for Immortals. We saw Karma bans in the first few games. We'll see if Adrian wants to lock it in. He's very proficient on his range supports, of course.
I still think you go for a Trundle here because it can knock the Jhin out of his ultimate and you have some peel there, but it is going to be the Karma here. It's just such a high priority for these two supports, but it seems like Aphromu's kind of moved away from that.
At least in this particular draft, is players going to swap their champions around. Very curious moving into game 2. I think Immortals changed very little because they're like, yeah, we like the comp we played, you gave it to us again.
Yeah, I think the Karma pick for Immortals is important to add extra mobility to the rest of the team. That's a stat that's very important to Immortals is move speed, trying to get it from somewhere. Now that Turtle has more safety himself with the Ezreal, they can also have speed ups for everyone else.
Yeah, the Sivir being banned out makes the Karma go up a little bit in priority there.
Well, we'll see what CLG can do with this comp, because Hui, again, has been kind of changing around his mid laners. Still surprised to not see the Cassiopeia, but it can be dangerous because Immortals' aggression, very easy to pick off that sort of champion, despite how much work you can do. We'll go for Kassadin instead. Pobelter, at some point, we'll need to see an answer for this Vladimir. Maybe it's this pick here for CLG, but if Pobelter has another big game, it's, I think, ban it or bust at that point. You have to start adapting as the series goes on, and that's been the big thing. We're now in game 3, teams are tied 1-1. It's been the adaptation that we've seen really progress the series forward.
Yeah, and Immortals selecting the red side, thinking they'd get something like this. It's the first time that we've seen somebody deviate in this match from actually picking blue side, and it might work out for them because they have a pretty much the same win condition type composition as before.
Definitely true. Very similar composition lining up here with a couple of tweaks to the bottom lane. So we'll see if Immortals bottom lane can show the reason that they decided to go with those tweaks and avoid death.
Got to avoid a lot of it, though, because we saw how devastating the Jhin Braum can be in game 1. We're under the rift one more time for game number 3. We're all tied up, so momentum going to be real important here as we look to see who wins at game number 3.
We're talking about how this bottom lane, it's a bully lane here from Immortals. The Ezreal with the poke, and same with the Karma being able to actually poke out a low mobility Jhin, see if they can actually poke Aphromu out of the lane as well.
It's also very difficult to gank early on. Normal ganks are going to be really hard to pull off. I mean, you do have Braum and Jhin, which is really good at setting up in lane and capitalizing on ganks, but Ezreal is, with the addition of the Karma speed, very slippery.
Well, I like this from CLG, actually chaining things up and invading early level 1, trying to get some deep vision down. Should be traded here, although Huni has not put his trinket ward down despite being on that side of the map yet.
And you talked about it in game 1, Kobe, that having a Braum sometimes invading is the best thing to do because you might catch somebody out, an incredibly powerful level 1 champion. And so they just force their way in there to get a little bit more vision. We'll see what they end up doing with it. If it's a cheeky start from CLG, because they have had some of those augmented level 1s back in lane swap days, even in standard lanes, they could do some really strange things that would throw off the enemies.
Definitely admire CLG's creativity as Huni and Rainova going to be moving to this top side of the jungle. CLG should get that info because they did ward the blue side of the jungle, and looks like Xmithie also going to start on that same side. So see what Darshan does again into this matchup. He played it in game number 2, and as always, look for that bottom lane pressure. Things could get very messy.
Yeah, I mean, the margins of victory for Huni in the early trades, in early laning with Darshan, were very small. And Darshan was actually, giving just as good as he got early on in the game before Huni started to whittle away at his turret and open up for that dive. We'll see if it goes differently this time around. I believe 6A got all those melees, plus the added bounce onto Turtle, so a huge trade right there.
Good bit of damage as Afro looking to get aggressive. He's getting kited out as Turtle and Adrian with some great poke out onto the Braum, but Stixay has the crit shot, just shoots Wild Turtle in the face with it.
Gonna get a root too.
And there again, he's to go all in. Does not. CLG keeping a little calmer now in the bottom lane, but Wild Turtle taking a lot of beating already. Gonna have to heal up with that potion.
And this is a lane that's supposed to be a little bit of a bully here, and it's honestly Stixay kind of 1v2ing at the start there, just getting all of the HP out of Wild Turtle. And now they're calling Xmithie down. They don't have a ward for this just yet. If he goes,
he's going. Tunnel's in there. Xmithie wants it. He gets the knock up Turtle. Manages to flash himself out of the way with the E, but Adrian got tagged. That's not good news. Adrian, can he run away?
Rainover.
Help's coming. Rainover, double belly bop there. Maybe going to turn things around, but CLG are standing firm again. They'll fight Rainover here as he gets stunned up. Stixay needs it again, and that's first blood Xmithie.
And Wild Turtle, he was pushed off. He wanted to get there first, but Stixay cut him off.
Because Stixay continually chunking out Turtle here, can't join the party, and CLG do end up capitalizing on that gank. They force it again, first blood, this time over to Smithy. Smithy usually will turn first blood money into an early Sightstone and translate that into vision for the team, though.
But last time he played Rek'Sai, it was interesting because he went for the Titanic Hydra build and didn't build the Sightstone, which was a little bit uncharacteristic of him.
All right, let's take a look here. Comes in for the classic over the tri-bush and goes for the flash. Even though this W misses, Adrian's forced off to the other side and flashes in a line with the skill shot from Aframu. So because you get tagged and the slow does land, means that they're going to keep up the chase here. And even with rain overcoming, extra heal here from Stixxay to make sure they can catch the rest of the kill.
And that was beautiful from Stixxay as well. He's throwing out the shots, tempting Wild Turtle to come over, and he has the crit shot available, so he sits on that one to zone Wild Turtle off, but also means that when he shows up to the fight, he gets that big burst of damage and the Deathfire touch.
You did see in game 2 that, oh, never mind, Darshan back in onto Huni. Does cancel the recall trading again nicely. Huni going to pop the passive and should return relatively quickly to the top side, but Darshan getting a bit more of a foothold in this lane this time around. No early TP burnt just yet for the Shen. In fact, it may be Huni that's forced that a little earlier, but that bottom lane action we were expecting does bear fruit there for CLG.
Yeah, bottom lane has been the focus of this series, and this time around, huge victory for Counterlogic Gaming. Not only did they get that kill, but it translated into a CS lead for Stixxay as well. And that is very good things when you are on Jhin trying to get your flat armor penetration as quickly as possible.
There is a bit of an advantage here, though, in terms of pressure. In favor of Immortals in the bottom side, they have all these caster minions, but they're probably just going to use it for a good back. And Adrian will try to keep Stixxay from backing so that Wild Turtle is able to actually pick up possibly a tier.
Yep.
Want that early tier on Ezreal. You want that back.
Great little block there from Afro. It's a little low, so I think that's part of why CLG are playing back here. Stixxay happily farming away, got about 10 CS ahead, and we'll actually look for recalls here.
Yeah, see what they do with that gold. Adrian tried to interrupt it, but Afro is very keen to what he's trying to do.
Good defense there from Afro. Is checking with the mid lane for the first time, actually. Just even on CS, who he did go back a little early and burn the TP. He's got a quick blasting one, which is quite aggressive for this matchup. Belter, though, should be fine. Got a Kindle Gem looking for that early Spirit Visage. And again, mid laners kind of want to farm up here.
Yeah, Hui actually feeling really good now, just getting to that level 6.4 Kassadin. Getting wave control as well with the blasting one, taking it down early is really big to try and open up opportunities for him. He did just use the teleport to get back to lane though, so there won't be any of those early on Kassadin teleporting down to bottom lane and picking up those snowball kills off bottom lane. But definitely later on in the game, we'll look at the side lanes for him to affect, because Shen also approaching that level 6 point where they get to create action.
Yeah, and he can actually deliver Shen pretty deep into the fights too with that Rift Walk. But he also, because he got that Void Staff, the Blasting Wand, it's going to go into a Rod of Ages, and he didn't go for the Catalyst, so he wanted to have that early wave through like you were talking about, Kobe, so he has that break point. And just speaking of items all around, it's the Tiamat again for Smithy. He was always that Sightstone guy. He's always the one who was about that vision, but against Immortals, he wants to be able to play on their level and have the damage when these skirmishes break out.
It makes it a lot easier to be in the right place if you can clear the camps that much quicker with the Tiamat. You can burn through those things and then get in place for counter ganks, try and get over to the ward battle game. Doesn't actually go into the bush, so Immortals pink ward does stand, and that's pretty big for them in the mid lane. Never mind, Hui walks in, and he will find it.
Takes it away. Huni taking damage again from Darshan. It's a nice taunt's going to come out. Spirit's Refuge will keep him safe. Huni, though, just navigating his trades pretty nicely. Smith is looking for something here.
Really enjoying that top lane battle because they are constantly trading up there. Meanwhile, though, we have a little bit of a jungle invade, as you say, and the Wolf Spirit does see Smithy.
Yeah, that top lane battle is actually, like, don't try this in solo queue, kid, because it's very risky. You see how often they are trading, and Huni is actually losing most of these trades right now, but he's getting a small CS advantage every time he does it. Maybe Darshan misses 1 or 2, and now we're seeing it be almost double digit now in terms of how far ahead Huni is.
See pressure. Definitely still building up for the top lane, but Darshan does have his ultimate, so can make his way bottom. Goes in again here as these trades just do not stop.
Yeah, like Shen just comes out on top of these trades for a good period in the game, and since he's a monolith-based champion, Huni, when he keeps trading like that, he'll eventually run out of mana, and we've seen it a few times. It looks scary for Huni, but if he plays it right, he eventually gets this large CS advantage.
And then just all back to lane for pressure. Now he's got tempo up on the top side as well. Teleports are synced up as well for both top laners. The only problem is, of course, that Stand United. bottom lane does have to be a bit cautious. Not really a problem, though, as they're getting pushed under turret by CLG.
This might even be a dive brewing here for CLG. Smithy going to look for that first tunnel.
He is also roaming through the jungle right now so that they don't have any early alert system.
Here we go. Adrian going to get hit up by the first few bolts. Turtle does get tagged by the King Boys, but Darshan's in as well. Dajinat's going to move in and Stixay with another crit, as now Turtle's going to get chased down. Massive snare on the other end, and Hui gets the second.
I fell into that classic trap. Oh, bottom lane, yeah, just farm under turret. Play safe, right? We can't play safe. They're 5-man diving us.
Yep. Everybody comes down to the bottom side. In Hui looked like he was trying to roam as well, maybe get a piece of it if he had gotten away. But this turret is going to go down first. You see the top side, maybe a little bit.
The race is on. Who's going to get that first turret money?
First turret gold is very important as well because they gave up a decent amount of pressure. Hui getting right back to that mid lane, though, so they don't give up any more mid.
But this is the big thing is when we talk to some teams, they talk about first turret gold is really meaningful when it's on a single person. It's that 650 chunk. 2 people get it, it's 388. And when you spread it over 4 people, it's just honestly not that recognizable of a lead. At that point, it's kind of small.
I don't know. I'm an old school.
Gold is
gold.
Gold
Give
gold.
it to my team. I'm happy. All right, here we go. This is how they started out, though. Lands the first 2 shots to get the slow, and they do, Adrian, there's no chance for him there. He actually did burn the flash earlier, too, so that will be one summoner that they have to keep track of, and maybe Adrian will be another return to target, which is actually scary for Immortals, because Turtle already is going to be, pretty safe on the Ezreal. They're actually leaving him by himself now to clean out the bottom lane.
Seems like they trust him to collect that farm as CLG continuing to navigate nicely here. Actually up almost 2,000 gold, so that turret and the 3 quick kills they've gone, seems like they've found their aggression from the opening in the series. They're actually going to swap Stixay and Afro to this mid lane as well and try and apply some pressure. Huni, I think, currently visiting. He's going to hang out and clear what he can. But Immortals may have to move there as well. You said about Turtle. He's left alone. That could be a bit dangerous in the long lane.
He does have double summoners to blow if he does get caught out. So they're kind of taking this into account when they make this risk. They're like, okay, Turtle, you're going to be by yourself in bottom lane. We're going to send Adrian to try and help out with the war fight.
I think? No, not
No,
quite.
that's a blue scuttle.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Good try, though. Good attempt there.
It looked like the Karma Cube.
Definitely. I'm having fun in this bizarro world where CLG are constantly pressuring the Immortals early on, right?
It's really unusual because CLG was always the team that had to wait for that mid game. You think about MSI as well. Like their early game was not strong for most of this split, whereas Immortals had one of the strongest early games in the entire league.
Well, I love
Top
this
2.
I love this here from CLG. They're going to take this Infernal. We've seen very late Drake takes, and maybe it's because the first one's a Cloud Drake is why, but Infernal, a good priority dragon to get. They will pick it up here, and nice and at a good pace as well there in 11 minutes in. Fixated farming out what he can, looking for that Ghost Blade relatively soon. Huni back to his old tricks with the Sheen. I imagine we'll see a similar Trinity Force start, and he did bully Darshan nicely with a 20 CS lead so far. Huni is set up to do work once again.
This looks like it might be a stun here. Oh,
It's just a bait. Smithy's like, hello. He's gonna chase him out of the way. Huni's pulling pressure. We'll see what Immortals can maybe get done on the other side.
doesn't have Smite quite up just yet.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell the difference between
here comes
pressure and Smithy just farming his Grom.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, it looks like it's just grabbing that code. Because honestly, whoa, actually interesting switch here with the Jhin over to mid lane. The AD carries, I've talked about it a lot. Switching Jhin to mid lane just feels so good because there's so much kill pressure here early on in the game. It's one of those early spiking ADs. We keep talking about the flat armor penetration, but opening up the ultimate around mid lane is so much pick potential. And then he just slip casted in right into a side lane. He wants to be split pushing. His teleport is available. CLG, into their old school strategy of 1-3-1. And meanwhile, the first one of the 1-3-1 is starting to gain some momentum here against Huni.
Yep, it honestly still wins it right now, but look at this, a fight on the side, and this might be the open up you're talking about.
Mid lane Jhin, he opens up.
He's looking for it there. Smithy low gets also back by Rainover. Not quite dead yet, but Rainover will collect the kill. Stixay fires into the wind.
Mid lane Jhin opening up against full health target. Shucks.
Yeah, they were invading, and they only brought 2 members, and then, well, you got to leave one of them behind. So it was Smithy there, got picked up, and so that actually takes a little bit of the wind out of the sails there.
Yeah, so
CLG.
The other thing that a lot of the pro players have been talking about recently too, and Crumbs was actually talking about this, is You know, the evolution of your warding buddy system and fighting over vision has gone from just the support to the support plus the jungle to the support plus the jungle plus the mid laner all having to go at the same time. Because when you do get skirmishes like that, you need to have everybody really close because only a couple of seconds of damage mean the difference between you winning and getting killed like that. You know, Stixade, yes, he is on Jhin, can open up from far away, but it was too late as Smithy and co were too low on health already to get finished off, and Immortals get that kill back for themselves.
Feels like Immortals kind of playing the game they want to here. CLG are still up, but they're, you know, slowing it down once again. We saw this in game 2. Things definitely were a little quieter moving towards that mid game. But Immortals, they're getting farm on all 3 lanes here. I mean, so is CLG, I guess, so they're happy to trade. But we are approaching, again, another very explosive-looking mid game where one team fight could blow the game open again.
And especially with something like a Kassadin that has backline access, him getting onto Wild Turtle, we are going to have some explosive fights where you kind of trade frontliners, where you're probably going to send the Kassadin towards the Ezreal, and you're probably going to send Huni straight at the enemy AD carry.
Red Rover, send Vladimir over.
You don't even have to ask to send Huni over. He's already there most of the time.
Battle of the Titans continues. Darshan again winning a lot of these early trades, but Huni is waiting for that first item, so I can certainly understand why. In general, teams are looking good. Ice1 Gauntlet done early for Turtle Rod Evaders and Ghostblade there for Huhi and Stixade respectively. And CLG, they're still trying something here with the 3-lane pressure. They really want mid.
Yeah, and you can see the vision battles do continue. Stixade's moving up the minion wave. Afromoose supporting Smithy in that effort to kill the pink ward.
I'm always nervous because last time this happened, I thought no one was going to die, and then Darshan always killed Huni.
Yeah, this matchup kind of sucks if you are faint of heart. If you try to cower,
Yeah.
if you're a coward, you try to get out of there, then you definitely lose the trade. So you have to be a man, but you have to know when to back off a little bit.
Certainly very delicate. CLG again, making sure Stixade's hanging out, pivoting around him here in the mid lane, but Turtle's actually come over as well. It's like, you know what, I like this mid lane free farm thing. I'll give it a go. As soon as he does teleport himself back to lane with the ultimate.
Yeah, doesn't want to miss any CS here and keep that small advantage that he has now.
Trinity force up as well, so Huni ready to brawl.
Oh, that is a pretty big break point. I don't know if I would want to set up a switch gank against the just completed Trinity Force, but Darshan does.
Yeah, he's going to go try for it, but here's Rainover ruining his day. Darshan, he does have everything available. Can he get out?
Afro is also heading up there. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Oh my god, they're just going in for it. Who will he dive? He actually does get damage down, but not quite enough. Looks like Darshan also escaped with his splash, so everything's just fine.
So CLG move all of their resources up to collapse on top, and they make a move mid lane. That means that bottom lane, the split there from Pobelter, Vladimir, went all the way to the turret, and that is going to be some extra minions that do go down here. He does not cut off Huhi on his way down to clean them up, so I think there will be inaction here as everybody just tries to stabilize and grab the minions.
Yeah, and that's what everybody's just trying to do right now. TP actually going to be used by Darshan to get back to the top side, just to keep this pressure up. That's why we keep seeing the TP from Shen back to the lane, so he can stand united elsewhere, doesn't need that teleport, and then Huni constantly uses his ultimate to get back, because if you let up any pressure, you give a free lane to the other person.
Ah, pressure everywhere! We need some heart rate monitors on these top laners, because they are just, constantly fighting, waiting for the teleport opportunities. One of the most strenuous things that you have to use in a game is coordinating with the rest of your team. When do I use my teleport? Staying united, does it come in? Because it's such a valuable cooldown, and it can mean a very big swing in the game if you use it incorrectly.
Here comes Huni.
$5 uses it. There he goes. Again, every single time he loses it that way.
Well, it looks like Drake could be the next thing. 10 seconds now till Ocean Drake will spawn. Crab this time goes over to Immortals, managed to secure some vision around it. You have to think they are going to move in for this objective, maybe fancy mid a bit more, so we'll see where the priority lies, but teams are positioned for a brawl here. Again, much like Game 2, we're kind of building up to this fight. CLG have a slim lead, but that's just what it is, it's slim.
Yep, because both teams really matching each other here, switching AD carry support over to the mid lane, try and clear out the waves. Vladimir answering the casted and split push, because bottom lane, very easy to get over to that Drake fight with Ghost. Don't need the teleport on Vladimir. And Pobelter looking to make another one of those big plays at the next Drake fight. It will be Ocean, so I don't know how hard they will commit to it. Remember, the fight is going to be more important than the Drake. Because if you win that big team fight in a big way, you can take all these standing turrets that are out there, get a lot more gold. Whereas a mid-game Ocean Drake at 18 minutes, not a huge swing. So be very cognizant of your positioning according to the fight that will come out, rather than trying to smite steal or sacrifice your life to do something like that.
Thanks, Professor. I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, I definitely think the Ocean Drake, not always worth fighting over. It's more the fight itself that people are trying to get. It's that kind of that point that everybody wants to be at.
Well, Vlad versus 2 should be okay for Pobelta. Maybe not actually. Huhi going in for it. Does get some good poke damage down. Pobelta not going to quite get that Crimson Russian powered Q, but should heal up pretty quickly.
Yeah, just to assert dominance over the blue buff area for the Dragon for CLG. So just trying to push him out, get those pink wards gone.
Pressure again, just starting to pile up everywhere. Huhi still going back in with the Pobelta, and he wants it a little more. Himopa going to get forced out. Huhi looking nice. But we have a fight in our hands. Huni going to TP in. Huhi now going to get Stand United on Darshan. Going to try and cover it as Xmithy and Stix's ulti are cutting them off. Huni with a caught out position in the front line, but he's relatively tanky. Xmithy flashed himself over to the wall, I think, or maybe tunneled his way out. But Darshan a little too low. Huni finally claims a victim, ults himself out to safety, and Immortals going to surge forward. They take out Huhi, rain over, makes the blade a flank too, and Pobelta straight forward. Immortals get a clean house here.
I tell you, the E not breaking on Sanguine Pool for Vladimir was one of the best things to ever happen to him. Huge follow-up there from Pobelter. Does burn both summoners, and Immortals get the better of CLG in the Drake fight.
And it looks like a big part of that was, hold on.
Ooh, going in again. Xmithy trying to defend the red buff, maybe ill-advised.
Yeah, he does have smite as well.
Huni wants it.
Oh, and the opponent gets what he wants!
Unfortunate there for Xmithy. As like you said, Immortals did ignore the Drake. They just wanted the team fight and they won it handily.
Keep your eyes on the kills. I mean, this all started out, remember, Huhi was constantly on Pobelter, just poking the bear here. Keeps on aggressing into the jungle really deep. And they do have all the means to collapse. You know, Jin is going to pop the ultimate. They're a little bit spread out. And this is actually fortunate for CLG that they get that disengage. Huhi flashes right before Gragas ultimate. So that's kind of a dream disengage. But then they go right back in. And it's a 4-on-5 because Stix's walking over and ult is timed out. Exactly. There's the tunnel there from Xmithy, and they do collapse on Darshan.
And that looked like a little bit of a split mindset there because it looked like Huhi and Darshan wanted to turn it back around, and Stixay was using a disengage type ultimate there. Because at that point, you'd really love it when these guys are pretty low and that you'd be able to get that execute damage off.
Keep seeing it from CLG. They've looked very clean in these fights as the Immortals do get their cake and eat it too. And Dragon going to go over to them as they pick up the Ocean. Immortals just really step things up after that game 1 loss. Looking very together here. Pobelta on the Vlad has looked wonderful. It's 2-0-3 right now. And CLG, they're still doing their thing. The Immortals is doing it a little bit better. Although the gold is dead even as I say that, so this game has still got a long way to go.
And to be honest, this is a very impressive showing from Counterlogic Gaming because everybody was expecting Immortals. You know, they took Cloud9 to 5 games. They were very powerful coming in, and CLG got swept by Team Solo Mid. Well, this game, neck and neck, game 3, already took a game off of them. It's actually kind of uncharacteristic of CLG, and they might be up on an upswing here.
Yeah, I mean, CLG are the underdogs. They're used to being the underdogs, though, very often in their history, and still fighting here. Very close series, 1-1. Immortals definitely looking like they want this game, but look at that gold. Very even as far as they go. 1 Drake apiece. The thing is, kind of worried here about the end game. We'll see, though. A lot of vision wars going on right now. Okay, no. Every time they collapse here inside the jungle,
Yeah.
I know, it's like, myself for the action because they're fighting over the blue buff.
Well, blue buff this time going to go over to Rainova.
Belter grabs it there with the tides.
Gives him a little bit extra more AP.
He'll take it. Not too bad there. As Darshan and Huni still here. Cue the music at this point because they're running circles around each other. Darshan still getting ahead in a lot of these trades, but Huni, I think, has to spend some gold as well. So there's definitely a push and pull here. CLG going to keep fighting here. And
push and pull and punch and kick and bite. These guys have been just all over it.
It's like Parappa the Rapper, man. You brought me back. Oh, man. Anyway, Dreamcast was great.
Getting stronger. And I think these turrets have been the big sore point. Immortals, this would be a very good break to get if they can knock down the mid turret. The map is still very closed, and CLG dig their heels in and defend. But Afromu going to get himself poked out. Immortals, do they go for it?
Yeah, I mean, CLG are going back to the 1th round without the teleport available for Kassadin. So that's why Immortals pushing in on this turret. They had the pressure advantage. Now Huhi, though, after shoving the bottom lane, is heading up to mid.
They need to do something here. Immortals might have been looked to just dive and break it wide open.
And meanwhile, Huni's actually doing the blue buff right now, so they're at least getting something out of this for Immortals. And they just pushed Huhi outside.
Bit of a brute force there, but the 6A ultimate's going to try and clear the wave out, I think. Huni very threatening in the tower. Who's going to fall? He just goes for it. Huni phase dives onto it. Smithy is right over. Just a little short, gets the ulti down, but he won't quite connect for the rest of it. CLG can maybe turn it around. Rain over. Big mistake. Gets himself stunned under the turret.
Huhi didn't go deep to the back line, though, because they're worried about the damage that Immortals could still put out. They do play it a bit safe there. They catch the 1 kill, they snared Rain over, and so they take that guaranteed small advantage, and it looks like they're trying to move it up towards the top side, but I think it might end at just that 1 kill. A little bit of an overstep from Rainover. He gets punished for missing that flash.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to actually back up Huni. Huni dove in, then Rainover's like, all right, actually tag teamed him out while Turtle was trying to back. At the same time, he was right off of screen. He is sitting on like 2,000 gold.
It's one of those things, whenever you see Immortals play, I always think of this story, because you play with them in the ranked games, how their communication is almost all Rainover talking to Huni and like, slow down, take it slowly here, move it slowly, back away. And like the whole team is trying to catch up to Huni's, pace.
Well, it's pretty breakneck, as Immortals do claim the very key structure in the center of the map, and despite the gold still sitting effectively even here, almost 25 minutes into this game, Immortals have key territory that they've now taken and will once again gear up for the next fight around the Mountain Drake, where Immortals may look to win yet another spectacular team fight. But this is easily the closest of the 3 games we've seen so far. Everyone's just getting stronger. 6A with 2 items, looking good. CLG feels like they haven't found as much pressure, but again, the teams are just learning each other as they play the series.
And then they can still find time to dance in mid lane. This game's got it all. All right, here we go, fighting over the tunnels, though. I mean, taking down the tunnel network is not really ever highlighted, but every little bit does count. You definitely want to at least clean up the ones that are, around river and stuff. Uh-oh, here we go, though, more action.
Pobelter actually now 1v2. Can he get out of this one? Hui going to dive himself forward. Big heal there from the ultimate, but Hui wants it! Chases him, but Pobelter just has too much healing.
Whoa, he flashed for that, too.
Yeah.
Pobelter is going to walk away from it and try and heal back up off the minions.
And Smithy sticking around and trying to force him off that turret, and that goes to save Pobelter so many times on this Vladimir. And he just got pressure alleviated.
Yeah.
Walk back up.
Look at this. They're roaming Adrian. He's in the river, threatening to roam up to the top side. So CLG know they can't make this dive.
It's a long
and, they fight him off of the turret. So good job there by Immortals. They burned the Kassadin Flash, which is very big. One of those tools you talked about earlier, Pastry, getting the Shen even deeper into the back lines. That's one of the things that they would like to use offensively.
Part of the issue as well is that you can see Pobelter just tanking everything because there is a notable lack of healing reduction at this stage. Morello's not yet there for Huhi. Executioner's Calling will come somewhere for 6A, but it's not exactly easy with the paths they've chosen to get it early. And Pobelter just has free reign until that point hits, and maybe even when it hits, he can just take over because Vlad is such a strong scaling champion.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to have more damage dealt to champions, because Darshan and Huni are going to have a lot. They're constantly trading each other back and forth and getting back to lane and healing. But Kassadin also, Hui's been constantly just going straight to Pobelter's face. So the same story, they're just trading back and forth.
Yeah, it's kind of that agreement. You want to pad our stats, pad our stats. 80 carries both had the same damage. We can do this as well. That's fine. But honestly, moving into the late game, though, I'm really interested to see what ends up happening with the damage dealers on this team and the defensiveness, because CLG and Immortals both have compositions that you don't mind going late. You just look for these fights, and it's the setup that matters.
Yeah, right now 6A is peaking at the maximum flat armor penetration build, and he is ready to rip anyone who's out of position. Now, the good thing also about picking Ezreal into Jhin is that Ezreal does build some armor to kind of help with that and mitigate a little bit with that Iceborne Gauntlet. This Drake, though, maybe will be the thing that does spark the next team fight. Smithy backing right now doesn't really signal anything because Rek'Sai ult is available, could pop back out. Wards go down.
The teleports everywhere. Everyone's got theirs up, but I don't think CLG fancy a contest just yet. After he throws a chair in, looks for maybe a steal, but that's secured there for Immortal. CLG kind of gave up on that one.
Yeah, they've actually swapped up their allocations as far as split pushers go, too. Choosing to put Huhi against Huni instead, and Darshan taking the Vladimir duty because Kassadin not really making any ground there in the 1v1.
Yeah, but this is also a 1v1 that it just goes back and forth as well. And honestly, Vladimir killing the Shen probably not going to happen, and the Shen vice versa.
Yeah, I
not
think
gonna happen either.
I think it's a good choice there from CLG to switch that up because they weren't really gaining any momentum the other way around. Scuttle Crab there does go over to Smithy. I lied. I have not been keeping track of those stats. I said I was going to do it. I'll say it's 17 to 12.
Well, I have to check later. See just how good you are, Professor, as Immortals still moving their way down mid lane. Again, it's been such a delicate game these teams are playing in. Nobody wants to get themselves caught out in a silly spot. CLG are pretty firmly committed to a 1-3-1 here, and Immortals are doing their best to answer despite only one teleport versus the two and the Shen ultimate. Huni going to get himself the blue buff. Immortals are certainly getting stronger, but Baron is probably our next point to look at now. We saw the Scuttle Crab vision go down. Teams are likely going to move their way over and try and knock that down. But that's still like a million turrets up on this map.
Yeah.
So it's not really a whole lot of room to wiggle around.
Yeah, there's only 3 turrets gone. There's very little in terms of long lanes, and they're playing these long lanes appropriately, allocating their vision control to that side and usually keeping their jungler around that area, because you can see right now, Huni having to actually back off a little bit because Smithy's there, but on the opposite side, Pobelter gets to push Huhi in. So it's just honestly trading of these lanes and who gets to push in first, and it just goes back and forth.
Yeah, both of these teams fighting tooth and nail in match number 3 here, having the series tied up. And this does, it does mean a lot moving into the gauntlet, even if, neither of these teams count on what happens tomorrow. If they find themselves in the gauntlet, seeding there does matter as well. One less best of 5, they talked about it. Right now, though, heading over, vision control can earn you something. CLG, though, they do have vision.
TP from Huhi and from Darshan. They're all coming in.
And Immortals play it safe to actually pull pretty firmly off that Baron. Smithy may be caught, gets ulti back by Reignover, but flashes out to safety and will tunnel back towards Afro move. That's going to keep him safe, but Darshan a little far in. Huni actually getting chunked out a bit by the ulti as Hui's going to chase him 1v1, but CLG still getting collapsed on here. Immortals looking for something.
Yeah, 2 top laners there trying to kite the opponent team, and we have a merry-go-round. They find each other at the Raptors, though.
Maybe going in again. Well, Turtle actually DPS down, but Huhi with a big amount of burst. Good threaten, snare, lands in, but it doesn't quite connect on Huni. Good damage, but Immortals just kind of slowly creeping their way forward. They're a little too tanky for CLG, I think.
Yeah, and they've got that sustain. Pobelter on the front lines on Vladimir, continually soaking and healing back up.
And Huni just went back, got home guard, ultied in, so now they continue their siege.
The never-ending siege perhaps there as Immortals. Pobelter again just going to soak damage down from the Jhin. CLG just can't seem to get in at all.
Well, they don't have wave clear. That weakness that we highlighted before and is so constant with the Kassadin. Yes, Counter Logic Gaming, they have kill potential and chase down potential. It has to come from an all-in confrontation, though. You can't just wave clear, add a turret, and Immortals keep it up. They've got the Vladimir sustain and that ultimate from Huni that you mentioned, Cyrene, getting right back in there with the home guards.
And if this composition ends up getting a Baron buff on Immortals side, CLG, it's so difficult to clear these waves normally, let alone have that on top of it, and they want them 1-3-1 sometimes on Immortals, that you would lose a whole lot off of that, more than you normally would with somebody like a Sivir on your team.
Additional pressure, though, still mounting as Huni, I think, has been in a side lane. I mean, with Darshan, to be fair, pretty much for the duration of this game. Very rarely these teams grouping up, and it does feel like CLG, despite the gold lead not being particularly significant, the Immortals just have maybe a bit better of a plan or composition moving towards this late stage of the game. Yes, they can break it open, but CLG have pacified a little bit moving into this section of the game, and Immortals seem to be happy to play a little more patiently, which is a scary thing versus a team that usually plays so fast and so aggressive.
Recognizing their win conditions right now, Pobelter needs to get up to a point where he's pretty much unstoppable. And then Huni, though he does have a little bit of an advantage, but I still think that he really wants to hit that item break point, get to a Titanic Hydra, have a way to get the back line and blow them up, because he's been on Stixxay and Huhi duty pretty much all game long, keep a damage dealer occupied.
Also, it's interesting if we look at both lineups. The Immortals lineup, the damage is spread out a little bit more evenly, where they have a top laner, Huni's built some damage as well, and a lot of defense is being built on Turtle. So Turtle's building, to survive with this Ezreal, whereas CLG, it's pretty much pure damage from Stixxay and pure defense from Darshan on the Shen, because there's no way that Shen is going to be able to match up with the late game damage of Echo there as you get into it, even though pass-through Qs on the Shen sword do go unnoticed by a lot of tanks.
Make no mistake, I think a successful fight for CLG is when Pobelter dies, and he's just so impossible to kill. Although Stixxay does now have the Executioner's Calling, so we'll cut through some of that. It's curious to think what a winning team fight for CLG might look like, but they're happy to play the split push game, and maybe that's what they have to do here.
It'll probably look like Stixxay has his IE completed and he's critting Wild Turtle out of a fight or getting a really good ultimate to pick off Pobelter, because he does get quite low.
Very well could be. Also could look like a side lane victory. Both these teams are, you know, built well equipped to do the 1-3-1 and do this split push, and whoever does get the first side lane advantage can then try and transition that into objectives afterwards. But man, this game bouncing very, very precariously.
And you were talking about how this matters a lot right before the Baron was on the table for Immortals. Immortals, you know, difference between 1 best-of-5 or 2 best-of-5s. If they lose this match, they are guaranteed to play a team, or have to play a team if they want to get to Worlds, that has already beaten them, whether it's Cloud9 or CLG.
Well, he does get a tower down finally. Baron, a little bit of a threat, but that next Drake's going to go over to Immortals. And then Elder Dragon will be on the table, and we're pretty late into this game. These big objectives starting to matter a whole lot.
Yeah, and both teams starting to run a little bit thin on vision. Immortals run very quickly up off the Dragon to make sure that nothing's on the Baron. And there's another ring around the Rosie. Here's turn 2 as Huhi finds Pobelter.
I mean, he's actually doing decent damage now. Lit's been helping out. I was going to say in the Huhi Darshan matchup, I didn't expect something to happen, and then it did, and I kind of learnt my lesson. For a while there, Huhi and Pobelter were meeting, and just like, I'm not even going to watch it anymore, because they weren't killing each other. But Huhi is actually stacking up damage.
Yeah, Kassadin almost level 18 gets really scary for any members, even frontline members. But honestly, even with a Hex Drinker on Wild Turtle and being Ezreal, still going to have to watch out for that Kassadin diving, because he's got partners and he's going to have cover fire from Stixxay.
Yeah, and if he gets those last 2 items, which what I assume would be like a Void Staff and maybe a Death Cap on top of it, would be incredibly powerful, and that means that Pobelter have a much harder time staying alive, and if you can get him to half HP, Stixxay might be able to take care of the rest, and you could remove a Vladimir, which has been so hard to do.
35 minutes into the game, and we are only maybe 200 gold apart for these two teams. Is going to come down to that in-game play. Here we go, set up on the Drake once again. They do have a CLG ward, but I doubt they'll get anyone over there because most of the team is in the fountain.
I mean, if CLG have demonstrated anything this particular game, it's that they are more than happy to play patient here. They trust in their team play. And it seems sure Immortals do as well. And there's the Drake. Elder Dragon now on the table.
And these moments in this game where it's so even and both teams are kind of playing around each other and answering each other's moves, you're just waiting for that one break point, because this matters for momentum in the series and putting them on that point.
Pobelter!
Here's that side lane we talked about for the advantage. Huhi, though, gets collapsed on.
The Zhonya's bait's there. Reignover going to turn around, and Huhi collapses. Immortals this time beat them to the 5-man.
You could tell he knew that it was time to pull off, and he started to back away, but a good little bait there as Pobelter just hung his leg on. Hey, you sure you don't want to finish me? And Huhi actually takes the bait. Reignover comes in for the collapse, and they get the advantage. Now, can they turn it into something on Baron?
Exactly, and that's just over-eagerness there from Huhi. He wanted something to happen, and that's the point in the game. It's so stressful. You want to be the hero, but you also don't want to be the person who puts your team behind, and it ended up being his team had Pobelter's back.
Immortals pull off the Baron, but no threat just yet. They can keep going. I think they did keep the health down.
Yeah, Vladimir can tank Baron pretty easily and heal back up.
Yeah, they want to stall for Huhi because he has TP. If they're able to keep this up.
10 seconds away, it's not enough time. They have to do it. Stixxay critting everybody away, and this Baron is so low. They're just going to stand here and fight.
Smithy's so low!
Doing a lot of damage, who's going to get it? It is Gragas. Reignover takes the Baron, and Immortals weather the storm and are able to keep moving in. Darshan here is on. Here comes Huhi. He must save the day here. And he goes in, looks for Adrian, doesn't find him. Pobelter still taking there on the front line as Darshan dives into the back. Huhi does pop the Zhonya's in, and he's trying so desperately. Does get turtle, but he needs to survive. Dives there to Reignover after Rip walks away. Darshan is going to lose the GA, and Stixxay has barely limped away. I spoke too soon.
Can he do this?
They're going to chase him, actually. Stixxay.
He's got a crit. He's got a crit.
Darshan actually still pretty big. Pobelter needs to die. But Darshan gets him in 6. They just can't make his way back in.
Ooh, we're going to need to see that fight from the very beginning again, because it's hard to see the trades going on in the back of Baron Pit with 8 people, I think, behind Baron right there. Spike's hitting everyone, and Immortals do come out with the victory.
And it's amazing here as well because Immortals all pull off of it and damage Smithy because he comes in and look at his HP, he's full. And then they stop DPS. Baron at 2,600. Now, all on Smithy. Look at how low he gets. He is almost dead right now, and now the CLG saying, burn it. Almost in smite range there, and he goes down right before.
Meanwhile, Pobelter was zoning the outside here with Stixay. Stand United comes in, and they're able to chunk down Huni. Don't get that last auto for the Braum stun. Would have been Huni's death, disallowing him from using his ultimate. But he gets it off. Then Huni goes to the other back line, takes out Turtle, and sacrifices his life. Right here, I was questioning if Stixay was going to stick around after he kills Reignover.
Reloading.
Help Darshan, but he is reloading.
Yeah.
And gives up on Darshan. Yeah, probably the best decision to get out of there.
Yeah.
Very, very close. And CLG do have to deal with a Baroned up Immortals team now.
Yeah, he was reloading and then he wanted to just hit the minions 3 times and have that crit come back in. But by the time that happened, Darshan wasn't able to outlast.
Can't get too close to Vladimir because the Tides of Blood was already charging. Meanwhile, extra bonus here for Immortals. They get to use this Baron buff to take down some extra turrets and increase that gold lead.
Yeah, meanwhile, on top side of that, Pookie is just pushing up there, and that's going to be Immortals wrecking through the base. Talk about how when they get a Baron, they're going to take so much.
Yeah, it's just too much damage there. They're going to move in for the inhibitor to be able to take it. Hui's back now, but that inhib's already dead.
Yeah, he doesn't have teleport anymore because he just used that in the re-engage at the Baron, so no way he can get back to try and clear this wave. CLG lose the inhibitor.
Oh my god, Turtle safe there from the shields. Immortals make sure to defend their own. They'll back away safely as CLG. Starting to feel like they're a little too far behind now. Immortals just needed one fight. And Stixay again almost turned it around. These fights have been insane all series long.
Yeah, what a fight it was. Immortals not done yet though. Moving up the mid lane to try and get inhibitor turret number 2 with the Baron buff.
CLG know they have to do something now. They're going to look for a play, but Immortals just going to dive them, I think. Darshan already used the teleport. Ulti from Afram is pretty good there on the Braum, but they're just going to take the turret down. Huni getting a little too low, does ulti out to safety. Pobelter taking in the front lines and the turret. Does fall to Immortals. Stixay lining it up, but he needs to shoot someone down. Reignover running interference in the front line, but Hui does take him down. Now Stixay, you try to turn it around. Xfinity, absolutely massive knockup. Turtle's going to go down, and CLG flip it again.
Immortals dare to reach too far there into the CLG base. They claim 4, and they're running it back up mid lane. How many turrets can they take?
I don't think they'll be able to end the game. There's 40 seconds as well. They have so many to
turrets?
do.
No,
I know. I'm just tempering expectations. Tempering expectations.
There's one.
Yeah.
CLG going to move in for a second. Darshan happy to face tank this. Mini's going to join in. Huni back here to threaten. The answer may just be 2 here. CLG do get 2 down the mid. Do they keep going? In fact, they're going to split up. Hui and Smithy going to work together, and this will be 3. CLG doing big damage to Immortals. Still going. These death times are long.
And that Matthias Soul Stealer, he was sitting on a Dark Seal that had 10 stacks already. Hasn't died yet for Huni.
I love it when you raise the stakes like that. Now we've got the Medjais in the game as well. Back to this fight though. Let's take a look at this extension because Huni goes back in and it takes multiple snares from CLG under turret while Immortals are tanking that turret damage. Huni gets locked up. There it's going to be for him. And he ults right back out, but then they exchange front people here.
Yeah, and it takes so much damage onto Huni, but Pobelter only got 1 person with his Hemo Plague. It was the engage there from Reignover, and Afromu able to actually block a little bit of it, but then the re-engage, the flash knock-up from Smithy, and the only person who survives is Huni, because his stacks. Gotta keep him safe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this comp, right? They don't have very much wave clear, but if you get to the point where you're losing the fight, it's so hard to disengage from Jhin, Kassadin, Braum, and then Smithy goes in with the flash to secure the re-engage there for CLG, and they do get some back. I have to say, though, regardless of that, Immortals still in control of this game, and they're looking to press it.
Well, if you like raise stakes, Kobe, Elder Dragon is now alive, and Baron's up in 1:35, so everything's on the line, and Immortals have actually straight up started it already.
Yeah, Huni in the base, waiting for a TP home guard play here, and Stixay off on the side. He's still trying to walk towards this fight, and Darshan as well. But here comes the TP. It's on top of where Stixay is.
Oh, Stixay, it's not a good spot to be standing, but Huni does not
He's just
chase
buying
him in.
time. The Dragon's going to go down.
Immortals are actually still doing it here. Stixay opens up with the ultimate. Immortals need to move back in. Hui's in the backline. He actually chunks one out. Reno getting low. Reads a crit there. As Smithy takes him down. CLG trying to keep fighting in. Hui's going ballistic as he pops the Zonyas. Pobelta, the only one left. He takes out the Cassidy.
Oh,
Stixay have done it. Stixay gets out of Pobelta. Gonna flip it all around. Huni now diving in onto Darshan as he's gonna get chased out of Pobelta. There's the triple kill. Darshan now gonna get locked up, and Immortals win a very scrappy fight.
These are so intense with multiple bots. Darshan's gonna teleport out.
They're already cutting him off, though. He's not going to make it out of this, even if he accepts it.
Smithy maybe not going to make it as well. In fact, Pobelta and Adrian want more. They're going to try and push the minions down to the bottom line.
Is he trying to delay back so they can get up to the second inhibitor here? There is an exposed inhibitor that Immortals could go after in the mid lane if they transition up. But they're
if you think about the wave clear, though, they might try to end the game right
Darshan's
here,
gonna
but
cut
it's
the
Darshan.
He's got to run interference. He pops the refuge. Pobelta, though, still doing a little too much work. Turtle now laying in the damage as Smithy disrupts two there with a knockup, but he doesn't have anything. He shreds as Immortals are able to take him down. Pobelta gets himself another. Darshan chasing in the GA's pop, and Immortals, I think that's enough.
Well, 3 seconds on Huhi, though. He's about to be back up.
They're trying to buy time for those reanimations as Hui's back up.
This game's getting silly as Hui's now back up. Pobelta keeps moving his way back in. Shields there from Adrian, keeping him safe. Pobelta feeling immortal this game.
I'm thinking through this call to try and cut the minions because it's very, very risky. And you're pretty much putting yourself out there just to get killed. Now, if you wait and fight under the Nexus turrets and you try and use your taunt and something like that to force them off the Nexus turrets, then maybe you delay that way as well. Regardless, Immortals get some extra kills off of it. They also return back and finally do claim that Elder Dragon.
It's a 3-stack as well for themselves. Those 3 previous Drakes they had picked up, a lot of burn here, and with an Ezreal and the poke that they have, it's going to be very meaningful.
2 minutes now. CLG have to play some pretty immaculate defense, or Immortals are going to run straight through the base.
And Baron is what they're going to try to look for to help them run through the base.
I think this is contestable.
Xmithy's on the other side, though. Xmithy has a place where he's out of vision.
Steal,
He's trying to go for it!
How could I? Oh my God! Xmithy steals it for Immortals.
And they got Pobelta!
No CLG, the medic to get it. Darshan looks up to in the back line. Huni melts there as Immortals.
What? Are you kidding me? CLG are going to take the team fight, and now they have Baron, but they can run it through after.
And Rainover's trying to buy time. He's trying to cut the minion wave so that they can't push up. They have super minions down here. It's going to be a little bit harder to push than they want, but Darshan is so tanky. If CLG put their minds to it, maybe they can still accomplish it.
They're looking to at least claim Rainover's life here as they close in on him. Stixay doesn't hit the snare, though.
Rainover's just buying time. Huni's back in base safe as well. Rainover, I think, is going to die here still, but he's bought plenty of time.
Yeah, exactly. 20 seconds on Pobelta, and CLG aren't going to be able to push a turret off of this just yet. They might be able to get that bottom, but that buys time, and we're going to get another fight, gentlemen.
What a back and forth series here. Everyone thought it was going to be a landslide with CLG being underdogs, and Immortals going to show back up in the 3rd place match, just like in spring when they righted the ship and they easily dispatched. But CLG pushing up on the turret. They're going to use that Baron buff and get some more gold.
I apologize for ever doubting CLG's late game, even if I think that the comp may have slightly favored Immortals, because CLG going to knock down another turret. Immortals still, I think, maybe 1 or 2 with the Elder Dragon buff, but they're going to break straight through bottom lane here. Immortals, they're not back up. Rainover still down for 25.
Yeah, with that Lichbane, they just shred through these structures, and they get that inhibitor so quickly, they're able to just back off.
Have to get out, though. Huni going to try and chase. He's very sticky.
You never just back off against the Immortals, I guess. Huni looking to keep him around, but they are going to do just that.
Let's see this. Pobelta ends up getting picked off here at the very beginning of the fight. Let's look very closely at how that happened, because it's such a good entrance here for Xmithy. Really saves this right here. Pobelta, okay, what happens? 490 gets shot there. Down, knocked up, blown up. He jumps in and gets his full combo on him, and Aphromoo had knocked him up at the same time with the Braum ultimate, and it's clean up from there.
They were able to stun lock. He didn't get off any of the healing, didn't get off the Zonyas. Actually, I didn't check the timer on the Zonyas. Might have been down from that previous team fight if we'll go back and look at that replay. Regardless, though, What an intense game. Now both teams down an inhibitor. Baron Buff barely about to time out here for CLG.
Yeah, you're right. He still had it up, Kobe.
Okay.
48 minutes now, almost on the clock. As this game has gone late, the gold is still very close, but sadly irrelevant at this stage of the game. It's all execution when we get this late.
And we have seen CLG, MSI, gold deficits at this point in the game against Team Liquid, even at the Elder Dragon, coming back from a deficit of 10,000 gold. They are even right now, and they're going to try to prove that they have the team fight and get themselves one step closer to Worlds.
Meanwhile, Immortals looking for redemption again for a second split in a row. They don't want to stop here. They want that third place.
This is just insane. Like, this is game 3, the closest game we've had, incredibly tense. This determines almost everything for the rest of the series.
Immortals definitely need these championship points too. This is very important to them.
Well, CLG gonna try and maybe play spoiler with an incredible Baron steal from McSmithy. Immortals are peeking around, trying to find a flank. They may have caught Huni, but Huni maybe have caught them. Touchdown, moving back in. A 6 second of open fire. Pobelta, he's the man they need to kill. Hui moving back in, but Pobelta pops the Zonya's. Immortals still chasing in. Is Hui gonna go down? Maybe Huni chases him down. Immortals, maybe it's done. McSmithy gonna get blown up here in the front lines, and CLG must retreat.
Yep, Hui is down. They have to get out of there. Smithy also going to follow him shortly after the GA, and Huni's still chasing him off.
And Pobelter didn't go down there. They tried to focus everything into him because it worked last time, but he ends up getting off his Zonias and an 1800 heal.
Oh, look at this. They just used the sweeper on the side of the screen here. CLG lying in wait. They're looking at any opportunity to catch Immortals by surprise because they know now they're down in numbers and their base is wide open.
Stixay needs to have one real big play if they're going to maybe hold this here. Immortals, I think, can push in to try and end. The death time is counting down relatively quickly. Smithy and Hu will be back to reinforce in a second, and Immortals do have to chew through this inhibitor first.
It might just be a double inhibitor take for Immortals. Let's see if they decide to try for Nexus or take the second one.
They already have one Nexus turret down from previous.
Yeah.
They have a little bit of time here.
Darshan is so tanky. He's actually just buying as much time as he needs to here. He's still running interference, but Immortal's going to go for it here.
Apple's trying to block the turret from Wild Turtle.
Stixay, no, that's not where you want to be. Rainover knocks him back in, but there's no one there to collect him. He has to stay in. Adrian getting on top of Immortals. Going to look to end a Wild Turtle. Finding his way around. And Immortals, they get it in 3.
That size says it all. Immortals claim victory, but whoa, it was intense. Very close there.
Bold call as well. Muscle it down. They won the previous fight, and that's what it came down to. 50-minute game.
Neither team has backed down from any calls all series long.
And man, talk about momentum killers. Immortal's going to feel on top of the world after clutching out that game. Turtle, in his home country, comes up clutch to push them up 2-1 in this series, but we are very far from done here. CLG were seconds away from taking that game.
And CLG, despite not winning this match, have still shown this is a damn series right now. This is game three, you know, even the entire time. Comes down to team fights, execution. Huhi actually playing a little bit out of his mind in that game, and honestly, Huni didn't die the entire time.
I mean, I just want to list everybody's name off.
Yeah,
Pobelter, this Vladimir has been so huge for them as well. Whew.
Well, we need to catch up.
Keep it going.
Game 4. So let's pass it back to Rubenson for analysis and highlights.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast so far and great play from both teams. It's absolutely amazing to see what's already come out on the Rift here in the Air Canada Center, and it's only going to get better. Now, Immortals moves on to game point, but to look at this game, again, from picks and bans, we saw Immortals go to red side, try to get their S-tier picks, and then everything started off slow again.
I mean, listen, we have a whole lot of data here on this game, and none of it has been useful. This game is so crazy. I can't believe how many calls are happening, how many things are happening back and forth. It's just so much to handle, and it's so aggressive, but there are instances where we'd like to see the teams go for a little bit more of a finesse, but regardless, it's just so exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stand still when I'm watching the games. I'm just like,
We were all just freaking out. There's like 10 different times that it seemed like the game was over, and it's just play after play after play. These guys are never stepping back from it, and Immortals makes the last one. They get the win, but it was a hell of a game.
Absolutely crazy. You want to jump right into the replays in this. The 840 dive in the bot lane. We see the Caston coming out. I'm sure that was questioned in Picks fans, but CLG is already trying to start things off in a game they want to scale.
And this is exactly what CLG needs to be doing. Their comp is so good at diving bot lanes with the Shen ult coming in, the Caston roams, the Rek'Sai roams. They have so much mobility to get to places on the map that they should keep doing this. And I think it was a massive mistake from CLG to put their bot lane mid and keep it there for so long. They can go top and do the same kind of play over and over, which is what you see teams generally do, but it seemed like they got caught up on the fact they have a Caston and a 1-3-1.
The best part about that play they made is that they had double TPs and they didn't use them. That means that they can make that repeat play even without the Shen ulti over and over again, because you can easily get that priority mid lane, just give Caston and blue buff, make the play happen. But we never saw that happen again. It was only a one-time deal. It worked so well, why not return to it?
Yeah, we saw it actually kind of flood over into CLG feeling like they were very strong. 19 minutes in, there was a Dragon 4-for-1 in that lane split team all grouped up to fight.
And I mean, we saw what it looks like when it goes right, and now we can see what it looks like when it doesn't go so hot. And I mean, you know, Huhi pushing him out, now they just have to disengage, right? This is fine. Sure, you have to blow the flash, but they turn around. Smithy, I don't even know if he actually meant to tunnel back in here. Looked like a bit of a misclick to me, but he goes in, they re-engage, and still at this point, maybe you can still get out. But then Huhi goes back in, and look on the left side of the screen, as Stixxay's not able to get involved whatsoever. Their AD carry is not in the fight. They're just getting so split up, and this was a very bad fight from CLG.
And even before the fight started, CLG has priority in the top lane. He would have to burn his ultimate or TP to go topside. So if you just back off the play, you have priority. You can get either the top turret or a free dragon. Regardless, it's the same mistake we saw happen in the previous game, where they have an objective lined up, and instead of just taking it and backing off, they keep pushing for more, and they get punished over and over.
It's just too bloody. Like, you can just back off there. Shen gets the top turret. It's great. You get a gold lead. Instead, they just keep pushing for more. And it's so hard for their comp to really pin down a very mobile comp in what Immortals has. Vlad can get away. Echo can get away. Ezreal, Karma. Everything is very quick. Gragas to an extent. Like, it's so hard to just pick a fight in the middle of the jungle, even though you would think a Caston would be good at it.
And I think part of it is honestly just nerves, right? You're playing in front of a massive crowd.
Or hype.
Well, it's that too, right? and the adrenaline sometimes gets the best of you. You're like, oh, we can make it happen. We can do it. But sometimes you can't.
And you can't there.
It's even kind of hit on, we see Immortal strategy as they go into the mid game. When they felt like they were ahead, we'd see Reignover going for a few plays that the team wasn't fully behind. And that's not really kind of loss of word, kind of how they act, their course of action throughout that. They're always behind each other, good call or bad.
I think the weird thing for me this series is Reignover. He's playing pretty sloppy overall. That first blood that he gave up on the bot side, he could have just protected Karma to get away, and then they'd have some summoner advantage. And instead, he goes for a flash body slam that gets turned on him. He missed a number of flash body slams throughout this game, and his engages have not been clean at all.
Well, the one who has been clean is Huni, though. Holy, he is going off. He's taking over the backline completely, singling out Stixxay time and time again, and just doing so much work for Immortals that when they're playing against the Jhin, it's so hard for CLG's composition to realize what's going on with the Jhin. And we saw it towards that later fight in Afromu, peeling for Stixxay. But the second he left him, immediately, Jin's dead, fight's lost.
And we see that kind of flow over to the team. Pobelter then flashing forward, Tides of Blood, picking up double kills, triple kills. And Immortals then feel like they have enough control of the game. And we go to a 45-minute Baron, where it seems like things get a little bit messy because Smithy wasn't the focus this time.
Right, he's able to get this kill, or the Dragon or Baron steal, and what this does is it kind of makes the front line really awkward, where Pobelter's just isolated here and gets instantly blown up by the Braum ultimate, followed by the Caston damage, and once your main kind of threat is down, it's so easy to run through the rest of this fight, and it looked like this should be potentially a game-ending fight, but Reignover does a really good job messing with the minion waves so that CLG can't really end the game at all, and then they have to kill him, and it just stalls out, so they only get a bottom inhib off that.
And I mean, so much credit, though, to Smithy for making that steal, because they had Elder at this point. You know, Immortals were looking like they were about to lock up the game. They take Elder. If they get Baron, they end the game, right? Smithy steals it. He's done it time and time again for the team. And MSI came up with so many big steals, and it seems to just be he's always
I think Smithy versus Reignover has been one of the biggest surprises of this matchup, where Smithy is kind of dominating him in a number of ways, where his early game pressure has been a lot better. He's snowballed the bot lane a couple times, and once again, he's been on top of the objectives.
And I think while Huhi has been having a pretty solid series so far, there's a lot of fights that have come down to his mechanical prowess on certain champions. Obviously, we have not known him for a Kassadin forever until last series, and this time around, there's multiple fights with just a little bit more of Kassadin practice, better Kassadin mechanics, would have been able to net them those advantages in the fights that could otherwise have gone not their way.
All right, well, there, Game 4 is coming your way, so stay tuned. The North American LCS third place match continues live from Toronto in 3.5 minutes.
We're all tied up, so momentum going to be real important here.
Oh, that's unlucky. Yep, nice trolling, guys. Who made the barnacle?
Immortals gonna search forward. They take out Hui, rain over, makes the leader flank two, and Bobelta straight forward. Immortals get a clean house here.
Cut it back, watch me. I'm blocking.
I vote it.
Watch me. Alright, I blocked it, Gragas. Go. Keep on.
Bobelta, the only one left. He takes out the caster. They have done it. 6-8. Get out of Bobelta. Gonna flip it all around. Huni now diving in onto Darshan, but he's gonna get chased out of Bobelta. There's the triple kill.
They're trying to go for it.
How could I? Oh my God! Xfinity steals it for Immortals.
And they got Bobelta.
CLG. They managed to get it. Darshan looks up to in the backline. Huni melts. There is Immortals. What? Are you kidding me? And Immortals, they did it! Game 3.
Jensen gets the double kill as the snare misses. There's the equalizer on cooldown. Sneaky cuts it back as Ray goes down. And 8 It's a bit. Jensen is burning them down. He can chase. He's got a quadra. He's going for the pentakill. He's going to try to chase it.
Pentakill for Jensen. Are you kidding me? Jensen comes up massive for C9 just when they need it.
Fight. Versus. I'm going. I have speed for you, Jensen. Get him, Jensen. Get the penta. Nice, Jensen. Nice, good job. Let's go, dude.
And there's the penta from Jensen. So many great moments this summer. We'll see him play his Danish counterpart Bjergsen tomorrow in the final, but we still have a series to play here. Welcome back to the Air Canada Centre here in Toronto. I think I've run out of hyperbole, to be perfectly honest, because this series just keeps exceeding expectations for Insanity.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at the damage per minute for that game, which was way above average for the North American LCS. There was over 2,000 damage per minute. The combined was over 6,656 in all of Game 3.
Yeah, it was pretty much 150% of the damage that you normally see in a game. That much was going on. People were just brawling back and forth. A lot of that was honestly the mid laner from CLG, Huhi. Huhi's Kassadin, absolutely absurd. He accounted for 1,200 of that damage per minute. Was blowing people up, doing as much damage as he possibly could, trading all day. There was one time where he did get caught, but ultimately, it doesn't come up with the win, but still, Huhi's been having a great day of games.
He certainly hasn't. It's heartbreaking, of course, to lose a match like that, but CLG know that it wasn't really anything they did, obviously wrong that lost in the series. That was a very, very thin game that was delicately balanced. So Immortals definitely playing clutch there. Great to see that from them. But CLG know that, as far as they're concerned, it's pretty easy to force this game 5.
Yeah, so the analyst S did touch on it a little bit there, but the side wave minion control before going into all these fights, it's even kind of hard for us to keep track of it because we have replay and then into live play fight and then into a replay and then into another live play fight. But being a little bit more calm and focusing on the objectives, doing your homework we talk about, pushing out the minion waves or, trying to gain an advantage on one side of the map before forcing these fights where everybody's going to pile in. And that you'll then gain an advantage after the team fight, regardless of how big the outcome is.
And it's very actually difficult to judge when you need to push in and when you can't, because sometimes you have to push in when your team says we want to go for a fight here in about 30 seconds, whereas if the other team is trying to do that and you're pushing in, well, you're on their side of the map, you're going to get destroyed, and we saw that happen one time to Huhi. Otherwise, everybody was really playing it quite well.
And it's not that easy. We saw Darshan and Huni trading blows, fighting over the ability to push those in over and over, pretty much the entire game. Plus, we saw in the late game there, that one crucial player where Huhi did follow up and try to kill Pobelter, chunked him really low, but chased a little bit too far, and you give a lot of momentum over to the other team. So very, very precarious, and you do get to these late game situations where it is so close.
Well, I just have a feeling we're going to get a 5th game, but if that's the case, CLG need to win this one. We'll see what happens here in the draft for game number 4. Rumble, of course, instantly banned away. We'll see what adaptations CLG have, and I think the Vlad just has to go.
Yeah, I think as well, the Vladimir has been a big problem for them, unless they're going to pick something like a Cassiopeia into it and hard counter it, because Immortals have shown that they do not mind picking their solo lanes blind if they are Echo and Vladimir.
Respect still to Aphromu, though, as Bard will continue to be banned throughout the entire series. Really respecting his prowess on the champion here. Seems like they are going to take it a little slower here in the champs. I can't really blame them.
These are the slowest that we've seen the bans go by today so far.
Yeah, first couple are those target bans, and then they're getting now down to how many of these high tier picks do I want to give over? The Gangplanks, the Vladimirs, these type of things, these first pick champions, because this is a reason why Immortals did choose to have red side in the last game when the choice was there, and now CLG still going to be on blue.
Yeah, CLG selected blue side for this, even though red side has won every single time so far. And it's not necessarily because of counter picks or anything like that. They just think that they favor themselves getting a high priority champion here. And I'm interested to see if CLG go for another Rek'Sai first pick. And there it is.
Cheer goes up for a ban. Very rarely would we hear cheers for bans, but the Vladimir, CLG adapting here, take that one out.
Yep, they dropped the Sivir ban for that. So Immortals, see if they pick that one up or if it gets first picked here by CLG.
Well, no, of course, also targeted away. What do Immortals have in store for this final ban here? Looks like it's Syndra, actually.
Oh, so they dropped the Gnar ban for the Syndra here. So the Gnar was first picked every single game in the Team Liquid series by Darshan on CLG. So they don't mind first picking.
Gnar, Echo still up also, and Huni has been very happy to go into that champion and that matchup specifically as well.
Rek'Sai as well. It's been one of CLG's big picks on the blue side, trying to deny it away from Rainover. I do feel like Gragas and in general, Rainover's shown up pretty well in the series, so you probably can't pinch him there. And CLG, they are taking a long time.
And this is going to be really interesting. If you first pick Gnar, you give over Rek'Sai Sivir, and then you pretty much have to take Karma at that point, or else you give up the Sivir Karma lane, which is still really strong.
Definitely don't want to give over all the speed boosts. Immortals definitely have been focusing on that, and it's been a reason, they talked about as well, how Immortals very slippery. It's hard to pick them off, even if you do bring a bunch of globals. And there, though, the renewed focus still on Rek'Sai.
Again, I will point out that I do love how much time these teams are taking, especially in the bans. It's very important to reset, to calm yourself down. Immortals, they'll be riding high, and CLG will feel a bit of a blow, because there's the Gnar and Sivir picks there from Immortals.
Exactly. I thought if you take the Gnar, they'll take Sivir Rek'Sai. Well, you take the Rek'Sai, they'll slot Gnar right into that, seeing as Gangplank already off the table. And Rumble as well, which, Huni is happy to play pretty much every single time he could.
CLG considering this would be a... We talked about Game 3 being such an important kind of pivotal point in the series. Game 4, of course, will be important here for CLG if they do want to try and force a final game here. Preparation's important, right?
Game point, definitely important.
Thank you.
Series point.
Yeah, it's most likely the Shen again, which has been for Darshan every single game so far.
CLG again is making sure that, remain calm, remain patient. So that we'll likely see Shen. I wonder what else CLG, though, have in mind.
They've picked Jhin around this time as well when they've been playing it in the past. They may go with an Ashe into Sivir, see what happens, but it's still, they've been favoring that Jhin. And these are two of the AD carries that have not been favoring Jhin during the regular season.
So while they do switch it up in bans and ban out the Vladimir, they're still going to use their same strategy.
Alrighty.
For counter logic gaming. Ooh, very quick, actually. Lock in there. That's what we've been looking for, the Cassiopeia to make her appearance. It took a long time for her to show up, but this has been highly anticipated pick, at least for us when we were doing our pick ban analysis. And we'll see who he can use to deal with this. In the past, he has had problems dealing with his champion. And a lot of solo kills have come at the hands of Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and Cassiopeia, Pobelter's first game on it, I would think that you pick Talia into it, who has not been seen on the ban list at all today, which was really highly banned against Immortals in their previous series. Or highly prioritized. They were first picking it pretty much every time they could.
Yeah, if you look at it a little bit, but then you kind of get worried about the damage output later for the game. Because Talia is also kind of like Shen with that strategy where you want to push up and then
I love it.
somewhere else. Yes! Oh, the Vel'Koz finally! Well, it's been a long time. I've been waiting since the buffs after the mage rework, because the mage rework kind of hurt Vel'Koz a lot. But then the buffs after that really pushed him up to the top, and he has so much damage. We talk about lacking damage output. Vel'Koz does not do that. The thing he does lack is mobility and escape. So once again, CLG, they're opting with a similar strategy. They have 2 carry. They split the carries at 1 AD and 1 AP, obviously, but they're very, very low mobility, very prone to ganks, very susceptible to extra pressure. We will see if Shen is enough to keep that backline safe, though, with the Standing Knights that have been coming in for them.
How long have you been waiting for that Vel'Koz spiel?
Literally like 3 months.
First it was your Alawi spiel, now it's your Vel'Koz, something about, tentacle champions, Kobe.
But honestly, let's just go over some of those buffs. Vel'Koz, the thing about Vel'Koz, he puts out so much true damage. Everything in his kit, you can stack up the passive thing so you can get extra true damage output, and he'll burn through a front line, he'll burn through any champion that stands in his way, so you have to be very careful. The other thing, lots of wave clear. That was one thing CLG did lack before, but you rank that up very early on Vel'Koz, and he should be able to clear those out.
Yeah, and Vel'Koz just overall, like you said, a lot of damage, but low mobility. Pillar comes out as the last thing. Trundle picked up here. He can interrupt the ultimate with the Trundle Pillar, put himself at risk and see if Adrian goes for that. But he can also, these are actually 2 damage dealers for CLG that have to stand their ground with their ultimates. The Vel'Koz and the Jhin, they need to find a good position, because if Huni makes it to the backline again, he could interrupt both of them, he can actually blow them up, and see what happens here.
Yep, definitely true.
Well, we are looking through your photo submissions on Twitter and want to see more. Show us how you LCS by tweeting your pick to @LevelEsports using that hashtag LOCKIN. Fingers crossed, you guys might get one more game to post those tweets, but just in case you don't, make sure you get them in early. And of course, you can keep using the team hashtags there as well.
Hashtag Vel'Koz win, hashtag tentacle power.
I don't know if we actually own that hashtag.
Yeah, that might be something we don't want to go into. Definitely not Vel'Koz skin picked up here, though.
I love it.
For who he,
Just
so
another day
just
at the
kidding.
office.
Yeah.
Gotta take his coffee
Gotta
cup
be
in the
some
work.
other champion.
Alrighty, back on the Summoner's Rift here. CLG versus Immortals has been quite the series so far. We'll see if CLG can answer back, or if Immortals will clinch that third place here by taking the game.
And just one more thing about that Vel'Koz. We keep going back to it. Just final thing for right now is how much practice do you actually get playing against a Vel'Koz? It's not that popular of a champion right now. And the thing is you have to know your matchups. You have to know your Talia into her. You have to know your Cassiopeia into her. And the question is, how much has Pobelter had on this champion against that?
Look at this, though. We might finally get some action 1v1 or level 1 with the Braum here on CLG side. They're going for it.
Darshan needs to look for a taunt, I think. Does flash out, will rain over, gets himself to safety. But Adrian now the next target. Stixxay, plenty of damage here at level 1. The slowing from Vel'Koz is going to stop Huni, and it's a scuffle, but no one goes down.
Ooh, they do give up on it. They got a couple of flashes out of it. So jungler and support flashes. Those are two of the biggest playmakers. Yeah, the Ghost was also burned, but very short cooldown on that, and the mid lane should feel a bit more comfortable. I have to say, though, on that mid lane matchup, this just kind of exacerbates the issue that Hui has had with Cassiopeia. Vel'Koz, if he gets caught by one of those poisons and Pobelter speeds up, all you have to do is dodge the delay of that knock up from Vel'Koz, and you can go in for the kill because very low mobility.
Yeah, the Tectonic Disruption has that cast time, travel time on it. And all they had to do on CLG side was give up an exhaust for it. So it's not even like a jungler's playground for Rainover where there's these flashes that are down, where Smithy, now he can go invade, he can go visit the bottom lane and flash knock up and possibly pick himself up a kill.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of bad for Immortals because Rainover on the Elise was one thing we're looking for to try and pressure mid lane. This mid lane matchup is going to be so fun because it is so much about skill shots landing or missing and then what you do afterwards, because everyone keeping track of the small cooldowns, keeping track of the short cooldowns in these trades, definitely very big. When is your opportunity to try and go for that harass?
Well, everyone does join up with their lanes now, but it's pretty fitting that who he has really been the man in this series for CLG, Darshan. 4 straight Shen games in a row now. Stixxay relatively consistent on his champions and playing very well. Hui's been the one that's changing champions up that we kind of needed to see something a little more from. And he has shown up in this series, and he will need to really go off if he's going to push CLG to a last game.
The man put out 1,200 DPM.
Gotta do it again, man.
You're like, show me more. Get that 1,500, baby.
Yeah, and he doesn't even do that much damage during the early parts of the game, but that game was incredibly long, so the Cassidon was able to power up. But Hui has been having a great day, honestly. Even his game 1, he was looking right on point as well.
Oh, and here again, we have so much continued focus on teamwork to get control of this vision, to get these Scuttle Crabs down, and ensure that both the bottom lane and the mid lane can play with a little bit more of an aggressive style. We can already see once again CLG's bottom lane, Stixx and Aframu, shoving them into the lane to force Sivir CS under turret, and trying to get some harass down on them as they do it.
A bit of poke there from CLG's duo. As you can see, Huni also was stacking up a big wave there versus Darshan, so should have the early advantage in the lane, and seems to so far. Haven't seen too much of the mid lane just yet, but like you said, there's so much intricate stuff going on. It really just is the farm and damage that traded back and forth. It's unlikely without jungler intervention that we'll see a kill.
Whoa, what a trade here from CLG.
Oh, really nice there, Adrian. Gotta be a bit careful. We'll get out to safety, but CLG handily win that.
That Unbreakable from Aframu doing so much work in the trade, blocking a tremendous amount of damage, and CLG do come out ahead. Meanwhile, though, it has been the opposite story. Immortals control over top lane. This has been consistent for Huni, and he's trying to push it in once again. Rainover does make his visit, but not quick enough to snag that Scuttle away from Smithy.
And Huni's just had pressure the entire time, like you said. He's got that fervor of battle, so he's just constantly wailing away at Darshan. And Darshan actually had to use his teleport already because he got pushed out of lane by this Gnar that is just unrelenting.
This matchup does get, scary once Gnar does get the Frozen Mallet as well. But that is a long time away from us at the moment. First breakpoint we're going to look for is the level 6, of course.
Another early TP from Darshan as well. Does get him to lane safely as Hui gets himself the blue buff.
Yep. course, the Rek'Sai doesn't have to take it, give it over, so Huhi now has a lot of pressure in this lane and keep throwing out his spells. And against the Cassiopeia, honestly, she's got a mana bar, but when she's CSing, she's not really a mana-based champion. She just gets mana back from using Twin Fangs in last hit. She gets healing, so she's a big kind of sustained champion in the lane. It's hard to push her out.
Good trade again from Darshan, actually, as he taunts Huni into that big cannon wave. Again, certainly knows his limits in these matchups, and Darshan has been consistent and impressive, especially laning versus Huni 1v1. Huni, though, probably just going to use that TP, much like Darshan did, to give himself a bit of an edge in lane, and we expect Na to take over. We'll see if Huni can do it again, because he could do it on Echo, but he couldn't quite do it on Na.
Yeah, and look at that, why he was going so far back to get his recall off. Darshan looking to try and interrupt it, but here we go on the bottom side. What a pillar.
Oh, well, Turtle doesn't quite get the spell shield down. There's a knock-up from McSmithy. First blood looking to go over to Stixay. Bloodthorn is not enough. Stixay flashes in, and he claims it.
And Afromu lives. Stixay heals right there, and they get out afterwards. Another big move for CLG in the bottom lane. Smithy controls the Scuttle Crabs, gets off the first gank. It's because Reignover went for it early back there on the Elise, but Smithy has been outperforming Reignover in this series.
Yeah, Reignover actually has had a lot of his team's deaths. One of the first ones in game 1, one of the first ones in game 3 being First Blood, and honestly, like 3 of the deaths that he had previously in game 2.
CLG justifying their focus on the first pick Rek'Sai. Smithy controls both of the Scuttle Crabs, knows he has vision advantage, even though Adrian had a good pillar there. It's Afromu who gets in for the playmaking.
Yeah, and at this point, Adrian doesn't have his exhaust. He had used it previously, so he doesn't have that summoner spell available to exhaust Stixay to stop some of that damage, to actually nullify a bit of that crit.
Well, Huni's going to return to the top lane. Doesn't quite go mega. Darshan is trying to hold the wave as best he can. Huni does have the phage parts built up after going back and did teleport back to lane as well. So things should be getting a bit better here. Darshan has also snuck in her back by the looks of things, and the mid laners are building mana items. So should see things pretty quiet there.
Yeah, sneaky little Pobelter has got a pretty sizable CS lead over Huhi actually up in this 1 versus 1, having the junglers both show on opposite sides.
Looking good so far. Pobelter pretty casually CSing these. You mentioned it already, Zyrene, Cassiopeia. Pretty straightforward when it comes to taking those minions.
It's free low.
Yeah, sometimes. As Smithy waddles his way in, gets the ward down, and Reignover instantly spots the pink ward.
Nice pink ward, thank you for the gold.
It's unfortunate.
Did pop his Raptor buff though.
Yep. Found out where he was.
Didn't have his trinket up, unfortunately, so no options there. Tried to get some vision. You can see Smithy is, again, keeping track of Reignover, which has been great all series long.
And he's been doing it without Sightstone too. He's been using the Tiamat as his early clear item here, and it's also something that he might have just been gravitating towards, and that's why the Rek'Sai is a first pick for him. It's just got such a high clear time now, and it's very versatile, and it denies it from Reignover.
Meanwhile, Adrian has been putting in the work with the wards in the river on the bottom side so that they don't get a repeat visit from Smithy. Meanwhile, mid lane
oh
though.
My God, Pobelter, good ultimate, going to try and turn it around, but Smithy's here. That'll force Pobelter away.
Oh yeah, I think Pobelter wasn't sure if Smithy had flash or not. Had to get out of there after that one, but look at that. Talk about no fear. Neither of these teams ever backing down. He runs straight through the Vel'Koz ultimate into his face to get the Cassiopeia ultimate off. If that was a 1-for-1, would have been able to have it, but he knew that he had Smithy in the wings.
Yeah, but because they push Pobelter off of it, that's going to leave the blue buff up, and Hui is able to take that. This Vel'Koz just really needs this.
Again, Smithy. This is Smithy affecting all of the bottom side of the map here. They've abandoned their Shen top, and Darshan's been fine with that, and the rest of CLG are flourishing.
Yeah, I have to agree. Darshan has really been soaking the majority of the punishment in top lane, but CLG certainly playing around Stixay well. Huhi, nice little trade there. The Drake was attempted by CLG as well, but pull off the Ocean Drake. A little ambitious, but testing the waters perhaps there for Immortals. And CLG, again, their constant proactivity and how confident they've seen when they've been playing this series has been the most impressive thing to me.
Yeah, and I'm always very quick to talk about Afromu and his in-game leadership, and he really is and has been for a very long time one of the NA greats. But Smithy as well, it is multiple people shot calling for CLG, you know, adding information always is both teams, but Smithy also does play a big part in that. And I have to say, you know, in comparison, the amount of effect that Smithy has had, especially in this game, in comparison to the Elise of Reignover, tremendous advantage there.
He's done a fantastic job of neutralizing Reignover and making sure he doesn't have that same impact, because when you think about Immortals for the entire split, and even Spring, it's like Huni and Rainover, right? And then the bottom lane is what they sack. Well, now, that's not really the case. The focus from CLG is on that bottom lane, and Rainover and Huni aren't able to get off the ground. Huni is pretty much punching a brick wall in the top lane this entire series in Darshan and not getting the advantages that he really wants as a player. But Rainover at the same time doesn't have the ability to really help him out and push that even further, so he's kind of stagnant right now.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Pobelter earning his own advantages once again. This is the most camped mid laner in all of the North American LCS, has the most enemy jungler proximity. Yet now he's on Cassiopeia, you should. Well, he's gonna camp it.
Hui gonna get the knockoff. That's an easy alley-oop.
I'm sorry, Pobelter.
Caster curse, Kobe.
I mean, you're not wrong.
But still, they get the Vel'Koz, an early kill, and so that's going to set them up to do damage to this turret and take this down for that first turret gold.
Did feel like CLG kind of got mired in the last game and maybe slowed it down a little too much. This time, nice and proactive with the ultimate there from Darshan. And they're going to get the mid turret as well. A huge burst of momentum for CLG early in this fourth.
Consistent early game control here from Counter Logic Gaming. And this is going to be no different. There is also a 10 CS lead, not very big, but is there for Stixxay in the bottom lane as he starts to build towards his Ghost Blade.
Was this the ulti? He's going to use it, Rainover. Nice cocoon. He'll be pressuring the Elise.
Chunks him out, makes sure that he might have to back here or at least be on the opposite side of the jungle for a bit, heal up.
Yeah, it's a pretty short cooldown, plus he does have blue buff right now, so it's going to be even shorter. And we'll have it for the next time they all in mid lane. Pobelter has to be much more cautious about that since Hui's had so much support with Smithy coming up multiple times and the Shen Stand United already on display.
And Hui was one of the least camped mid laners for himself as well. He didn't even pull a whole bunch of attention from the enemy jungle all season long. Teams were winning against CLG by going to their side lanes, but now you can't go top. Darshan's playing too defensive. You can't go bottom because Darshan shows up.
Well, I mean, you can see Smith has also been visiting that bottom lane. Nice knot from Huni, but it's just for a bit of damage. Darshan does get the W off in time, and Huni gets some damage. He's also winning in CS. Like, this lane is going the way Immortals expected to, but like you said, Darshan is just soaking it all up.
We'll see if that does start to change as we get closer and closer to that frozen mallet. There is some damage on this turret. You see Huni is slowly whittling away at it as well. But as of right now, yeah, Darshan happy to pick up all of those CS under turret as well.
Doing what he needs to do, really. And we've got some early purple spikes there from CLG's carries as well. Hui, quick Morello Nomicon, so very efficient mid lane item, and Vel'Koz kind of wants all the things it gives. And the Ghost Blade already done for Stixxay, who got the first blood there as well, and had a share in that first tower gold. Stixxay is again set up to have a big performance this game, and CLG is showing that they're happy to play around him, and when they do, it's usually the right idea.
Oh. Aha, he sees the dragon take off.
Not this time. Ooh, actually, maybe they'll follow in something here. Adrian, oh, he's fine, does get tapped by Aframu. Stixxay
going after Rainover because they have Vel'Koz on this side. If they can get him low enough.
Oh, Rainover does repel out of the way, but it might not be enough here. Damage is still coming in. Aframu commits the ultimate for it as well. That's a little keen. The geometry is not there for the Vel'Koz, and Rainover lives.
That's still 3 ultimates, though, to try and attempt to kill Rainover. So Immortals actually have a little bit more priority on Dragon if they're able to have Rainover back and get back here. So you have to take it now if you're CLG.
Yeah, Rainover is delaying the back right now. Actually cancels it.
Oh, that goes over to Smithy. Is now Aframu going to get stunned up. Pobelter actually doing a nice job. Stixxay heals, and he might just be enough to live. Doesn't quite get the snipe, but Adrian does take down Aframu. Rainover. Oh, the trap!
Deathfire touch, and the trap spawns the Marcus Grave.
Pretty good Keystone Mastery, since so many people die to a random
where did that come from?
It's like 4 seconds long as well, so it'll tick for a good while.
Well, a trade there, I suppose. Stixxay, it's the ultimate snipe.
It's like that.
Kills him without even shooting him.
It's like that. Cool guys don't look at explosions. You walk away.
Talk about the tension, though. Pastry literally jumped, by the way, up into the air at that kill. Immortals, though, refocus on this game. They're taking the objective afterwards. Turret goes down. They're going to get that extra global gold. CLG looking to collapse on them and not let them escape.
But Huni almost has ultimate here. This might be a mistake from CLG.
Hui, I think he's going to face check a Mega Narc. Smithy going to try and save him with the Gnar. Lands on the 3 wall followers as well. Huni, big play, but he does go down. Now Darshan looking to try and chase it down. Well, Toto going to get himself tagged, and Pobelter's in a whole host of trouble. Fly, not going to make it. Ultimate opens up. Stixxay gets the snipe. Looking for more, but he's not going to find any more fish.
Take it back. It's a mistake there for Immortals to stick around. Low mana on Pobelter, and everybody showed up as if they were going to brawl, but no one even in sight that could actually help them. So
Jen
over.
is such a good pick versus Immortals.
Oh, yeah.
As we're seeing this game play out and the entire series play out, this has been the consistent strength that CLG have been playing to. To a team that wants to constantly fight, if you have the extra global there from your top laner and the ability to actually hold up in the 1 versus 1 as well, it really means a lot for them, and they do stand united down bottom to get the turret answer.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Gangplank banned every single time on that red side, so you're safe to pick that Shen. Gnar is pretty much the other bad matchup for it, and I thought that this was what was going to be banned in Game 2, but it's been picked by Darshan every single time. He's been able to get his hands on it, and Immortals have just left it up, and it's been incredibly effective every single time. They don't expect this to happen. Huni dedicates himself to it, but look at that double taunt.
Yeah, so even though, Huni does make a good heads-up play here to get the 1 kill onto Huhi, however, the reason CLG pick all this up, they have basically 5 members. With the ability of Jin to add extra damage from long range and steal that kill, secure that kill, that was pretty much all 5 members taking part in it. Meanwhile, Reignover was not a participant in that battle.
I actually think it's really smart that they gave that over to Stixxay. Like, let me ulti, let me finish him off, because of the fact that it's been a 2-threat composition from CLG every single time, and Huhi was already dead. So give it over to the one that's left, give it over to Stixxay, and so that's why he's 3-0-1 right now. He's been getting so much help.
Definitely agree. That was why their Game 1 was so successful for CounterLogic Gaming. Once you get out ahead in a flat armor penetration build and people are trying to catch up because you have another very big magic damage threat, it's very difficult.
Well, this is the new one. Huni actually might get even more of a lead in this top lane. Did get the tower in the replay, I believe, but Rift Herald, which we've barely seen at all today on Summoner's Rift, is actually going to go over to Huni.
It's funny because the only time I really see Rift Herald taken now is when it's for a Gnar or against a Gnar. A lot of the times it's just left out to dry, but Gnars really like it for helping their split pushing.
Definitely is interesting seeing CLG's adaptation in this series compared to their previous series versus TSM. Previously versus TSM, CounterLogic Gaming were the ones focusing top. Well, now they're walking all up there with a bunch of people, and they're looking to dive.
I think, except for the wrong reason. But of course, actually does snipe him down. Huni doesn't quite take enough damage because the cocoon from Reignover is clutch.
Oh yeah, Reignover puts himself in danger's way there to stop it. And
he gets the snipe.
Oh, Pobelter got tagged. Tagged again. Shots in. There's the 4th. Where is it? Chris Pobelter, but it's not enough. CLG will take the turret instead.
Exactly. They pushed them off of the turret. Wild Turtle back in base, so they didn't even have a good wave clear source there. And Pobelter had to be on defense duty there to stop Huni from going down. And now CLG, they're low on Immortal side. They get to continue to push. They may get a tier 2.
Siege continues. All 5 members have joined, and they're poking down Immortals.
Darshan looks so far forward there. But they're just canceling some backs. Velkor's poke is good here for the Siege. Stixxay gets himself caught in a traffic cone. That should be okay, and CLG is going to keep pushing. If the wave joins him in time, they might get another turret. Looks like they'll back away instead, but Drake up in a minute 20. CLG taking real control of this game.
Huge amount of control. All the outer turrets down now for Immortals, and they have to be a lot more wary of getting out of position. Stand United back available, plus the teleport for Darshan, so many options for CounterLogic Gaming to try and push the issue and further this gold lead. What I was talking about before, though, is the adaptation CLG between this series and their series versus TSM. Versus TSM, they kept giving up Gangplank, a top laner similar to Shen that absorbs in the top lane, has the wave clear and then the global ult, and they were focusing all their efforts up top, but it didn't work for them. They lost 3-0 to TSM trying to focus top, so now they completely focused. They kind of adapted that strategy. They're the ones focusing bottom. They're trying to play aggressive bottom with a different global, and it is working out a lot better for them.
Big Stixxay certainly set up to carry this game because the Dustblade is now online. CLG going to have a real big point of strength if Immortals choose to fight them around this Infernal Drake. It's up in 15 seconds. I get the feeling that Immortals maybe don't fancy a fight, but they're not particularly shy about brawling, so maybe I'm wrong there, as Immortals are at least going to clear out the vision in the area.
Yeah, I'm just looking at where the gold is on these teams. The advantage for Stixxay is only about 1,100 right now, and then the other one is CLG. Xmithy is up 1,200 right now over Reignover, so he's just been getting out jungled, and just the assistance that Xmithy's been putting on the map, and the pressure definitely, like you've been saying, Kobe, justifies that first pick of a Rek'Sai.
Well, Drake is up, so we'll see if CLG want to take it. Darshan can join when he needs to, but Afro gets caught. Now Rainover actually the one caught in the trap. Propeller's down, he comes straight back towards Xmithy, and that's a flash burn for the Elisa. Stixay landed up again. Adrian not that tanky, is the support Trundle. Snipe is there. Oh! Stixay gets another snipe.
Flash in the straight line. He was trying to get out of the distance, the max distance there for the ultimate, but can't get out of it. Maybe if he flashes left, he gets out of that, but gets caught by somebody else. Then he's giving the money over to a different place. Regardless, CLG, they're moving right up mid lane with that.
Yeah, immediately just put their pressure there. They can go turn onto the Infernal Drake, though. That's what they've been going after this entire time, is just trying to get that Drake for themselves and get that smaller advantage, whereas Huni and Darshan still top lane, brawling it out, not coming into these fights just yet. Hasn't been an opportunity, but there we go. Here comes Huni. Mega Gnar available.
Wow.
Ultimate up.
Where did Darshan go?
He got
interrupted. All right, we're okay. Oh, never mind, we're not. Xmithy does take it, but Wild Turtle burning low. It's actually Immortals that are in trouble. Cross-map play getting awfully complex. But Darshan does stop the TP, CLG do get the Drake, and Wild Turtle lives to fight another day.
Very big. Darshan went in and he taunted Huni out of that teleport. So now, not only does he have teleport advantage, but he has Stand United. And CLG also were able to claim the Drake. Huge amount of control for them, especially with the map being so open. What they need to do is start moving up some wards so they can make these picks. They have a Jhin ultimate, they have Vel'Koz, really ramping up. So definitely up to them to try and increase this lead.
And you've been talking about how CLG have had an early game advantage in almost every single one of these games. Immortals have struggled to get an early game advantage, even in their semifinal matchup, only having 1 out of those 5 games where they were up early. Same thing is happening here. Immortals just aren't playing the early game well, especially against something like a Shen. They seem to be a little bit paralyzed in their early aggression, and when they get a little too overzealous, they're punished for it.
I feel like the name of the game right now for meta is Globals. Jungler influence also cannot be overlooked.
We got to throw that in there.
Yeah.
Junglers, we're still relevant.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Junglers, in a lot of ways, are kind of the global you always have. They're exerting constantly throughout the map. I got you.
The human global. That is honestly why a lot of junglers started jungling as, their main, right? It is a lot about the mind games of guessing where your enemy is, trying to figure that out, what you can do to deny extra information. And speaking of the devil, there they go, exchanging a few blows over the all-important ward.
Yeah. It was either that reason for starting jungle, or it was, all these other junglers suck. Let me do this.
Really? For me, it was like, I'd try this. I don't know how to CS. Oh, that's even too high. 650 gets himself exhausted. Tunnels out to safety. The network's there to save his bacon. Immortals clear out the pink ward, though. Baron is a technical threat, but looks like teams are trying to secure vision on this side of the map with Drake being down.
I think you can really tell that Immortals are on edge after that last play. That was a very quick exhaust on a Rek'Sai that you had not seen use tunnel, plus has tunnels in the area. So Immortals are feeling the heat here as CLG, even though it's not a huge insurmountable gold lead or anything, the pressure on the map, the momentum here of CLG really denying a lot of the vision and moving in with the siege here is getting to Immortals.
Here comes the poke again. We've got the Vel'Koz, we've got the Jhin. Immortals just have to get themselves zoned out of the way here. Last shot lands. It actually does tag Pobelta. Decent amount of damage there, but things are okay for now. Stixay not quite where he was in that first game, but he's starting to approach real points of power.
Yeah, the hinge that Immortals need to get to is that Huni can actually really make some work. Uh-oh, they get a good move!
Oh, Afro moves in to save him. And Huni's now going to get himself out of the way. Cassiopeia throws out the ulti, but I think it was just to defend. Rainover getting himself chunked out of Xmithy. He wants it. He chases forward, but that's a little too aggressive. Cocooned in there as Immortal to set upon him. But Darshan moves in with the Stand United to try and save him. And CLG always have each other's backs.
That means they give up their pressure bottom. Huni is actually not taking the turret, though. He was recalling here. Okay, now they signal him, hey, stop. You can get a little bit of extra work done. I think it's too dangerous to stick around, though, because CLG do back off after that display. Nobody dying in the exchange, though.
Yeah, it's just a back and forth trading over and over again. The wave clear as well. Immortals, yeah, Huni sticks around, gets a little bit more damage here. He could have had more.
Yeah, I mean, look, toggle the vision on the map right now, because the Immortals' vision is very, very slim. They do see, that's actually, yeah, that's a, there we go. But now Jin's coming down and they don't see him coming.
Exactly, they don't see Jin coming.
Oh, Duskblade proc, see ya, Huni.
Yeah, he had used his hop to get more attack speed on the turret. It has a little buff on it that not a lot of people are very conscious of. You hop, you get a little bit of attack speed from it, and instead, uses it to not escape, so he has to wait for it so long.
Yeah, Immortals kind of falling apart here in the late stages. Crucial calls, sticking around, trying to get that turret. That thing had a lot of health, and CLG make a pretty easy collapse to take him down. Again, though, if Immortals just calm down and refocus in this game, they're not that tremendously far behind that they can't get back. They've got a Sivir. They have Cassiopeia. Like, they have plenty of damage for the late game and a decent front line.
It just feels like this is the toughest point in the game for Immortals to get through because CLG, they're playing with pressure and their poke and siege is ridiculous with the Vel'Koz and the Jhin.
Oh yeah, and the Jhin is 5-0-1 right now. He has all of the kills on his team where they need them. He's only missed out on 2.
Well, we might have another scuffle on our hands. Immortals going to force something. Huni with a good flank, but he needs to build the rage. Ultimate out there from, no, not quite yet, as Smithy dives in. Afromu trying to protect Hui, but he does get sniped. Damage is still there on the backside, and Sticksafe open fires while Turtle wants to target. That's the target he wants to try and snipe. Waiting patiently for the balls, but Huni ready with the Magana. Misses the crunch over the walls. Rainover does slay Darshan. Sticksafe gets out of the ulti and tries to turn it all around, but Turtle still putting the team on his back. Looking good as CLG just dropped that one.
Yeah, Sticksave's been twirling that gun for a while. He's been trying to get that crit off, and they just keep avoiding it. And now Huni gonna get the slow, the frozen mallet.
Has to go in. Oh my god! Destroys Rainover as Smithy getting chased.
You have to respect the crit
Huni's
from
in.
Jhin.
He's in deep. He gets the double. And Immortals, they will not go quietly today.
I told you, man, they just need to calm down, refocus, they get their 5-on-5, good flank from Huni, and they can try and finish off that turret that cost us death.
Oh yeah,
before.
that was calm.
fair.
They do get the turret. The thing's looking good. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, so Huni actually TPs to that pink ward down there, goes around the bottom side, and then he shows himself here, and they look like they're gonna jump on him. Oh, jumps away with the exhaust being used, and he got the slow onto Hui. It's what they needed, and then it just goes from there.
Unfortunately, we aren't allowed to finish any replays because these teams are just fighting too much. Gold nice and even though, so Drake is up, so CLG will consolidate, pick themselves up their 3rd Drake of the game. That is a good little lead here for CLG as they approach kind of the next little breakpoints, but Immortals have closed the gap pretty nicely with the last section of plays, and once again, we find ourselves in this series with a very close game.
Whew. Definitely exciting here. All right, let's see how they turn their sights towards Baron, because not only did Immortals get a bunch of gold back after that play and get that bottom turret, but they got time to put up some more wards. You can see now they've got decent control of the river, and they've been moving in here, trying to get the scuttle, but it looks like Smithy actually still king of the scuttle.
So, loops around, zones him off. Throws a Prey Seeker, get out of here.
Rek'Sai's like, come with me, I'm just one of you.
Does manage to corral the crab around, and that will go over to Rainover.
Lures him into Fog of War and kills him. Great. Now they'll never trust again.
Meanwhile, turret goes down in the mid lane. CLG, that Scuttle Crab, maybe it was baiting Smithy away.
Works out, I guess. Immortals do take themselves another turret here. Next Drake's an important one, but it's not up for quite a while yet, so teams are going to look to play around that top side, and CLG still have that sideline pressure with the Shen. We'll see how CLG continue to kind of play up in this game.
Yeah, and we're talking about playing up with them. The key damage dealers on this team, Sticksafe and Hui. I've been noticing Sticksafe's build. He did this as well previously. His Rapid Fire Cannon 3rd, even though it's an armor penetration build, gets a little bit of that extended range, and that's what he's looking for is in those extended fights when he's kiting backwards. He wants that last shot, walk a little bit, get that last shot off, have the chance to crit in between.
Things have calmed down quite a bit more. CLG, I think, pumping the brakes because Immortals had such a wonderful display before. Feeling confident, of course. They can't see the gold lead. Immortals are actually up, but both teams kind of aware of what happened throughout the series, so they are going to play it a little more patiently. Objectives are up, but CLG's siege, unfortunately, has stopped, which I think is good news for Immortals. They're happy to take the farm sort of as it comes to them and then sort of take over with their Sivir Cassiopeia comp. Still looking for the Vel'Koz though, Kobe, because again, I had tried to doubt them last time, and they still have plenty of damage.
All right, well, currently, yeah, they want to set up their split push here with Darshan in the bottom side on Shen, so they can make use of the Stand United. Huni does have a teleport coming off cooldown pretty soon, though, so after they push up mid lane, they can send him back to go handle that wave and handle that push from Darshan, and just collect the minions at the turret.
And it looks like Baron might be on the table soon for Immortals. They're trying to get control of the area, sweep it out a little bit.
Ooh, maybe caught here. Pobel's attacked again. He's magnetized with his bullets, but Adrian's going to face tank him. Not too much damage just yet. Elise repels out of the way, and CLG they'll push down the mid lane, try and see if they can't take something here. This is the right area to try and control.
Yep, trying to chunk them out before the siege begins. That did take half of Adrian's life. Now, this is a support on the front line, so he is a bit more squishy. Hasn't built any of his own armor. Just gonna be there for the magic resistance aura, though. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're actually trading kind of heavily on opposite sides.
Yeah, if they can get the inside path onto Huni, though, because right now they can all just run towards him, but that's going to be Immortals running towards the Baron because they want to stop that possibility.
Huni has had also one hell of a series, up almost 50 CS there. Glimpse of the Void maybe helping out quite a bit. And Darshan, again, he's been kind of taking punches, but Huni's still showing up on champions that we maybe didn't expect as much from him. His Nars looking pretty good so far, and Immortals just want to get over the line and have this series done with CLG. Not particularly interested in that outcome. And we have another close game in our hands as that Drake is up soon-ish.
CLG have to be very careful not to leave Stixxay behind. This has happened before, and Stixxay has most of the gold. 7 kills all on him on the Jhin. If Immortals can get to the back line, Huni has done this multiple times where he takes out Stixxay by himself. That's a huge amount of CLG's power that would not be available. Currently, though, pushing up mid lane again, battling over this mid lane turret.
Burn the ulti onto Adrian, looking to try and get a kill. Not enough there from the passive, at CLG might open space to try and take the turret. Immortals, though, easy defense, it seems, between the Sivir and the Cassio.
Yep, that's the big thing about Sivir. Always talking about her wave clear in the mid game here. Definitely easy, and they're trying to stall out. Turtle's working on that Infinity Edge, fairly close to it, can almost touch it.
And when he crests that point, that'll be when those team fights really turn online for Immortals, because they already have the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and Pobelter's looking for that Seraph's Embrace soon so that he can crest and have a little bit more defense available to him. Because he's died the most on his team so far. He's been a prime target. They've been trying to play through mid lane, through that Vel'Koz and pushing up. How many times have they been in that mid tier 2? Actually quite a bit.
Felt like it was all lined up well. Smith, he does claim the top side Scuttle Crab, so we'll have key Baron vision for a little while as that Infernal Drake is up now in a minute 10. Stixxay massacres a poor creep wave there in top lane, and he is just casually sitting in CLG's red side jungle, hoping to find a lucky winner. Although I don't think Darshan's was looking for. He's probably a 1v1 just about anyone else.
Darshan's like, I didn't enter that lotto. I don't want to.
I didn't sign up for this at all. And soon he's just going to take the red buff instead. That's his prize. He'll take it, I suppose. And again, Immortals, because they're playing significantly more passive than I'm used to seeing them. Both these teams are treading very carefully.
And it's been a lot of setup for these objectives and then fighting every now and then. There was a very bloody game that had more than a kill per minute previously, but now it's a little bit slower than that. And this Infernal Drake may get some of that action soon, though.
You can understand the care the teams are putting in, though, because the series has gone so back and forth. Teams taking, the necessary precautions here. Nobody wants to throw away a game at a silly point.
Yeah, I mean, this is game point for Immortals. If they take this, they do secure their 3rd spot and the extra championship points. I have to say, this is one of the most exciting 3rd place series that I've ever seen.
Well, CLG lining up for that Drake. It's up right now, but Immortals already in the area to contest. Looks like we are going to have a fight on our hands.
Huni.
They've kind of swapped sides of the map for right now.
Huni doesn't have any rage on Gnar. He is trying to flank around behind, but he's just going to do it as mini. So has to hold his distance once he gets there.
Gets caught by Darshan, but doesn't quite land the taunt. Immortals now can collapse under the Drake, which they might just happy to take for themselves. They are going to get it here, but Hui doing good damage there. At least not going to quite go down. Rain over there has to be careful. Flashes out, and the Locket's going to save his life. Stixxay uses the ulti to get him. Huni's got to run away as well.
CLG split focus there. They weren't able to chase anyone down, and the pillar tries to interrupt the tunnel here.
Beautiful. Beautiful pillar.
Not tagged. Immortals actually kind of running a weird way out, but they will get out to safety, and they did claim the Drake.
Rainover having to flash away 3 consecutive times from this Vel'Koz damage, but he got the Drake, and he got out with his life. So mission accomplished there for Private Rainover.
Pretty much the best you can hope for there. To not get taken out by both of the snipers, honestly, because this is just such a long range, sit there, set up, and actually just deal your damage from CLG. They haven't actually really combined them so much yet. That was pretty much the closest we've gotten to both the Vel'Koz and the Jhin.
And it's been such a tense series. Stixxay had a wonderful start to this game, but Immortals have brought it all the way back. It does feel like it really is these two 80 carries fighting against each other here.
Yeah, I have to say, even though nobody died there and people aren't really getting too amped up for that last Drake fight, that was very crucial. That would have been 2 Infernal Drakes stacking up for CLG. Pretty big momentum. Even being down in gold, that's a lot of power, having the extra Drake advantage that they have been able to accrue. But Immortals evening it up towards the late game does really matter for them.
And you always think about a Jhin with more AD. He gets way more than anybody else, so Infernal Drakes are so good on him too.
Starting to feel like we're in for maybe another long game here. Well, almost at 35 minutes here. The next dragon will be Elder. The Immortals are just trying to find the poke their way in, but no one wants to play a little too crazy. In a lot of ways, it feels like CLG inherited Immortals' aggression, and Immortals kind of inherited CLG's macro game, and they've been playing against each other with a ton of push and pull in this series. Again, it's delicate, I think is the right word for it. Even Darshan and Huni in that very even matchup, despite the CS lead that Huni has, Darshan's still done a pretty admirable job.
Yeah, it is a pretty massive lead here, and Huni hasn't really unlocked the map like we've known from Huni in the past, right? He's not playing one of those enormous carries because Darshan, at the same time, even if he was, he's just soaking it. Making sure that he's playing a little bit like Impact was in the series that Immortals played, where you try to play through top lane, they're having none of it. You can't get through that guy. He's just taking the pressure away, and they make plays on other sides of the map. Basically neutralizing a big threat.
Uh-oh, here we go, though. They're collapsing on Pobelter, and Jhin ultimate pops.
Yeah, Pobelter already burnt his ulti as well. They need to tag him, but Pobelter just slithers away in time. That ghost comes up real clutch.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty big cooldown there used. No, Pobelter did use the Cassiopeia ultimate as well in the disengage. It comes up very quickly, though. They'll be sure to wait for that. That is a crucial part of their team fight, just as much as the Jhin ultimate for CLG. It will be needed.
Huni's pressure is actually starting to mount here. That one Rift Herald may have actually swung enough to at least get some pressure, and like Darshan is struggling a little now.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Cleaver stacks up really quickly on him, so he shreds right through the armor. And then the extra slow there from Frozen Mount makes it hard to maneuver around the turret. Darshan starting to take a beating.
And those extra Rift Herald pops, too, onto the turret to just have that little extra damage.
Like, Huni's actually legitimately pulling pressure. In fact, he might even try and take this. Darshan's going to rush his way back, but that turret takes a big chunk of damage. Huni going to keep going for it, hops his way out. Very slick. Gets snared up. Oh, no, that's maybe not good. Huni okay, though. Dustblade trigger, not enough to kill him.
Can CLG work with this momentum, though, because that's a huge amount of health.
Whoa! Wow, Turtle!
That's a solo kill, too.
Turtle walked in the line of fire there. Huni had made his escape. Well, maybe we'll get a replay of that, because it didn't seem necessary. But both summoners and ultimate used. Yeah. CLG definitely pressing it now.
This is the power play. They have to go. Now they're going to snare one up. They look for Pobelter, but don't find him. Nice ult to disengage with the slow. Doesn't quite tag him. McSmithy flush and borrows onto Pobelter. His Darshan's in there as well. Does get the kill on CLG with 2 key kills.
And now they're going to turn onto that Baron. All they have to do is make sure Reignover doesn't get into that pit and try to get a smite steal. And that could be CLG getting some tools that they need to get these structures and start closing out the game.
Meanwhile, Immortals looking to harass here. Huni is a menace with the Frozen Mallet, pelting them.
Yeah, Darshan actually taking a little too much. Adrian with a nice pillar. Smithy is staying on the Baron. Aphromoo commits the ultimate, but it whiffs. Missing everyone there. And CLG, this is so dangerous.
They're getting softened up.
They have
really
to hard commit to this.
Ulti out again from Vel'Koz, but it's not quite enough damage. Huni very tanky. His Stixay opens fire with the curtain call again. Getting damage on Huni, but he's trying to take him out. Big crit. But they actually have to pull off the objective now. Immortals successful in stopping CLG. Oh! Stixay!
Touch!
Takes out Huni. And now Reignover going to get caught. CLG turn it back around again. Repel's going to save him. Here comes Wild Turtle. And Stixay again. Such a big play.
Oh my goodness! Just when you think they're done, Phase 3, and they start to disengage, Stixay flashes in with the Jhin. Add another one to the kill count. 8 now for him.
And has that Infinity Edge as well. Just these big crits coming out, and you do not expect that type of damage to come out that quickly. He's doing a really good job of sitting on that crit for when he needs it, and even just hitting minions on the side before he gets to it, and then is saving that shot.
And there might be a little bittersweet for CLG, but there's something about this kid in playoff games.
Immortals were able to stop the Baron, though. That was their main goal here. You can see them harassing a lot. And even with the Vel'Koz on him, you can see how tanky Huni is at this point. Gets softened up right here, though, turns mini, and then we get a look at it. That's his reaction to Stixay's flash in.
Oh, whoa. Belter's dead. That is tragedy for Immortals.
Again?
Yeah, unlucky.
He basically just spawned too, and doesn't even look like Seraph's Embrace or anything was able to be used there.
They're going to trade this one for Elder Dragon. Immortals are all going towards the opposite objective. Can CLG stop them and claim the Baron?
Afro and Hui are already down there. Smithy does have the ulti. He uses it now. Has to get in. Elder Dragon low. Can he steal it? No, Elise is going to claim it. Immortals stop some of the bleeding.
They take it away, and they're able to get back almost here. Inside track for CLG. They'll at least be able to get this one turret.
TP in. Let's go. CLG going to try and take this one down. Darshan playing in the front lines as well. Immortals have to defend for Pobelter. 15 seconds till he's back.
Yeah, and this Elder Dragon, it's not that great because it's only got one Drake behind it. But right here, Rainover on the side, they're just doing damage to this turret. They're just trying to muscle it down.
They're going to take it. It will fall here. Pobelter back up. 3 seconds. CLG, do they want to commit for this inhibitor? They don't. It's a little too dicey. Immortals look for an exit kill. Darshan threatens again with the taunt. Stixay going to miss that snare. Rainover definitely dodges it. CLG, you cannot get greedy here.
Some critical picks for CLG in the last few minutes of the gameplay here. Wild Turtle and Pobelter both going down to those long-range snipes. And Smithy as well had a flank to cut off the disengage from Immortals and really bring it all together. Now with Baron buff, they can return to the siege and try and get more.
It's time for these players to take a deep breath. CLG, seems like they're in position to force it down, but again, the goal is so close. We're late into the game. Again, it's just going to come down to execution, and both these teams have shown such incredible mental all series long. Game 3, I don't know if I could have flipped 100 coins in a row and figured out like what the result of that game was going to be.
They kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of
fight
what
after
it felt
fight.
like. CLG are kind of poised to do some damage here and open up a window, but window's real small.
Oh yeah, Nar looking to hop through the window though. Hooney's found a way into the back line.
Might have busted through the wall here. Stixay has to cut it out. Afro blocks everything. Smithy makes it back to his team. Afro doing so much work to block them out of CLG. Just have to kite back. Now Stixay opens fire once more. Tagging in onto Hooney. Buckle's ulti's not bad. Last crit shot. Is it going to go? It actually crits Adrian to almost death.
Mega Nar about to pop for Hooney as well. He's letting it calm down right now. Actually, it already, yeah, it did pop. And they're going to have to disengage because of that huge chunk onto the back line as well. CLG, they don't get anything out of it, though. Immortals actually stall out on the push. That wasn't a bad move at all for them. You know, they delay this Baron buff of CLG and buy more time for them to wait it out.
Yeah, they buy time for themselves to wait out that Baron buff, but also that Dragon didn't really get anything for Immortals in that time.
Yeah, the stealing away that Elder Drake, I think, is more a takeaway to remove one of those neutral objectives from the possibility of CLG taking them. Uh-oh, here we go, though. Some extra trading.
Yeah, Hooney building up rage. Baron Cannon not enough there to deter Immortals. Hooney TPing in! Very deep flank being attempted here. CLG.
He's got Mega.
They need Sivir ultimate to bring this together, though, because CLG are already disengaged.
Turtle's already popped it. They're looking for it. Hooney, they have to keep him out. They need the Mega Knight to dissipate. Wallop not going to hit onto Xmithy.
Careful about the re-engage here. Counter logic could turn it around. And Immortals are going to respect that and back off.
Yeah, the fact that the CLG backed off and went to the correct area and avoided that TP from Hooney now just gives them a lot of options. And here we go, curtain call.
Finding Rainover, damage is decent, but he's pretty tanky at this stage of the game. CLG just going to push down mid. They're trying to force this down.
Now they have those minions, though, the ones that they set in motion on the top lane. They're at the inhibitor, and it might buy them a little bit of time, but they're feeling very cautious about heading through that small corridor.
Hooney is looking to make pretty interesting play here. Snare not going to land. He hops out to safety. Immortals, do they fancy a re-engage here?
They kind of need CLG to walk into one of those corridors so they can get the Cassiopeia ultimate, the Gnar ultimate. These things that, uh-oh, here they go, actually.
Yeah,
a big corridor.
Yeah, well, Dodo's going to run down. Who actually going to get protected by the Stand United? Ulti hits
Rainover.
Smithy. Tactile down. Rainover is dead. CLG 5v4 again as Darshan leaps in with the Randuins plus the taunt.
Hooney has
ulti. Hooney, they have to keep him out of the way, or they can CC him to death. He flashes out from under the Vel'Koz knock-up. CLG still on the power play.
Yeah, Immortals forced that one a little bit, running right down the mid lane, kind of telegraphed. CLG turned it around with the Shen Stand United and the re-engage. No further pickoffs, though.
And a lot of CC there onto Reignover. Got him before he could get the cocoon in the right spot.
Right now, though, if Immortals can stall, there's a big minion wave on the bottom lane that is crashing into CLG inhibitor turret at the moment, and it's doing a lot of work for them.
Yeah, and that was one that was weakened previously by Huni. So it may go down. This is a lot. That's a crowd.
It's dead.
It's like the Air Canada Center's on that thing.
Well, the Minions for Immortals open up a nice little space in the bottom lane that they could look to play to. CLG tried to force their way in, see if they couldn't do more damage, but that'll cost them there. See how Immortals look to play around that. Baron's up in 145. Elder Dragon not up for a little while, because that's a 10-minute spawn after Immortals took it. But if this game goes late enough, we may see our second Elder Dragon, which is a very rare sight indeed.
Yes, it is. You know it's a long game when you get Elder Dragon Jr. popping up.
It has been a long time since I've seen a best of 5 where a lot of the games get to 40 minutes and the gold is just flat even. You'll see that maybe 1 game, 2 games, 3 games. It's absolutely absurd right now how CLG are playing to the level of this team that was #1 in spring, #2 in summer, and was expected to be a finalist both times. And now Immortals, they have to play on the back foot for half of these games. They don't have early game leads, and it's coming down to these fights later on.
Really is coming together. CLG with pretty much the entire summer split of struggle, trying to get back to this point. Now Immortals looking to push them off of it as they have their sights set on that 3rd place spot.
CLG, plenty of pressure to play with in the side lanes between Darshan and Xmithy with their globals. Immortals, though, looking to stake claim to the Baron area, but it's not up for about 35 seconds. They'll have a decent shot of vision right now. In fact, both teams are pretty blind in that area. In general, the wards get less because your inventories get a little too full. Very dangerous to be walking around these parts without your team.
And one of the great things about Cassiopeia, she doesn't have to buy boots. You get a 6th item, you get a lot more AP. Now, as Pobelter will get to that point, he's going to have a lot of power behind him.
Yep, so far, 80 carries are maxed out. Top laners and junglers pretty close to that point. Meanwhile, it is about the pushing here on the side lane. Darshan getting a little bit of answer damage, while the 4-man squad of CLG moves up. Now, keep track of the deep wards here for Immortals as well. Huni's teleport is back off of cooldown. He's got the rage bar in the perfect place. So some of these wards here in the blue quadrant of CLG's jungle are an opportunity for him to try that again. And this time, if they could have Sivir Ultimate sync up and actually close the gap there a second earlier, then Immortals might be able to show you what they wanted that team fight to look like.
Feels like this game, and maybe the series is just going to be determined by these minute windows of opportunity. Baron is back alive, and on the table is an objective. See if the teams do want to go for it. Immortals move their way in. They'll clear out the vision. CLG now forced to check the area.
Yeah, and this is a Cassiopeia. They can do this so quickly if Immortals jump on it. But look at this. They know that they're split.
Oh, Huni actually got tagged by Afro, but the rest of CLG are in trouble. Afro turns it around. Rocco's on to get a shred down Reignover, but it's not quite enough. Stixay does kill Reignover in the end, and Afro's tanking so much.
Huni in the back.
Pobelter goes down. Huni trying to do what he can. He gets the double wallop, but now going to get himself stunned. Xmithy kites his way away. Does have the GA and CLG. I think they're doing it. Huni dead. Good knock up there after the GA. CLG claim a couple.
Can they chase down more? It looks like Turtle's going the deep end here into CLG territory through the turrets, and he's trying to kite him out.
Flash on from Darshan. CLG going to make this efficient as they look to take down Turtle. Turtle is just buying time. His team on his back.
He's heel.
Trying to kite away. Flashes over to the enemy base. Spell shields an auto from the Rek'Sai and stands his ground. Darshan claims him, but what a hero.
Meanwhile, Stixay and Hui are pushing up the bottom lane, trying to get into the base.
And Adrian's the one who's left here just to try and buy some time. The TP from Darshan looks like he's going to try to get up here.
His death time is long, but maybe not long enough. CLG, how are you feeling? How much do you want to press to try and force this game 5?
Well, Reignover's about to come up, then 20 more seconds on Huni after that. I wouldn't try and grab too much, the way these games have been going.
Especially since Elder Dragon is in 1 minute right now. If you end up dying, you would be dead for that fight.
Baron is on the Rift as well already, and definitely could be used to quickly push through the base, or Baron-empowered recall to try and protect your Nexus.
And this is an attempt at a flank from Xmithy and Huni. Huni ends up right here, but Xmithy's on the backside on the left, and this is great. Pobelter interrupts Huhi, but there's still just so much damage.
Yeah, look at the collapse here onto the back line of CLG. They peel for Stixxay and Huhi just barely. Huhi uses both summoners. He's able to barely get out. Look at that. That must be sub 50 HP right there on him. Then Stixxay zones the back line here. Turtle didn't get to go back in at all there. And barely coming out ahead. CLG are able to take control of the map. We'll see if this turns into a Baron bait. As the tables have turned, we'll see if vision control comes up next.
Gonna have to get off Turtle's Wild right at the end of the replay, unfortunately. Because both big objectives are back up here, and Hooney's gone back in for it.
That can't build his Mega Gnar just yet, so he's just getting this chip damage in the Frozen Mallet.
Remember, a lot of summoners were boned in the last
Darshan. Sneaky, sneaky Shen. Dustblade's gonna proc. Hooney takes some damage.
Hooney is the only one with Flash besides it. Well, never mind. It's not going to matter. Here we go.
Buying time. They're going to try and make it work here for Darshan. He's getting pressure into the other lane.
What I meant to say is all of the CLG members are flashless, and the back line has no escape. So Hooney's flash, very important here for Gnar. If he can get into the back line, a great Mega Gnar can still win it for Immortals. CLG moving over to the Baron, though.
Exactly. They're moving over to Baron. They have a drop portal in the mid lane, and they have Darshan pushing bottom. He's on the Nexus turrets right now.
He's still going for it. We've got a race on our hands. CLG gonna check Immortals here. Darshan doing what he can. Immortals desperate Baron here. Turtle gets blown up by Huhi, and now Xmithy gonna charge in to try and take it out. CLG are gonna claim the Baron with a Stixxay crit. Claim the team fight. They get it all.
Game 5, here we come. Silver Scrapes, start playing.
Yeah, cue the music, boys and girls. Hooney gonna try and save the day. He's actually doing decent damage here, but he doesn't quite have it all. Hooney still alone now, gets tagged in as Darshan chases him in. Minina will be destroyed here. And CLG gonna push to try and close it out as Adrian is the only one left alive.
The damage dealers are dead. CLG are looking to take us to game 5.
Let's go, because CLG gonna try and move out the Nexus. Darshan and the rest of his crew will stand united indeed, blow up the Nexus, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It is game 5 time. I told you!
You right, Adrian, you right.
I just had a feeling.
Man, everybody is very happy that you're right. Game number 5, and if this series is any indication, it is going to be a close nail-biter.
It is quite the barn burner already. 50-minute games back to back.
And the reason that the ending of that one looks so strange with Immortals rushing into what looked like a death sentence inside the Baron pit is because of what you just mentioned off screen, Zyrene. The split-pushing Shen put a timer on that. If they didn't rush it and force that, then they were going to lose to the split push pressure.
Yeah, it's so good by CLG to force that catch-22 situation where if you go after the Baron, you're losing your base. If you go after Darshan, well, you're going to lose the Baron, and then maybe you'll lose your base afterwards. So they're putting him in really difficult situations that they have to have really clear heads about, and Immortals right now just seem a little bit scattered.
Well, we are taking this series to 5 games. So let's pass it back to Riven the Analyst to break down the action so far, and boy, has there been a lot of it.
Thank you very much, guys. And I think everybody from the players to the viewers at home in the stadium, we're all running on that last empty bit in the tank. The teams have been giving it their all, and we have seen it throughout every game, and it only gets closer and closer, longer and longer. Here we're going to start once again in picks and bans. The CLG chose to go back for that blue side.
I think there's 2 really interesting things going on in this draft. First is the Rek'Sai first pick again. A lot of us were probably thinking the Sivir, the Gnar, something like that, but they stick to keeping Reignover off his most comfort champion. And then the other thing is, of course, the early Cassio pick.
Well, also the fact that you go with the Vel'Koz and the Jhin, so you basically have no way of getting onto them if you don't have a flank. And when they don't pick the Gragas, where you don't have any actual engage because you have the Trundle support, you find yourself in the situations where Hooney's trying to make the most amazing flank in the world, and it almost worked.
And I gotta say, actually, the Rek'Sai first pick seems a little bit weird, but I think the fact that Reignover is looking so uncomfortable in this series, he has been making so many uncharacteristic mistakes, taking him off his best champion is really working. And I got to give a lot of credit to who he is well. He's playing without a Rallying Soul, that's disabled, so that's one of his best champions down, and he is crushing it. He's bringing out different picks. The Cassin didn't work, but it could have. And Vel'Koz here, not seen a lot. He was huge. He got a lot of the picks that actually won this game.
I think this is one of like the swing factors in the series is the fact that I think Immortals assumed that their mid laner would be winning a lot of matchups, but because Huhi's champion pool seems to be so deep that he can just deal with them over prioritizing a Cassio and he's fine. There's 2 mid lane bans in Vlad and Syndra, and he's not being stretched at all, and I think that gives them a huge leg up in these games.
Well, it also seems like a bit of a waste saving that last pick of your support with Trundle every single time. You could make so much more happen if you save that for a better matchup. Look at the entire team comp, and you would have been able to see, oh, we need a flanker here. Maybe it's time to pick a different champion as opposed to either Trundle or Taric every single time, or maybe Karma.
It's definitely tough to say. I mean, the Trundle, obviously, it's a little bit underwhelming as far as like how exciting it is, but that ultimate is ridiculously effective against Shen. It really shreds Shen so heavily, and Turtle is delaying his last Whisper every single game, super long time, so that is kind of enabling him to do that a little bit more. But I agree. I think generally when you do leave your support for last pick, you want to either get a really advantageous lane matchup, or you want to be waiting to see, okay, they picked melee support, we can pick Taric.
I think that's the big thing, is that you're waiting this long to give such a high important pick in the draft to your bot lane, and they're still kind of getting rolled every game. I mean, 6A's going off, he's up a ton of CS, and he always has a ton of kills, and it doesn't seem like Turtle has any pick that he's comfortable with into any of 6A's picks.
And it seems like there's that change for Turtle. 6A and Huhi both have performed well on an international stage once they got there, even being some of the rookies on the team. So seeing that play come from them is obviously giving the team more confidence.
And they're running a double carry comp every single time, and it's working so well. They're dishing out, I think, 6A had 60k damage that game. I mean, he's hitting 2k crits in the late game, which is insane. Nobody can tank there. Reignover's getting 2-shot when he's trying to go for cocoons.
And let's see some of these fights. We'll start off 15 minutes in CLG's 2-for-1 at the Drake. We can see him on your screen talking it out, but they close in on these so well.
What confuses me here a little bit is the fact that like Reignover isn't anywhere close to this fight. It seems like Immortals are just on a different page where Huni and Pobelter, are going to get caught out of position and blown up in this fight. And like Pobelter has no mana. It's such a curious situation that
you throw the question mark as it's so curious.
the question mark things come out.
Yeah, he's in Raptors at that time. I mean, you got to tell the team to back off, or you just don't start that.
Right. It was just a very curious fight, and it seems like they're just not on the same page at a lot of early points in the series.
Which is weird, because they're always the team that we talk about, oh, what right call, wrong call. They're all on the same page. They're all in it together, and they have not really been that way today.
Which the criticism that we throw towards Reignover, to be honest, Huni has been going off by himself.
That's true.
He is doing so much work in this series. It's insane.
Even with the frustration of his misses in the first games that we physically saw him expressing that emotion.
He went for a flank that blew both the carry summoners right away. I mean, you cannot get more impressive than that.
Well, it caused a lot of fighting throughout this one. We had to get about 25-30 in before we really got any more fights. And this goes to show how scrappy it was becoming as CLG kind of takes a little more than they can handle here.
This is what we're talking about, where we say Huni's flanks have been super impressive, because coming in as a mini-Gnar like this, most people just kind of get blown up, but he's able to sidestep, holds his jump, and he just starts getting a lot of pressure down that enables Reignover to get that cocoon off.
Well, look how much damage he actually got off onto Huhi. He almost sold out the Vel'Koz there, which was massive, because they were struggling to get on this guy throughout the whole game.
Ignore that little failed jump, though. But overall, yeah, like the rest of the fights have been super impressive by Huni, and it's kind of the rest of his team not holding up. Pobelter dying in lane, with a gank, having to lose his summoners. He walked up and blew his ultimate against the Vel'Koz like that.
It's a tough act to follow, to be honest. He is doing so well, but ultimately he cannot do it by himself. And I think that the biggest lack that is usually there for him is Reignover. You know them as the duos, as the guys that go in together and they're able to deal with the backline or deal with anybody in front of them. And because Reignover is not there to be right there with him, they just don't get these same results.
And I mean, one thing that's a little bit strange is, okay, maybe Wild Turtle and Adrian are struggling in lane, but this was a 6-item Sivir. He got to get like 500 CS. He's fully built, and he's still doing less than half the damage of the Jhin. He's doing, almost half the damage of his Gnar top laner, and that's just not an acceptable performance from these guys. You depend on the Sivir, you depend on this Cassiopeia to carry in the late game, and so far they haven't been able to do it, and they haven't been able to find a way in on the Vel'Koz and the Jhin with. It was just very well played.
To be fair, I think the comp is kind of hard to play against for Immortals. Sivir and Cassie are both a little on the short range side. And then every time that they would speed up Reignover to get in, he wouldn't hit his cocoon on like a primary target, or he would just kind of get peeled away. And Reignover's lack of impact in these team fights is very troubling, especially in the early game. He's just not getting anything done. And then CLG is fine, like abandoning their top side, basically saying, Darshan, lose 30 CS, lose your turret, we'll roll the rest of the map.
And it's uncharacteristic, as you say, for Immortals. We see them usually a 2,000, 1,000 gold lead, something in their favor to push. But these games have been completely even, bringing us to 48 minutes, which became a CLG 4-0 in our next replay here. The gold was near even by about 200, and then the game explodes from here.
And it's once again an incredible TP by Huni, but unfortunately the follow-up on the carries is just not there. A good exhaust for him Afro onto Pobelter stops so much of the DPS, and because he's unable to get a full man ultimate here, the follow-up from Immortals is just not going to be there, so they're going to be able to easily dispose of him, kite back, and even had Huhi died there, the fact that 6A gets away and there's nobody there to actually get in range, who do you say, hey, your job is to kill 6A? You don't have anybody.
Right, it's the kind of thing where maybe he got the full 3-man Gnarl, then Wild Turtle feels free to walk up and start getting autos off, but he was really out of range of anyone in that fight.
And you can just see how much trouble Turtle was really having getting in. If you welcome in, he's at the back of the Jhin ult, he's just strafing back and forth.
Yeah, like don't hit me, please.
Yeah.
I mean, the damage numbers are crazy too. It's just Huni like double anyone else on his team basically, and everyone else just we hit some people in team fights while you hopefully set us up.
And it's like 6A had the damage of 3 CLG members combined, which is, that's a lot of DPS right there.
We'll see if they can all step up. Big thing here, IMT has actually selected blue coming in for game 5. You were kind of talking about, let's put that Trundle pick last. Why are you putting something else? But now they're going to be on that blue side.
I think they want that Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
they're saying we need to put Reignover on something that has a bigger impact, easier to pull off in the early game, and just something that he's more comfortable, because when you pick Rek'Sai, you know exactly what you're getting. A reliable jungler that has an easy way of making plays, and you put Xmithie on something harder to make plays. I mean, it seems like he just shows up bottom every game and gets kills whenever he wants.
The question to me is going to be, do CLG actually put so much priority on Rek'Sai that they just ban it out? Because it's interesting to see strategies even being changed based on this Rek'Sai, how impactful Reignover is on it versus how inconsistent he's looking off of it. Maybe it's worth a ban. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I think it's really close because none of the things scream you can drop them, like maybe the Tom or
it's
something,
really hard.
because we haven't seen it yet, but it could be a big problem if they don't, because it just allows Turtle to be even safer.
Risk it for the biscuit, right?
Yeah.
YOLO.
Oh, I love it. Fantastic analysis. None of us expected a game 5 coming out on the desk. I don't think anybody did, but as both teams look for a silver lining in this series, we look to Silver Scrapes to send us into game 5.
All right, guys. What the hell are we doing?
Hella XD. Guys, don't do this blank stare shit. What are we doing?
Robots are actually doing a nice job. 6A heals, and he might just be enough to live. Doesn't quite get the snipe, but Adrian does take down Afro and Reignover. Oh, the trap! But he does get sniped. Damage is still on the back on it. 6A open fires. Wild Turtle wants the target. That's the target he wants to try and snipe.
We can turn. I'm ulting Elise.
Okay, I'm on the list.
Yeah. Go. Go.
Go.
I'm watching
They're on me.
Cat flash. Cat flash.
Yeah.
What about? Cat.
Watch me.
He's on the Nexus turrets right now.
He's still going for it. We got a race on our hands. CLG gonna check Immortals here. Darshan doing what he can. Immortals desperate barrier. Turtle gets blown up by Huhi.
CLG are looking to take us to game 5.
Running rampage there, but he's gonna get stayed up and killed. Shut down by Babby. Here's Photo. Huge ulti back in, scoops them all in, and Immortals just gonna run rampant in this team fight. Phoenix blows up, and Belter goes off.
That's fine, it's fine.
I can go. We can go. We can win this. We can win this.
This is real. I got him. Nice.
Holy shit, Eugene.
Whoa! Hey, chill.
Well, Pobelta and his 6-man Azir ultimate was quite the highlight. But
This
him
is
and the rest
real.
of
This
Immortals
is
are
real.
gonna have to go nutty. Welcome back to the deciding Game 5 between Logic Gaming and Immortals, and we can cut the formalities now. There's only one more game left. This series has been absolutely insane.
Yep, you want that third place. It's a little bit of redemption for both teams, but also you want to be in the best shape possible going into Worlds. And if you lose to some team in the third place match, it definitely hinders your chances of looking like one of the top 3 teams from North America.
Yeah, you got to show your ability to adapt to the changes that are coming up in the game. If we look at, across the world, a lot of the top teams, one of the biggest things to me is that they've become okay with not winning the entire map. And you can give up part of the map, concentrate your resources in somewhere else.
Alrighty, lock it and let's go! Immortals CLG, Game 5, Toronto. Is there anything more you wanted? I didn't think so. Let's do it. As well.
Damn, pastry.
Staying standard for now. These teams know exactly how this works.
Look at this. The Jin ban has come out. Stixxay going off on the champion all throughout this series, and they do take that off of the table.
Yeah. I also think that you end up banning maybe the Shen here too. The Tom Kench is something that Immortals have been having to ban, and so have CLG the entire time.
Yeah, definitely wondering what globals will get through. Picking people off towards the late game has been crucial for both of these teams as far as the games that they have won. The champions with those abilities, actually Gangplank feels like a must ban here for the last one against Huni for sure. So it looks like Shen is going to get through this time. They opt for the Jin instead.
See what CLG have in store here, because pick ban has been critical in all 5 of our games now.
Vladimir and Gangplank are kind of the 2 that are, okay, there.
TP ban. Vlad's open.
Vlad's open, Rek'Sai is open. This is the true test. How much do Immortals value the Rek'Sai for Reignover? He hasn't been able to... Whoa.
Yeah, there's so much up.
Yeah.
Bit of a mind game. I like it. Bit of swagger.
So they do value it, just not as high as the Vladimir. First pick that one to gave for Pobelter once again, and he has been so huge in those games that they did win.
Yeah, looking at the statistics for this, in 3 out of the 4 games, Stixxay and He on CLG both did above 1,000 damage per minute. So 6 times out of those 8 instances. Pobelter is the only member of Immortals to have over 1,000 damage per minute, and that was on that Vladimir in Game 3.
We'll see if a Rek'Sai for CLG is a good start here, but Immortals, I don't think they're mucking about this time with the picks and bans. Kragaseko feels like what they want to be. They've been happy to lock in their solo laners, and there they are.
Yeah, with both Gnar and GP banned out for the top lane, Huni shown a huge preference for the Echo up there. Meanwhile, CLG, they have their hands on the Sivir this time. How do they run the speed comp?
Big takeaway there. You don't want to have that alongside that Vladimir. And I assume it's going to be a Shen. You'd have to assume at this point, unless Darshan is going to change it up for the first time in the series and go with the signature Jax pick.
Well, they can wait as well. Don't have to pick it just
Wait a
yet.
second.
Oh my god, they
You.
No. I think that's a spectator, but or a champ selects the.
Okay.
They are not
graphic.
locked in.
Champ select
no,
graphic.
we're locked in
It's
either.
okay.
Man,
That
they're
is-
really messing around now.
NA production troll, baby. Like to keep it spicy in game number 5.
10 seconds still left for CLG to lock these picks in. Not convinced by Aatrox and Warwick.
Lock those in.
What do you want? There we are, Braum and Shen.
All right. Bring it back here. Aframu on the Braum is actually a very good spot for him.
Yeah, and before he wasn't playing those melee supports, but it's been CLG, coming out on top in a lot of these matchups due to the fact that Aframu has these playmakers, has an ability to guard some of his teammates as well.
Immortals now going to round out this draft. 12 total. He's had such a series. What does he go to here for his last pick? Into the Sivir. So he had the Sivir last game, couldn't quite convert. Jin, of course, banned away by Immortals, which certainly seems smart versus Stixay. Does he go to the Lucian? He can definitely find some traction in the matchup.
There's a criminally low amount of Ashe in this series.
Well, it's kind of hard to pick Ashe here for Turtle, right? Because he knows that Huni and Pobelter are just going super offensive, deep dive with Vladimir and Echo. And so you're just trying to keep up at that point, right?
Well, it's an old adage. When you're in a game 5, pick the champion that backdoored you a Nexus in one of the games in the series. Because he's got Ezreal again.
And what would be the last pick here for Counter Logic Gaming? Do they go with the Cassiopeia to counterpick the Vladimir and have a good matchup there? Previously, it was the Malzahar. It did okay, but it wasn't overwhelmingly great and not keeping the Vladimir down at all, where Cassiopeia can actually accomplish that.
I would lean towards yes. The Syndra is also an option for them, something that he might be more comfortable on right now, just because he has had success recently. I don't know if he would have as much success against Vladimir though. So maybe, I don't know. You got to delve into the mind of Huhi. I do think that is going to be something more about lane control. It is definitely going to be a high DPS late game champion. So those are both, pretty decent options.
This is the final pick of the entire series. And all 10 of these players are visibly exhausted on stage. You can see it. It's been a long series. They have been thinking about every single move they have to make. And with a 45 average game time for these games, it's absolutely absurd how long they have been playing.
And there's Malzahar, the last pick for CLG. Didn't quite work out, but you can see the theory there for Huhi. Does not go to Cassio or series, which is a little surprising, but Hui's been the man to watch for CLG. This series in particular, he has played amazing. He just needs to do it one more time. And these are it. These are our team comps for the final game of this series.
All right, well, if we've been going by the previous advantages, then the team with extra globals, has had a pretty good one. And as of right now, we would assume that Pobelter is going to take the Ghost on Vladimir. So that would mean that, once again, CLG have an extra one up top with Stand United, plus Huhi in the mid lane. Previously, with the Malzahar, took the teleport, so he can also affect the bottom lane. Really big switch up here for me, though, is the Taric in this game. Adaptation here is very good into melee champions, and we're going to see, is this going to be able to help the bottom lane of Immortals? Because that has been one point CLG have been constantly attacking.
Well, we got game 5 on deck, so now is your last chance to have your voice heard out on Twitter. Vote using the hashtag IMT or the hashtag CLG to cheer your squad onto victory, Toronto. I want to hear you as we move into game number 5. We've done it! Immortals, CLG! Let's go!
All right. Braum again in the game, so level 1 shenanigans are a possibility. We saw those get pretty intense last game, actually, and flashes even being blown. As of right now, Immortals, grouping up so they don't let the same thing happen.
Well, I like the adaptation here. Immortals, again, it's been kind of a series of that. I know it's a hot word for the night, but Immortals are going to group up. CLG, they're going to do the same kind of. They've got Smithy Scout on the left-hand side. I guess Darshan's up in the top tri-bush, so just fanning out here. Immortals, they can't quite find a way in. Deep Vision not going to be there, and no one's going to get caught this time around, although might be walking in a little late. Adrian going to lead the charge here. Eats a Q. First blood Aframu.
First scratch.
Nice Belty spell. If it doesn't get a bit of extra value, passive off from Mouse, is Pobelter going to eat a tiny amount of damage from the dot. Definitely a lane to watch here in the mid. Both Pobelter and Hui have had pretty spectacular games.
Yeah, and especially Pobelter on this Vladimir previously, something that ended up having to be banned away and taken away, and CLG ended up putting a priority on shutting it down. And this right here with Hui on the Malzahar, you have to think they might play through mid lane, but he also has the teleport to go play through the side lanes and try to upset those. And that's really been CLG, playing towards that bottom side, like you said, Kobe, with the Rek'Sai early ganks. And it's just been so much pressure on Wild Turtle and Adrian this game that Immortals have been having to sacrifice that lane, and Huni just doesn't get far enough ahead against the Shen to make it matter yet.
Yeah, also, we're going to have to look later towards the game since all of these games, have been going fairly late. There are a lot of good delivery systems for the Taric stun. Adrian putting that either on Reignover or Huni adds a lot more control to the team fights for Immortals that we have seen them previously lack in this series. And the AoE, long-range stun possibilities, as displayed correctly on your screen.
Oh, the tag
on
Turtle! That was sick, but Turtle gonna get stunned up there. Stixie back in for a few autos here. Turtle has to kite it out. That's not good news. Stixie gonna move back in with the heals being popped. Adrian still fighting it out. He will get stunned in the front lines as Boomerang Blade gets a bit of vector damage down, and these two just going crazy.
Everybody wants to get that first kill in Game 5. You want that advantage in gold, but also in morale.
All right, the jungler alarm is signaling. They're fighting very... Oh,
Turtle again! Shifts himself forward.
Both junglers again starting on top side, so they can possibly end their routes down here. We'll see who alters it and tries to get down to that scuttle first. Little river ward there for the Immortal squad that's pushed up, but there are many ways that you can gank bottom lane. Go over through the dragon, over the back wall or something like that. It is definitely risky. However, oh wow, it looks like he actually is going to go for it.
He's just going straight in for it, but Reignover's going to be a little late.
They've got it on Adrian already. He gets stunned.
Adrian stunned. CLG can look to start the series off well. Turtle back in, trying to take him out. Wild Turtle! Oh my God! Blood outplays CLG. Will go down, but Huni joins his way in.
Wild Turtle on home turf gets first blood in Game 5.
Billy's dead as well. So many people have fallen down here. Hui's managed to join his way in. The Voidlings are doing work, and this game starts off crazy.
Everybody in the bottom lane, time to party. Darshan didn't channel the teleport though, so he's up top on Shen all by himself with the minion wave in front of his turret. We'll look at the ramifications of that choice later. It looks like he won't be able to freeze it though. It is pushing away from him, so Huni actually probably won't be punished too heavily for this.
That was huge. Immortals saw this coming from a standpoint of they have seen this multiple times. Watch how quickly that TP comes through. As soon as Xmithie is in sight, TP comes through, starts channeling. Adrian lives for as long as he possibly can. They pick up that first kill and the second one, and then Wild Turtle, right on the way out, gets picked up there.
First blood, plus the extra kill there, going over to Immortals. And this is the first game where they have had a big early game win when it counts. Game number 5, Turtle and Immortals showing up.
And I love the graphic there. CLG slightly ahead, but this might as well be a coin flip after the series.
I've been cursed since I became a caster. It's a crowd curse now.
Well, we'll calm things down just a touch. But Turtle starts it off well. Tier already built up, so we'll be looking to get that stacked up nice and early. And we talked about the bottom lane being the focus of the series. Immortals finally adjust and get everyone down there ASAP.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how not only that bottom lane, but how is that bottom lane actually going to affect top lane? Because Huni did get one of those kills. And as we saw the minion wave pushing away from Darshan, he didn't get to punish him as far as CS is concerned. They're dead even here. And even a slight experience advantage for Huni in the top lane. This has been historically Immortals' best performer, and even in this series showing up extremely huge. So Huni also set up in a very big way this game.
And there was a lot of criticism on Huni after their match against Cloud9, where the matches that they had lost, he's like 1-8 on Kennen. He's being shut down. There was so much focus on him. And honestly, it was pretty crazy to watch because he could win them a game, he could lose them a game, but he has been consistent in this series. It's just Immortals as a whole has not been able to capitalize on the leads he has been creating.
Well, it seems like maybe they're all firing together now because it starts off well. Immortals almost up 1,000 gold, still kind of creeping towards that point, but Turtle's going to feel safe. Adrian here to protect him as well. Mid lane even, dead even in fact, in CS as we check in quickly. And even the top and jungle. I mean, we talked about how close the series has been. 6 minutes in and everything is even, apart from the kill advantage that Immortals have. They did get an extra with the first blood onto Turtle.
Yeah, priority on bottom lane as well. They've got the ward coverage and Reignover hovering around. as Huhi goes in for the Raptor steal.
I get a couple here. Does at least pad the CS a bit, and kind of annoying. Takes him jungle away. He's level 6 now as well. If he does make his way back down to another fight, he's actually going to take the whole camp, so a nice little steal there from Huhi. Smithy again continuing to keep track of the bottom lane Scuttle Crab. He got the first one, he will claim the second as well, and that Stixxay and Afro are going to be playing up a little bit more as a result.
Meanwhile, top lane, Darshan has hit level 6 on the Shen and is available for future engages. Didn't get to take part in the first one.
I feel it's almost like he forgot. He's like, oh, I have teleport as well. Usually I use this to get back to lane.
Yeah, he did end up getting a decent advantage for himself. About 6 CS up, a whole wave that Huni ended up losing. And now he's just trying to bully him out here. Huni has that fervor mastery. He's not getting HP back when he brawls with him. He just has to really hard dedicate to these, get those stacks, and then know that even though he's a little bit lower than Shen at that moment, if he keeps fighting, he'll eventually turn it around. It's a very scary position to be in.
These two have been playing it very close as Rainover and Smithy will meet again. Rainover here with the ultimate ready. Does actually commit it there. Damage back down as he moved him back. Smithy just tunnels out to safety.
Yeah, but he did just smash him for half his life. Haha!
Got him.
Bopped.
I mean, he's got a buff to take, right? And a Void Rush.
Interesting,
well,
though,
so
because he doesn't have mid lane here, as Pobelter's not moving up and coming to join. Huni is, though, so it's the Rainover Huni duo looking for that jungle priority.
And Smithy doesn't have Smite either, so he can't contest this.
Pobelter also belts his way in there, so Immortals play it properly, managed to get everyone in the right area, and this will be a buff steal away. Immortals starting to, kind of throw their weight around a little and try and control as Adrian going to get caught by Smithy. Damage is down.
Adrian's
they know. The flash.
Yeah, he has to flash out of that because they know that Rainover was just stealing the red. And so Adrian has no backup, and they earn the flash off the support.
And Huhi had mid lane priority because you saw Pobelter try and go to the red as well. So Huhi would have been there first if he had just tried to walk out.
There's more damage. Smithy now trading blows with Rainover, doing that little exchange. Huhi and Pobelter again, just trying to keep these waves pushed in, keep the CS up and even, and then try and make those plays. Huhi with the teleport back up, so if he needs to join a scuffle, he can. And CLG actually going to take the red away. Very nice extended counter jungling.
Exactly. Bottom side, we saw, tried to get it there. We saw that Stixxay, Sivir, way more wave clear than Ezreal, especially early on.
Darshan actually in a bit of a bind. Huni going to dive back in. Darshan commits and actually doesn't have taunt. No. Would have been a perfect time to get it, but Huni plays around the cooldowns properly, and CLG getting a very aggressive start onto this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, the Voidlings are tanking it, but they get chased off pretty quickly as Immortals move in with some vision.
Aggressive retreat too. They'll pull off pretty quickly there after Immortals do show that they have vision. They're taking it around for a little longer. Maybe they fancy something here, but they do give it up in the end. Darshan has to get himself away. Huni bullying a little bit, that Shane helping out a ton. Darshan has been very impressive, I will say. I think he's been almost slept on in the series. He's clearly got like one thing to do here, but he's done it very well. It's 5 games of Shane all in a row, playing against Huni, such an aggressive player with Rainover maybe in his back pocket, and Darshan has done an excellent job. Yeah. Just kind of soaking all that pressure.
And that turret is taking so much damage now, and with TP down, Darshan can't get back up here. Rek'Sai, they have tabs on him in the jungle because he's fighting Rainover right now.
Ooh, out onto Rainover. Smithy going to buff him up as well. Doesn't get the unburrow. Damage out there follows through, but Pobelter able to defend his jungler. Rainover somehow lived through all that. That's normally not how that goes. He did commit the flash as well to try and take him down, but Immortals starting to win a little of these lanes. Chip damage now for Total, and Adrian down into this turret as Stixxay brought low as well.
Yeah, Rainover did have to burn his flash to escape that last engage, so the possibilities of those body slam, flash, Gragas ultimate ganks aren't going to be there, and those are some of the most threatening tools that Immortals do have on their side. The other thing is that turret is getting very low on the top side, so that timer ticking down towards first turret gold is getting very, very close, and that may be what we see be the impetus for their next bout of action.
And if that goes on to Huni, that might be an advantage that they can press. 650 gold over your opponent is pretty insane. So he's been using it. He's been kind of abusing these lanes.
There are some options that you have when something like that is ticking down. Either try and use it as bait, as we've seen several teams do. Maybe time it there with one of the duo's recalls and have them move up towards a different side, or try and force on the bottom side with a Shen play, get the kill, and then try and burn the turret down subsequently, and try and hope to get the advantage that way and just beat him to the turret destruction. Getting more and more difficult though, because Huni's got that thing pretty low.
Very nice from Darshan. Huni takes it.
Or just clobber him.
Takes an extra turret shot too.
Well, Huni not really deterred by things such as turrets. He's going to keep pushing this wave in here. Again, it's been really an island between these two with so much bottom lane focus from the junglers. And Huni, I said Darshan has done a really good job. Huni's done an amazing job all series long.
Absolutely. Huni has been on point in this series. Looking like his old self. It's just being able to take over the entire game right now is a little difficult, especially against the Shen.
Something brewing here, perhaps. I think Smithy gets bopped by Rainover's belly, but not too miffed about it, it seems like. Another stun again. Great spell shield from Stixay. Going to keep that aggression, at least for now, but Turtle again's been riding high on that advantage. Well, he's going to get stunned up, maybe. Adrian there to protect him, burns a heal. Thor's committed as well.
Free summoner out there for CLG. Can they re-engage off that next stun? There's a lot of movement in the river. They have to watch that Vladimir.
Yeah, Adrian a little low, but he gets himself out of the way. Turtle actually misses that first ultimate. Rainover's here, but it's a little late. Can't quite convert for this bottom lane gank.
Yeah, that room, they had vision on it. Smithy was there with Rek'Sai, so they were alerted to the extra pressure. So CLG bottom lane knows they can't all in.
More of this again. I mean, it's been great to watch how close Darshan has played Shen versus X. And Shen is just a champion that kind of gets through lane. Darshan, I feel like he's learnt the matchups as the series is going on. He's certainly had enough time laning against Huni.
They're both learning as they're fighting. Top laner machine learning. They're both robots. All right. Meanwhile, bottom side, the pink ward here is going to enable a little bit of a surprise move. Right over in the area.
Barreling straight through, but still wards in that bush.
Huni at it again, though.
Or this again.
That's
he got the flash.
He's going to go back in for it. Huni, he wants it all. Needs another tag.
Damn it.
Long range.
The slimmest of margins. Here comes Rek'Sai. He's got to teleport out because he sees Rek'Sai
coming. He got taunted up, and Smithy's here. There's the kill onto Huni.
Saw it coming, but knowing is only half the battle, and Smithy finishes the other half of the battle. Kills Huni there. Now maybe we see a stand united. This is the perfect time. They know that he can't answer. Teleport was also used there. So many big wins for CLG right in that play.
And Huni's been playing so well, but right there, they lose track of Xmithy, and Rainover's caught as well.
It's the ulti, Voidling's going to chase in. Ultimate's going to disengage him, but the Infernal Drake goes to CLG. They collect the prize they were looking for.
We've been wondering when this top lane battle was going to draw some extra attention. Smithy heads up there, runs straight through the ward, and they are able to claim the Drake off the back of it. So pretty big tipping point. We say that, yet look at the gold. Almost exactly even yet again. Drake over to CLG, though.
Yep, back to where we started again. And that top lane fight was pretty insane because Huni, if he had actually had that one auto attack after he had used his flash or had actually followed his phase dive, he may have been able to kill Darshan.
Plus, that didn't throw all the work that Huni had done out the window. That turret is still very low up there. The CLG turret that is standing on top side. Meanwhile, bottom side, they're starting to make some headway actually here versus Turtle and Adrian.
Yeah, pretty low here for both of them and their champions, so turret damage could also be threatened here. Darshan is doing a pretty nice job gatekeepering this turret. Huni really wants to just take it down, but Darshan is constantly harassing him back and forth, intelligently using the taunts. He pops the refuge once again as Xmithy's here to try and force the issue on this bottom lane.
All right, they want to make use of the stand united and then the extra global here by forcing it. Immortals do know that that's an option and they can't have Huni answer, but they're not going to get baited into this.
And you can see Pobelter playing towards that side as well. Didn't get the opportunity to back just yet.
Ooh. Bit of a key miss. In fact, maybe puts Adrian, but can someone move out to try and get it? Tames up what it said. Adrian there. Oh, uh-oh. Turtle back, though. Should be safe. So that's CLG's bottom lane. Just going to take the back instead.
Exactly. Stixay and Aframu end up backing there instead of continuing to push.
Louis is really on Raptor Farm overdrive right now.
And right here, you can see Huni completed his Trinity Force. He's going to go back to that top side, uses the ultimate, and now he's going to try to pick on Darshan. And if he gets a big chunk out of him, he might get that
Oh,
TP.
he spotted in. The stun lands in. The ward is crucial from Huni. Darshan does manage to stay safe for now, but Huni's going to apply so much pressure here.
Yeah, and here's the thing is, if you need Darshan to back to TP, that's enough time to kill that turret.
Definitely true, and they're sending extra reinforcements up there just to make sure this does happen.
Huni would love the bonus gold. He's actually going to try and commit for a dive here. Darshan forced to get out of the way. And that turret is going to go down here, I think. Needs a little bit more. Darshan overstaying is welcome, I think. Huni going to follow in. Doesn't want the tower, but Smithy's here to try and save it around. Huni, though, takes out Darshan. CLG trying to add to Apro's here as well, of course.
Yeah, a little bit greedy there from Darshan, but his team doesn't want to let him die in vain.
Here comes Stixxay.
Stixxay needs something here, but Huni just going to try and fight his way out of it. Probably not going to be able to do it as Stixxay does claim a life, but Pobelta gets exhausted. Afro puts on a door, says to turn around. Ulti, Adrian can't do it there. Does make Pobelta invincible for long enough. And there's a flash forward. Another kill for Pobelta as Immortals playing straight up in CLG's face. And they're not done. Pobelta is now going to get turned back around. It's a stop from Adrian. Finds two. Emo Play going to turn around. Pobelta goes off as there's the stage. Started on Hui. He will fall. So Darshan does not join. And Smithy now going to get forced to Immortals dive. They do not dare.
The Tarek pick coming up huge as Adrian is able to turn that fight around. And Immortals come at very ahead. They aren't even taking the turret as well. It's still standing very low. They need to get the first turret cash in. Can they get it before they have to get back? There's so many people dying, they're rezzing already.
And the
they want to bully it down, though.
The man who did all the hard work for it doesn't even get it either.
Are they even gonna, is the team
I don't
even
know.
gonna get it? That might even still stand another day. Look at how low.
You go get that. Darshan actually going to get stunned up here. Immortals might get another little prize after the turret. Stixxay is here to try and defend, but Darshan dies to rain over. Here comes Smithy. Great hold there from the Kraken. And now the knock-up on the turtle. Smithy needs it, but Adrian again comes up huge, and Huni's diving back on a Stixxay. Stixxay is going to go down as Afro cannot save him.
Adrian is playing like a monster today.
Game 5 is running off the rails here. CLG getting pretty desperate, trying to clean up this small tempo lead, and Immortals are running away with this lead.
That finish line for CLG is right there, and they might be tripping right before it, and Immortals overtaking them in Game 5. It's a 5,000 cold lead 18 minutes in.
This is the first game where Immortals had an early lead, and CLG aren't used to trying to catch back up, dropping quite a few mistakes here and there.
And like, just to give more context on how good Adrian has been, he's only missed out on 1 kill, highest KP.
Afro win again. Pobelta actually taking too much here. Dot maybe going to take him out as Adrian's actually here to save him once again. In for the defense.
This Tarek is actually such a brilliant pick for Immortals because of the fact that that dazzle, that linear stun, people chase down Immortals and try to get them afterwards, and the ultimate allows Vladimir to have time to get HP back.
Here's some Huni things. Gets aggressive, gets an ulti out of Afromu. As Immortals turn their attention to this mid lane turret. Adrian again just playing straight frontline right now. Immortals gonna try and connect this seed. Adrian wants the ward. Rainover's there in his back pocket. He's gonna commit. Smithy forced to slink away back into his jungle. These Immortals getting aggressive here. Huni's got that Trinity Force, don't forget. This is good damage. In fact, they're just gonna take it. Smithy, you cannot stay here, and he does tunnel out. But the turret goes to Immortals. That's exactly what they want.
And they got the bottom turret as well. Wild Turtle picks up one simultaneously. That is all the outer turrets down for CLG, and they haven't returned a single one.
Yeah, Darshan is working towards it on the top side, but we'll revisit that later. Let's take another look at the replay here, where Darshan tried to go in and save this turret. As Turtle realizes about halfway through, there's only 1 auto on it, so he goes to get the gold, plus they turn around and they kill Darshan. He sticks around a bit too long, even knowing that Stixxay is coming. Rainover gets that last W-empowered auto, and that means Smithy's also going to his death. Stun landing there from Adrian. They get the extra kill. This is where it just snowballs out of control in Immortals' favor.
And Smithy ended up tunneling in, and that barrel from Rainover, absolutely perfect. Threw Stixxay off to the right and threw Smithy into the team, so he had to go for that kill onto Wild Turtle and attempt it. Still got nothing out of it, and that's why we see Immortals where they are right now, 7,000.
Yeah, this gold lead is unreasonable from Immortals, as they're just taking over the map here. Mountain Drake's up if they want to take it. CLG forced to play back for so much longer, and the pressure never lets up from Immortals.
You can tell by the way that Turtle is building. Trinity Force Ezreal this time around. He's not going with the blue defensive Kaidi Ezreal. He's got red buff. He's got the 2-item giant damage power spike here after the Muramana has transformed as well, and that's going to be the Mountain Drake over to Immortals as well.
That's so much siege potential that cooldown reduction, 30% already for Turtle, ready to just dish out so much damage and get in a situation where they're sieging, and they already have all the outers out. Why not? Why not keep poking people under turrets? And Immortals now have that online for themselves.
Very huge power spikes going on across the board here for Immortals. And we'll see how they press this because they are already moving up those ward lines into the jungle of CLG.
Well, pressure stops briefly for Immortals, but usually doesn't stay quiet for long. Pobelter is going to push himself up towards that top lane, kind of take the empty lane and get some of that started here and try and move some of CLG's globals out of the way. He doesn't Paralyze and a Spirit Visage, so he's feeling just fine. Huni continuing his side lane pressure. We'll have his teleport back up in just a matter of seconds. And that means Turtles anchored to the mid lane. Immortals with a great 1-3-1 setup here. You mentioned it already, Zyrene. It's time for them to siege. They have so much to play for right now. And everything in this game has just gone straight Immortals.
Yeah, it's been back and forth in this entire series. And in this game, Immortals, largest gold lead we've seen in the earliest parts of a game. It's been neck and neck, but game 5 right now, Immortals are putting the pressure on, and this looks like the way that they like to play. Win that early game from having skirmishes and outplaying your opponents. And CLG have fallen into that trap more than once this game alone.
All right, they converge once again, this time on mid lane turret. Vladimir does not have teleport, so you would have to walk down if they go for it. Oh!
Yeah, a little too chunked there.
Huni's looking for him!
Oh, Huni wants to dive in for it. The heal gets used. The ulti's out. Gets up from under Afro, removes Glacial Fissure. And they have the turret hold as well. This is dangerous. Hui goes in. There's the ult out from Adrian, though. Huni gonna get protected. Silly vulnerable as Wild Turtle going crazy. Gets a kill as the Maldahar is gonna go down now. Afro getting chased into the Immortals. Dive straight under the turret. Stand United protects 6-day, but not for too much longer.
Turtle's gonna go for it.
Wants it again. He's gone wild as Immortals dive under the turret. Take out Darshan.
Dive after dive with Echo and Vladimir, each taking turns, trading off this tower aggro. Immortals find success over and over. 2 men down for CLG, and Immortals, 23 minutes in, already knocking on the inhibitor turret.
They found the dagger. It is in there, trying to twist it now and put those finishing touches on the game to start locking it up here, because Immortals gonna get an inhibitor so early on off of skirmishes, fighting, playing their style.
And CLG, we saw they could match Immortals' style in a lot of the series, but Immortals have taken it to the next level. Ascended, Immortals look poised to claim the final game here in record time for this series.
It's like CLG poked the sleeping giant in this series.
They made some bottom lane changes, crucial bottom lane changes for Immortals. Picking up the Taric, yes, that was huge, but also banning out Stixay's Jhin, who has been extremely strong on that champion. Take another look at the initial dive there from Huni, though, as Stixay was able to escape that one. Then the re-engagement.
Yep, Hui comes through with the ultimate, but Adrian, again, ultimate that hits Huni there, and then Hui gets picked up, and so much damage comes through, and this Trinity Force is doing work here. Almost through the entire shield of that Shen. Wild Turtle just gets really aggressive.
Yeah, and Smithy actually not able to land the knockup on Rek'Sai. Unburrows a little tiny bit out of range there. Doesn't knock up Turtle, and he's able to walk right out of the turret aggro.
And now they have all these super minions going through the mid lane. They have this gigantic gold advantage. Baron might be on the table very shortly for Immortals.
I'm surprised we got that whole repick, because I thought they were going to run straight to Baron after they based. Immortals certainly positioned to try and take it here, but instead looks like they want additional pressure in the side lane. Huni back to his tricks in bottom lane. Pobelter firmly standing here in top lane. And the rest of Immortals just waiting for another opening.
This bottom lane not going Huni's way at all.
We'll see about that. He's out of mana, so I think I agree. He'll run his way out, though.
Yeah, so Echo's extremely slippery, not only because the huge speed boost from the passive on the triple hit, but also once he gets Trinity Force, you also have the flat move speed on that one. Meanwhile, Immortals on the other side of the map, taking down Baron.
Yeah, it's a 2-man plus Adrian now, so 3. So it's Smithy, gonna check it. Hey, Rainover's there, doesn't know the HP, throws down the ward. They clear out the ward, it's at 2K. Can Smithy save the game for CLG?
50-50, they're actually the same level. Don't me for Immortals show some discipline.
They don't need to go for a 50-50 at this. They are so far ahead of the game.
Pobelter instead just goes straight in for it. That Q just demolished someone's poor health bar. Pobelter still playing up on the front line. Turtle back to his old self. In home turf, playing nice and aggressive.
And he might be building a Yomu's Ghostblade next as well. So a little bit different from what I've been seeing from the Ezreals.
Give me the Dustblade. Let's go, Turtle. really trying to play up and aggressive here as Immortals claim themselves another turret. 6-0 right now. CLG almost getting shut out in this game.
And even that Youmuu's that's coming through just signals they want to shut them out completely from this game. Immortals want to end it fairly soon and keep this pressure on and not have it dwindle in any way. They want to be one best of 5 away from going to Worlds.
What's on the line here for them? We'll see where they go next. There is a Drake up in 30 seconds. It will be an Infernal. Which will add nicely to the Mountain Drake they picked up already. CLG do have a Drake for themselves, so they get the first Infernal. So kind of neutralizing the potential Drake lead there. But Immortals are just far ahead in so every other metric. Now 10,000 gold ahead so early on into this one.
Right, so now CLG need to turtle. You can see Smithy there. He was trying to leave that tunnel for later when the inevitable Baron pressure does come up. If that one goes unnoticed, then he can try and get back out there for that Miracle Steal that they're going to need. Because CLG right now, they just cannot fight Immortals heads up.
Yeah, 11,000 gold advantage. Absolutely insane 27 minutes in. And the Infernal Drake duoed there.
Actually did solo it. Ran over, I thought he was there to help him, but Toad was like, nah, I got this. Does have the Ghost Blade finished up now as well. And he's going to go a look in, see if he can't find something he likes. It's probably an enemy champion because he does so much damage right now. Immortals, though, I have to say, respecting the discipline in their play. They know they're very far ahead. They just need to do the right thing and close it out methodically. No need to get too crazy. That already won you the early game. Close it out strong, take your best of 5, and move on to the gauntlet.
Well, they found the tunnel, cleared that one out. Now they're doing their work in the red quadrant, trying to get all the vision as well. They're trying to cross every T and dot every I to make sure that they don't mess it up. Oh, Turtle goes
gets it! Weaves in perfectly. And poor Stixade has had nothing to do there.
Turtle has crossed that T, and they put it over Stixade's head as he goes back to the fountain.
And that might be Baron now for Immortals. They've put themselves in a position to do it. Pobelter just zoning right now, has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Found Xmithy. Xmithy's kind of tanky. The CLG are going to commit everything to try and stop this. They have to go. With the Baron so low and Pobelter still zoning him out of the way. Pobelter actually 1v2 right now versus Darshan and Xmithy. They're stopping the Baron pressure as Turtle comes back around.
Hooney's flanking. He teleported in around behind
CLG. Hooney's going to get popped. Turtle gets himself another kill. IMT going to try and turn it on as Aframu. Now the next one to be caught. Darshan stunned up as well by the Echo W, and he might fall. Pobelter going to chase it down as Turtle gets a double kill. Pobelter with a third, and Immortals, they're getting awfully close.
Oh man, it is very close. They can almost touch it. And Smithy
found again. Pobelter just doing so much damage. He needs to get into the pit, but he's not going to make it in time. Pobelter forces him away, and Immortals will claim the Baron.
And that's his tunnel as well. There's no way he gets back in that pit with the zoning there from Pobelter. And Immortals with the Baron and 14,000 gold are able to close this game out fairly shortly, because if everything keeps going the way that it has been with the tempo they have, they might be able to push CLG out of the series.
They are headed to the top of the gauntlet. Right here, though, Hooney off your screen, teleported in around behind them. Turtle goes in for the kill onto Huhi, and then it's just cleanup as CLG are trying to run for the hills. Aframu flashes over the hill, but that's not far enough.
While Turtle just chases him down. And now, Immortals. They faltered again.
I heard a Ghost Blade. Yeah, he's there. Turtle wants it again. Look at the Stixade. Almost gets him in one fell swoop. And Immortals going in again. The ulti's not going to hit for Ezreal, but that inhibitor will be retaken. Immortals using that Baron pressure, going to try and knock down a few more buildings.
Turtle, once he has his confidence back, is an amazing thing to watch. Constantly going for those 80 carry assassinations.
Go flash forward.
Almost finding it there.
Almost. He's 7-1-5. He has been doing so well this game. This bottom lane completely turning it around with those changes that you were talking about, Kobe, in the champions, like the adjustments and the counter, and they're going for a dive.
Immortals going. Adrian leads the charge, pops down the ulti. Immortals looking to try and surge down and take down CLG. They'll take this top tower instead, as CLG bleeding too many buildings. That inhib's gonna fall. CLG, you have one left to defend. Your Nexus is getting dangerously close to falling in this final game. How much longer can they hold on? Can they hold on?
We have seen CLG come back from gold deficits this size before, many times, in fact, this year.
They are one of the few teams that does practice getting behind its scrims and trying to play out of it. This is going to be a very difficult one to get out of, though. 2 inhibitors down. There are wards inside their base as well, and this is a Baroned up Immortals coming for that spot.
Pobelter going to start things off right again. Baron buff still available for a decent chunk of time. He's going to push his way down and get this last inhibitor turret exposed. There's a tier 2 there for CLG, but I don't think they'll fancy defending that one.
Even if CLG are unable to make this miracle comeback, they have put up such a strong showing in this series versus Immortals, who everyone had over them as either 3-0 or 3-1. But CLG have improved over this season, and they're fighting here.
Yeah, Smithy gonna get knocked back by Rainer, but he's dead in an instant as well. Turtle now godlike, they're diving in. Huni, once it goes into the backline, parallel conversion, starts up everyone. Immortals, they are doing it. Afro goes down as Turtle gets himself a double, looking for another. That's the triple. He can only grab the quadra, but Darshan's the only one left alive.
And Immortals are looking to punch their ticket to the North American regional qualifiers. They are one best of 5 away from Worlds.
This game is over. They bruise, they bleed, but they never, ever die. Immortals conquer the North versus Counter Logic Gaming.
And the crowd on their feet, a spectacular display of League of Legends today.
Salute the hero, Wild Turtle. Played an incredible series.
Got to show off in the last game there on the Ezreal. 10-1-5, the final score for him. Adrian supporting him on that Taric. Huge pick to come out for the squad. Completely changing the face of their team fights. Completely turning it around.
And only missed out on 1 kill in the entire game. 1-1-18. Adrian, this entire series, went a little bit overlooked, but he was very key in all of these fights, and especially in this game. The Dazzles were on point.
Kobe said already, full credit still to CLG. This is the sort of match where you do want to show how strong you are, moving into the gauntlet, moving into Worlds potentially. CLG showed up despite the heartbreak.
If TSM don't win and they don't take CLG automatically with them to Worlds, then they will have a rematch, maybe. versus Immortals, if they can also beat the rest of the gauntlet.
But with CLG looking like that, coming into this match, you know, if they went straight to Worlds off of TSM winning, today changes a lot of people's minds about where they stand in power rankings.
Well, it's been a rough season for both these teams. CLG will walk off the stage, but still satisfied, I believe, with their performance. Afro waves to the crowd. Toronto's been amazing tonight. And Turtle, it just has to feel so good.
And he gets to raise the flag.
Oh, that too. I mean, I think we're fairly done at this point. So high five defense.
And you can see CLG, they still win some hearts despite not winning the game.
Definitely played their heart outs in this series, stretching it to the full 5 games. And the time limit, I believe.
Yeah. Immortals showing, though, that when it all matters in the end, they are still such a great team. Turtle will take the Canadian flag with him off stage.
And now, regardless of the result of tomorrow, Immortals are one best of 5 away from being in Worlds, which this team was put together for that sole purpose. They brought together some semifinalists from the previous Worlds, they brought together some champions from the NALCS, and they made a team that they said, we're gonna conquer North America. Well, you know, fell a little bit short, but if they're able to conquer internationally, get that experience, and maybe even go far, they can come back even stronger.
Definitely can still do North America proud. These are, we said it before, a lineup of veterans. All these guys have experienced, you know, success as well as failure. That's why they don't get so tilted in best of 5s, right? That's why we always talk about the determination, you know, and the poise of these guys in the long series.
That's why Zareen says that 14,000 goal behind, CLG might still be in the game. I agree with you.
I mean, it happens, right? Like, I'm not gonna go into so much hyperbole, but it does happen. People do make mistakes. We saw them get 14,000 gold behind. There's a way that you slingshot back into the game.
Both of these teams showed a lot of heart throughout the games. We said it multiple times now, not backing down from any calls made by the team, and not backing down from any fights.
Well, now we're going to send you down to the stage where Chad is standing by for a post-game interview with Canada's hometown hero. Give it up for Wild Turtle!
Wild Turtle, congratulations on the thrilling 5-game series. You also had a great game in the 5th game. What did it feel like playing for this crowd?
It felt amazing playing for the home crowd. I love Toronto. I love all my fans. I love Canada. It just feels awesome being home and playing.
Yeah, and you can feel the love coming from both angles as well. The Canadian flag, the fans, everything. But the series itself was also incredible. Were you expecting that level of intensity from CLG coming into this 3rd place match?
We knew C9 was pretty good. I think all the top 4 teams right now are extremely good, and we just tried to play our best, and I think it worked out pretty well.
Absolutely, and in this 5-game series against CLG, what do you think the turning point was? Because you guys seem to be trading punches back and forth and back again. How did you pull it out finally in that 5th game?
Honestly, we kind of just tried to play a little bit more aggressive, and I think it really worked out because we kind of played a really long game, like 50-minute games, and I think we just tried to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, in the final game, the aggression finally worked out for you. Now you have to set your eyes on the regional qualifier. You guys obviously would have loved to run through the split, get first seed. That didn't happen. Now you're there. How do you prepare in the next coming days so that you can still make it to Worlds?
Then we're just going to practice extremely hard, and we really want to be Worlds so we can please all our fans. I love all you guys.
All right, Wild Turtle. Thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck for sure. It's great to be in Canada. For now, though, we're going to send it to the casters to close out a bit more.
Thank you very much, Jen. Amazing to hear from Wild Turtle. Again, it must feel good to play with the Canadian flag on his back in front of the hometown crowd. He backdoored a Nexus to keep them in this series.
I know he's been looking for this for a long time. You got the back door, front door, the Nexus. Yeah. I guess he really ran straight in with the minions, but he also got to show off in the last game. 10 kills on the Ezreal, building the flat armor penetration to boot, and chasing down a couple stragglers.
They also got to stay here a pretty long time on stage. Those were incredibly long games.
More than 10 minutes of fame for sure.
Exactly, very long. And the last game was the shortest one at 32 minutes, and they were playing 50-minute long games. And he was talking about how they had to turn the aggression up a little bit. It's exactly what they needed. They turned it on, and they had those early TPs to bot lane. You think of Immortals, you think of those plays where Huni's coming down to the bottom lane, and then he gets those early kills. That time he did it, that time Darshan didn't answer, and that's when they started getting that lead.
And it says something about how deep these guys can dig when after 4 45-plus minute games, they can still turn it up a notch and increase the pace of the game.
Well, after such a close series, it would only make sense to interview the other side as well. So we're going to toss it back to Dad, who is standing by for a chat with Stixay.
Thank you very much, Pastry. And I'm with the AD carry on the other side of the matchup right now, Stixay. Stixay, that was a fantastic series. Unfortunately, you're not kind of on the winning side of it, but tell me what your thoughts are about playing in such a grueling and close 5-game series.
I guess it was like a really, really long series. Every game, we knew it was going to be like 40, 50-minute games every game. So I would say mentally it was pretty taxing. And by game 5, I feel like it kind of got to us. I felt like the first 4 games we played like pretty well, pretty consistent, and then game 5 just kind of got to us. So.
Yeah, and that's surprising to hear as well because you guys have had so much experience in high-pressure situations. 5 games in Las Vegas, great run at MSI. Why do you think, obviously it's hard to say, but why do you think it could have gotten to you guys in the end?
Well, honestly, it just, like every game was like 50 minutes. So after 5 games of that, it just gets really tiring. It's hard to focus and always think about the best thing to do. And sometimes you just slip up. So like last game we just messed up, overcommitted bottom, and pretty much lost the game off that. So.
Yeah, and you also had a few tremendous Jin games throughout the series, incredibly competitive. But now you're in a peculiar situation where if TSM wins tomorrow, you go to Worlds. Are you rooting for TSM tomorrow, as it's sacrilege for a CLG fan, CLG player to do?
After we lost to TSM in the finals, I asked Doublelift if he would give me a TSM jersey. So yeah, I'm a TSM fan.
All right. You heard from Stixay. If that happens, they go to Worlds. If not, they'll be in the regional qualifier. Thank you very much, Stixay. It was a great series and a pleasure to watch. I'm sure the fans are happy as well. For now, though, we're going to send it to the analyst desk to close out the day.
Thank you, Jat. Thank you so much, Stixxay and Wild Turtle, for taking some time after the games. Intense games, and I think kind of what Jat was saying in the end of that is the way we saw it, very close, very long games, and that could have been CLG as well, doing just what Immortals did in that last game. It was breakout fights and then 4,000 gold leads that both teams were getting at times.
I think this was kind of the... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
Everybody's pile on.
Sorry. It was so exciting.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go.
sorry. I think this was just kind of the first game that bucked the trend where like bot lane was losing for bot lane for Immortals and then winning topside for Immortals. So like this was the first time that their bot side finally won, and it kind of opened up the rest of the game because Huni was able to join in bot lane, and then they could snowball around the rest of the map, whereas usually there was some kind of shift in power.
And I think that Turtle, because he's such an aggressive player, when he's behind, he can sometimes look pretty rough because he's still playing aggressively, right? And he's still going for those plays, and they're not going to work out when you're behind. But this game was pretty nuts. Once he got ahead, how aggressively he's playing, he's able to just dive forward, assassinating Stixxay. He was really, really on point in this game 5, and definitely.
And it all came from that play in the bot side where we've seen it 4 times in a row.
Let's bring it up on your screen
right now.
right now.
Well. Rainover goes to the bottom lane, or Xmithie has ganked bottom lane every single time, 3 minutes in, and it's worked pretty much every time.
Yeah.
And for the first game, we actually see Immortals respond properly, because the second that they're going to see him in the map, they're going to have TP in, and Wild Turtle makes the correct decision to go for the all-in right here, and from this point onwards, and Immortals is set to go.
Yeah, I mean, Rainover is just finishing up right at the very end to help turn around the rest of these kills with Huni, and that kind of offsets the disadvantage he's going to be at from using his TP.
And I mean, the fact of the matter is, if Wild Turtle tried to run there, he would have just died to Smithy. He would have accomplished nothing. Instead, he goes aggressive. He gets first blood. And a lot of that was because of the advantage they'd already carved out for themselves in that 2v2 matchup, where they had been landing some really good trades and been able to kind of heal back up because of that Taric.
And as well, the bottom lane definitely getting a little bit of help from Huni. As like we were talking in the games, that Huni was actually playing maybe a little bit selfish, staying in his lane. Not as many TPs as we saw. He was there for the mid-game fights, but like we saw in that bottom lane play just now, that's usually what we're used to from Immortals.
I think a big part too is the adaptation in the draft, where they finally banned the Jhin. They're just like, we can't handle this. We don't have a pick into it. Let's just ban it. Give them Sivir. We'll play something else. And I think that was actually huge, as well as letting the Vlad.
Well, yeah, the elephant in the room. You let Vladimir go through every single time. So the mind games, at game 4, we thought, okay, Rek'Sai is the pick that Immortals wants to get.
That's what we thought.
Rainover has been struggling, and then CLG makes the decision of leaving Vlad and Rek'Sai up. So they say, okay, either you take Vlad or you take Rek'Sai, but we're going to take the rest. But unfortunately, Immortals has won with Vlad without the Rek'Sai, so they have no issues just taking Vladimir, making their composition work, and Rainover looked fine this game. Very comfortable, understanding that you have such a dominant pick in your lane that is able to just flat out win lane and win team fights.
I mean, the tough thing is, though, it's easy to pin it all on the Vlad, but, had that bot lane fight gone a different way, had some of the tragedies not occurred in top lane, it could look very different, because, I mean, Sivir is an AD carry that easily builds Executor's Calling, and that item, it works very well against Vlad. Malzahar is quite good, I think, as far as team fighting. If you can land the ultimate, if you can burst this champion down, you can definitely deal with them. But, Vlad, in combination with them getting very far behind, there's almost no champion better at snowballing.
I thought that they would go with a Kassadin, maybe a little bit riskier, because we saw in the matchup where they ran Malz into Vlad, they picked the QSS on Vlad, and that's kind of become a common build for Vladimir's into Malz, where they go Spirit Visage and QSS, way too much magic resist to actually burn through with the likes of a low damage comp with Shen, Rek'Sai, and Braum.
Well, let's bring it into 16-15 here, a double replay that kind of breaks this game open and shows exactly what Wild Turtle was saying is we wanted to play aggressive, and this is actually a back-to-back that you're going to see here in replay.
This is something where, honestly, Darshan had no business going back to defend that turret with one hit on it. He's super low on HP. Yes, Smithy is coming, but him walking back was essentially suicide, and it sets up Immortals for a very good fight.
I mean, when you look at this on your minimap, it looks like this is actually going to be a good play for CLG2. They're getting the complete flank off, but then the way that Immortals just always seems to win these really, really scrappy situations, this one kind of off the back of a Vladimir as well, seeing the Taric pick come through and just how powerful that ult is.
Look at Rainover on the minimap. He's running around the Rosie for Xmithie while he's chasing him into the blue buff, and he's actually going to be able to come back around and make a difference in this fight, which is a crazy thing because they keep chasing here, thinking that they can get something, and surprise, here's going to come Xmithie. I mean, this is just, I don't even know. Yeah, this is something else.
Yeah. What you expect after that game 5, like Stixxay said, a lot of these games going 40, now 50 minutes, and like we said at the start, it's wasting everything they have in the tank.
And this is right after Darshan reses. He already tried to defend the turret over aggressively once, then he's going in 1v3. Yeah, Stixxay is coming, but again, he gives up his life for free, and that's kind of what Stixxay is talking about. You have to think, as far as losing mental focus, how did he think this was a good idea here? He goes in, he gives up his life for free. Smithy comes around, tries to finish off that kill very greedily in a 1v3 again, low HP. He gives up his life, and this is where the game was essentially over from. They got so far ahead, and Immortals just never gave CLG a chance to get back in.
It really was the end of it there, but you ask where that confidence come from, and I think about it, and game one was almost very reminiscent of what those fights were. Spawn, back into the fight, spawn, back into the fight, and it felt good then as the team was behind them, but CLG wasn't as behind each other in these instances.
And that's the thing that Stixxay mentioned. Even though they have so much experience internationally, they've been to so many tournaments, grueling matches against even tougher competition, but the fact that these games have gone to 50 minutes makes it that much more taxing onto whatever mental state you're currently at, because there's so many more factors that you have to go in. If it's a 25-minute game every single time, that's essentially half the amount of thought process behind your actions that you have to do. And I mean, even though there weren't a whole lot of thought process macro-wise, the actual team fighting decisions that you have to go through in this game were just immense.
And that's why I think that big play initially that Turtle was a part of was such a huge part of this game, because to recover mentally from like, oh my god, we just gave up a triple kill and like all these problems, it takes a lot of like resolve. And I think that's something that CLG's been really good with over the course of their seasons and things, but just they didn't have it in them today.
And it seemed like Immortals was able to squeak it out in the end. The 5-game series has come to an end, and to recognize the standout player of the series, it is the Immortals top laner, Huni, as he played absolutely amazing. Whether it was semi-selfish in the beginning to make sure the lane was won, it was in the end all for the team.
I think this was a huge like redemption series for him after getting so much flack in the semifinals, that he's able to come out and basically win his lane all 3 times. I know it's against a Shen, and you know it's kind of expected, but he didn't rely on Reignover at all. He kind of just took this series by himself.
And it wasn't just about the lane, right? It's about incredible team fighting. Even in the games that they did lose, he was kind of like the sole shining light in a lot of those times. You know, there's one game, him on Gnar, he's chunking out the Vel'Koz, he's getting solo kills, he's doing pretty much everything he possibly can to get his team back in the game.
And I think the performance that stands out to me was that game 4, where even though they lost that game, he's trying to do so much around the map by himself, split pushing, understanding, okay, the split push can't work anymore. I got to flank by myself into the Vel'Koz and the Jhin, and he looks for it and he's able to pull it off. He's running the team around the mini-map and making the pressure by himself. He's putting up as much pressure as a team should solo, which, I mean, that's an MVP performance if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely.
I also gotta love that he has his own little twist on everything. Even though he's playing Echo, even though it's standard, he's going Titanic Hydra, he's picking up Tiamats, and he always has to find a way to make it a little bit more aggressive, give it that Huni flavor, and you gotta love it.
Final thoughts? All set?
I mean, couldn't ask for a better series. I mean, can't wait to see what tomorrow brings.
It's going to be amazing. We've started off day 1. It's on fire, and nobody wants to put it out. We'll turn to the updated playoff bracket now. We have a few more teams to plug in. Immortals completed their Toronto run. I didn't say that. Ending in 3rd place, and it's obviously a little kind of bittersweet for them, once again coming into the series. Following tonight's results, Immortals has secured 70 championship points in their pursuit of a spot at Worlds. Their gauntlet destiny is still up in the air, pending the results of tomorrow's final. If TSM prevail, Immortals will be the regional qualifier boss, only needing to play in the final round of the tournament to win their way to Worlds. Seems pretty nice. They've done the work here. It's hopefully going to pay off in the end for them. What do we feel that is going to actually happen tomorrow? Because the options, like they said, Stixxay, are you a TSM fan? Are CLG fans TSM fans right now? Because C9 has been putting up a huge fight as well.
I think it's really hard to call. And TSM, although they've been so dominant all split long, C9 has looked really good in the playoffs, and they looked really good against Immortals last weekend. And I think one of the things that makes this matchup so interesting is normally you can just kind of look across the board and it's like, well, TSM's actually better in every lane, and their team's better like in team play. But I think C9 actually has a chance across all matchups to be able to actually, at their best, match or even exceed some of TSM's players.
And the big thing for me was that TSM played a pretty grindy style. Like, they weren't very explosive in the semifinals, and we know C9 likes slow, bloodless games. So I think this could be the kind of thing where the matchup of both skill and playstyle is not that bad for C9.
Well, we don't have long to wait. Tomorrow, we are back here live at the Air Canada Centre in Toronto, Ontario. So be sure to tune in following the conclusion of the EU final in Krakow as TSM takes on Cloud9 for North America's ultimate prize and the first seed at Worlds. Now, that's it for today, but if you're still looking to hang out, head over to facebook.com/LOL Esports in 15 minutes to join myself and the rest of the guys as we relax and chat about the day's events. Now, from all of us here on the desk, the casters and the entire live broadcast team, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
it's actually unreal to be back home with my family and to have them here and be surrounded by thousands of incredible fans.
As it looks like we are going to get things underway. Let's do it! Immortals versus CLG, game 1. The stun and the unload. The Brock actually burnt the ulti. Hey, that's there! Well, he solo kills him! CLG turn it on again, Turtle.
Good job, good job.
But going on! Oh my god, he sniped everyone!
Let's get back in this. Look at Hootie!
The snipe Hootie will get protected by the Statue United! Oh! About to melt his sticks that is destroying people!
What a game, honestly. Yeah, first of all, I love that game.
Looks like a blue buff steal's gonna go awry here for Rainover. Eats the ulti out there from Malzahar and see ya, Sunshine!
Yeah.
I can get Sivir.
Splash. That's right, baby. Nice.
That's right! Barely creeps away! There's the kill, Andy Carrot's going nuts! And still they get one. The Wild Turtle goes
Can you go?
Yeah, we fucking in. We're in here, go in.
And Immortals! Another race on CLG! Finally claims a victim.
I'm going.
Gonna surge forward, they take out Hui, Rainover, makes the blade a flank too.
Place where he's out of vision.
Steal,
Trying to go for it!
How could I? Oh my god! Xfinity steals it for Immortals.
Hitting. Finish. Attack Nexus. Nice.
Well, he's gonna get Hui gonna get a knockoff. That's an easy alley-oop. Successful in stopping CLG. Oh, never touch! Takes out Hootie.
I got Sivir.
In the pit. Cast the blast. I got it.
Game 5, here we come! Turtle back in, trying to take it out! Wild Turtle! I got his blood! Outplay CLG, will go down, but Hootie joins his way in. Great hold there from the Kraken. Stuns up everyone, Immortals! They are doing it! They bruise, they bleed, but they never, ever die! Immortals conquer the North!